After asking a few more questions about the windbreaker's nest, Han Li casually handed a bottle of medicine pills over to Wuxia. Wuxia was immediately grateful and promptly entered seclusion to refine their medicinal power. Han Li then sealed himself off inside of another room and began studying the copper plate. He carefully examined the item as he sat down cross-legged. Only one side of the copper plate was inscribed with characters. The other was engraved with a bizarre depiction of a rather formidable-looking monster. The monster had 3 heads with vicious eyes along with 6 arms raised towards the sky. It was unclear what it was supposed to be doing. After looking at it for a moment with a frown, Han Li took out the old hide book with the nameless incantation and compared the characters that were inscribed. He discovered that the characters were largely the same except for minute differences. It seemed they shared an origin, but were written in distinctly different styles of writing. Since he couldn't find anything hidden on the surface, Han Li inserted his magic power into the copper plate without any hesitation. Soon after it started to absorb his magic power, the copper plate let out a clear hum and started to tremble. It then brilliantly flourished with white light, and beams of dense yellow light began to shoot out from the sides of the copper plate, projecting a picture onto the wall. Han Li was delighted by the developments and became mesmerized by what he saw. The image depicted a human-formed demon beast, covered with scales and with a single horn on its head. It appeared exactly the same as the 3-headed, 6-armed demon beast on the back of the plate, but with only one head. Just as Han Li was puzzled by this, the picture changed with a flash of light. It now depicted the demon beast sitting down cross-legged with its hands clutched in a strange hand gesture. Its entire body was contorted in a baffling position, leaving Han Li puzzled. A short moment later, the image changed again, revealing that the demon beast had changed its hand incantation and its body contorted once more, assuming another strange posture. The images periodically shifted to reveal indescribable changes in hand gestures and posture, as if it were cultivating some sort of technique. An hour later, the copper plate's light dimmed and the images disappeared. Han Li had counted 36 different positions that the demon beast assumed. He rubbed his nose and looked at the item in his hand with an odd expression. Although he didn't know what the characters on the copper plate had meant, he was able to tell from the pictures that this item wasn't something for human cultivators. It clearly recorded a demon cultivation art. Prior to this, he hadn't known that demon beasts even cultivated. Weren't demon beasts innately capable of absorbing spiritual qi? Why would they cultivate? It seemed that cultivation arts should quite important to demon beasts that were capable of taking human form. However, Han Li looked at the copper plate in his hands without knowing whether he should laugh or cry. Even if he could understand the words on it, would he dare to cultivate a demon cultivation art? Besides, he currently had no shortage of high-grade techniques. The complete collection of profound arts was still snugly placed inside his storage pouch. With that thought, it was no wonder the dark-skinned cultivator had deliberately mystified the item during the trade meeting. It was completely useless. Han Li felt like a fool and grew gloomy. Since the inscription on the copper plate was a cultivation art specifically for demons, he wouldn't be able to decipher them no matter how many human jade slips he looked through. It seemed the contents of the old hide book were the same. Han Li let out a long breath and placed the 2 items into his storage pouch with a wretched expression before leaving the stone room. Han Li felt somewhat disappointed after having his expectations dashed. However, his mood quickly adjusted as he made preparations to head to the wondrous depths. Acquiring the high-grade demon echo grass was currently his top priority. It was directly able to help him reach an entirely higher level on his path to immortality. After he consumed the rainbow beads, he could feel his cultivation aptitude continue to change for the better over the years. Although he couldn't compare to those with heavenly spiritual roots or other outstanding geniuses, he was now able to absorb and refine spiritual qi at the level of cultivators with 3-element spiritual roots. The Heaven Mend pill truly deserved its reputation. Han Li's chance at condensing a nascent soul was now a sliver higher. When Han Li left the room, Wuxia was still in seclusion. He reckoned that she would need another 3 months in order to refine all of the medicine. Han Li didn't bother her. After some further thought, He left behind several magic tools along with the control incantations for the cave residents' spell formations before departing from the island. Han Li looked around while in the sky and determined his direction before flying off towards the wondrous depths. Along the way, Han Li came across several demon beasts and ruthlessly exterminated them. As for any humans he saw, he ignored them and continued on his way. Han Li eventually arrived at the vicinity of the wondrous depths after traveling for a month. At that time, he started to conceal his aura and began to hide his tracks. As these seas are under the dominion of higher-grade demon beasts, Han Li naturally had to be extremely careful. He didn't dare to rely on his luck. As expected, Han Li came across many demon beasts along the way, but with his remarkable concealment techniques, he was able to avoid their attention. Several days later, Han Li stopped in the air and stared at a small island in the distance with a solemn expression. The island was the grade 8 demon beast nest that Wuxia had spoken of. Han Li didn't dare to boldly rush into it. If the ancient windbreaker beast was present on the island, he would be certain to die. For this same reason, he only swept his eyes over the island, not daring to release his spiritual sense. Han Li spotted a reef emerging from the ocean far from the island and placed a small formation on it. He then sat on it and quietly meditated as he kept watch on the island. He wouldn't easily take action until he could predict the grade 8 demon beast's movements. Unfortunately, the rainbow skirt grass had no effect on demon beasts that were grade 8 and higher. Otherwise, he would have already used the grass to lure the ancient windbreaker beast away, instead of choosing to bitterly stand watch here. Day after day passed with Han Li gazing at the island from the reef. Several months eventually went by without Han Li spotting any signs of demon beast movements. He eventually grew dreary from the waiting. Could it be that the developing demon beast isn't on the island right now and the windbreaker beast abandoned its nest? Han Li suspiciously thought. Yet another month passed with no developments. Helpless, Han Li finally came to the decision to enter the island and investigate. He wasn't about to waste several years on the reef. Early in the morning of the next day, just as sunlight began to illuminate the sky, Han Li restrained all of the spiritual qi in his body and stealthily flew onto the island. He had already observed the small island for several months and knew its terrain like the back of his hand. He flew halfway up the mountain and spotted a few boulders concealing a pitch-black cave, just as Wuxia had described. Han Li narrowed his eyes. After placing several auxiliary magic techniques on his body and releasing his disguise, his body disappeared without a trace. Han Li then carefully entered the cave and slowly released his spiritual sense, occasionally probing his surroundings. The cave was exceptionally deep, and the deeper he went, the more damp it became. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Han Li stopped at a corner with a nervous expression on his face. Han Li slowly closed his eyes and scouted forward with his spiritual sense. Shortly after, an odd expression appeared on his face. Han Li then gritted his teeth and hesitantly turned the corner. Light suddenly shined before him to reveal a huge natural cavern. It was at least 300 meters wide and over 30 meters tall. The walls and the ceiling flickered with green light, and it had a dark blue pool of water at the center that appeared to be piping hot. There was strange vegetation growing around the pool. When Han Li's gaze fell onto the vegetation, he spotted several stalks of something short and jet black. Excitement flickered within his eyes. The stalks were the demon echo grass that he was looking for. Demon echo grass would only turn black when growing near grade 8 demon beasts. It was gray when growing near lower grades. As Han Li gazed at the pond at the center, delight momentarily appeared on his face before it was soon replaced with solemnness. If the windbreaker beast was in the cave, it would most likely be inside of the pool. Although he had swept over the pool with his spiritual sense, the pool was extremely deep. He had only inspected a small portion of it. Han Li licked his lips and steeled his heart. His body blurred before reappearing at the side of the pool. He gently clapped his storage pouch and took out a jade box. He then quickly reached toward the ground with his free hand. He quickly harvested the demon echo grass and placed it into the jade box, dirt and all. Click. Han Li smoothly closed the lid of the jade box with a trace of joy. It was beyond his expectations. How simple it had been to acquire the demon echo grass. However, he couldn't stay there any longer. Hanli immediately turned around and was about to set off when he heard a calm voice from behind him. You stayed nearby for so long just to get those plants? Human cultivators are truly baffling. These words were spoken by a strange male voice. Han Li's expression greatly changed and his face became extremely unsightly. He soon forced himself to calm down and turned around in a blur. He caught sight of an azure-robed figure that was looking at him with obvious curiosity. Upon clearly seeing the figure's appearance, Han Li grimaced. The demon cultivator had a silver scarf around the top of his head, azure robes on his body, and rough shoes on his feet. Apart from his sharp, pointy nose and narrow, green eyes, all other aspects were indistinguishable from a human. Han Li frantically examined the man several times. With this demon beast's nearly perfect human form, could it be a legendary grade 9 or 10 demon beast? Han Li's body grew rigid and his hands had already fastened on his 5-element bands and his spirit beast pouch. However, he didn't dare to attack. Your esteemed self watched me for quite some time. Han Li could hear that his voice had become unpleasantly hoarse. When the demon cultivator heard this, his expression stirred. He then smiled, revealing his pure white teeth and narrowing his eyes, saying, "That's right. I knew you were there from the day you arrived. I merely thought you were a human cultivator passing by and hadn't paid you any attention. But who would have thought that before the day passed, you would sit on the coral reef nearby? I, Feng, have grown quite curious indeed." Not knowing whether or not it was a trick of the mind, Han Li felt that the man's teeth were somewhat sharp and faintly glinted with a chilling light. Han Li's heart dropped even further as he thought, his surname is Feng? Then he must be the fully grown windbreaker beast. Han Li forced a smile and asked, "Since that was the case, why didn't you attack me?" The windbreaker beast weirdly smiled and said, "I actually wished to come see you sooner, but I've only recently reached the second stage of my metamorphosis. While stabilizing it, it was difficult for me to go outside. As it just so happened, I actually finished stabilizing my form just now and was going to leave, but I hadn't expected that fellow Taoist would run into my lair of your own accord. That was quite surprising. Second stage metamorphosis? Could it be that you have entered grade 9? Han Li's face grew pale and his hands had unknowingly become lined with cold sweat. The fully matured windbreaker demon cultivator blinked and casually replied, "Grade 9? That's just how you humans differentiate us demons. Regardless, I reached the second grade of the metamorphosis stage, which would be the equivalent of what you call grade 9 demon beasts." Han Li grew silent when he heard the demon's calm recognition. After a short moment, the corner of his mouth twitched into a bitter smile. Were it a grade 8 demon beast, he figured he would still have a chance at escape. But in the face of a grade 9 demon cultivator, he had no hopes of breaking free. It seemed his death would be the result of something entirely unavoidable. With that thought, Han Li said nothing further and suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out over 10 streaks of azure light that circled around him. He then raised his hand, intending on opening his spirit beast pouches. But in that instant, the demon cultivator moved. He blurred before Han Li's eyes and snatched the spirit beast bag out of his hand. Although the many flying swords protecting Han Li had moved to block the demon cultivator, he was far too quick. He had returned to his original spot before the swords could strike him. After a moment of overwhelming astonishment, Han Li's face turned ashen. How could he have forgotten that the windbreaker beast was originally known for its amazing speed? Their speed as a grade 9 demon beast was nearly identical to teleportation at such a short distance. There was no chance of even injuring him. In that instant, a chaotic torrent of thoughts began to surge through his mind. Han Li's ashen complexion underwent yet another change as he slapped his storage pouch and took out a ball of radiant golden threads. Han Li quickly grabbed onto the ball and swallowed it. Afterwards, he wordlessly gazed at the azure-robed demon cultivator. He had already decided that when he faced death's door, he would ignite the celestial ice pearl with his divine devil-bane lightning. This way, even if mutual destruction wasn't accomplished, the opponent would still suffer a heavy injury. The demon cultivator revealed astonishment upon seeing Han Li's baffling actions, but he soon nonchalantly smiled. Hee, there is no need for fellow Taoists to be so anxious. I hold no malicious intentions towards you. He casually tossed the spirit beast pouch up and down in his hand as he spoke. Han Li frowned and coldly said, What do you mean? Aren't you demon beasts currently exterminating human cultivators? He didn't wish to be played around with before he died. The corner of the demon cultivator's mouth twitched and he shook his head, saying, The demon beasts that have been killing you off are only the nearby sea races. I have nothing to do with them. I'm merely staying here for the time being because I enjoy the geyser pool here. Han Li was stunned. He suddenly recalled that windbreaker beasts were demon beasts that lay somewhere between demon birds and sea beasts. As such, they couldn't truly be considered demon beasts of the sea. Furthermore, from his tone, it seemed as though he wasn't even originally from around here. Could it be he truly doesn't wish to kill me? Han Li's expression wavered for a moment. After a short moment, he retrieved his flying swords into his body with a wave of his hand and his expression relaxed. Since his flying swords weren't able to deal with the demon cultivator either way, he may as well play along. If worst comes to worst, he would just detonate the celestial ice pearl. The demon cultivator wore a satisfied expression after seeing Han Li put away his magic treasures. I do enjoy talking with sensible humans. I'll return this to you first. He didn't view the spirit beast pouch as a threat and threw it back to Han Li. Han Li caught it and felt somewhat more at ease. The demon cultivator stared at Han Li and said, Does fellow Taoist have any interest in paying a visit to my true cave residence? This would be the first time I've ever invited a human cultivator. Although the demon cultivator's tone was polite, how could Han Li possibly refuse? He had no option but to nod with a forced smile. The demon cultivator appeared happy when Han Li agreed. He wordlessly raised his hand and a blue ball of light appeared within it. The light then grew several times larger and enveloped Han Li. Shock appeared on Han Li's face, but he didn't resist. With a flash of blue light, the demon cultivator began dragging him within the bubble of light that enveloped him. Then both of them dropped into the pool with a splash. Because of the faint blue light that was emitted from the bubble around him, Han Li was able to clearly see the world underneath the water. Perhaps it was due to the strange water in the pool, but there were no other animals apart from some strange palm-sized white fish. There was also no sea vegetation. The demon cultivator saw that Han Li was completely captivated by the underwater scene and just smiled. After the time it took to finish a meal, the bubble came to a stop and trembled for a moment before shooting off to the side. In the blink of an eye, Han Li spotted a huge black stone gate in front of him. The gate flickered with white light as if it was covered by a restriction. The demon cultivator pointed at the stone door and politely said, We've arrived. Welcome to my humble home. I hope fellow Taoist doesn't find it too funny. Han Li forced a smile, but remained silent. As soon as the bubble touched the stone gate opened to reveal a layer of white light. After they passed through it, they entered a completely dry passageway. The bubble surrounding Han Li then disappeared. The stone walls were embedded with all sorts of small pearls that reflected light, filling the passageway with dazzling light reminiscent of daylight. These weren't ordinary pearls. They were pearls that are only found at the ocean's deepest depths within spirit oysters, and the like that were over 1,000 years old. They had the strange effect of repelling both water and fire. Please come in, fellow Taoist. The demon cultivator couldn't help but feel proud upon seeing Han Li's astonishment. Han Li gazed down the passageway with complete unwillingness in his heart. But with a grade 9 demon beast staring at him, he could only force himself to head in first. The azure-robed demon cultivator leisurely followed after him. The passageway couldn't be considered large, and Han Li soon found himself in a gorgeous hall decorated with all kinds of coral. At the center of the hall, there was a sparkling white jade table with several chairs made from the same beautiful jade. The corners of the hall each had a small elegant pot with a finger-thick joss stick burning within. It filled the hall with a faint fragrance. Fellow Taoist, please sit. The demon cultivator boldly took a seat and beckoned to Han Li. Han Li took a seat across from the demon cultivator and remained silent. The demon cultivator narrowed his eyes and gently said, "It seems I've embarrassed myself. I still haven't asked for your esteemed name. My name is Fengxi." After a moment of hesitation, Han Li slowly said, "My surname is Li. Hee, so it's fellow Taoist Li. You must feel somewhat confused. In truth, if any other cultivator had appeared before me, I would have definitely slain them despite not being from the local sea race. Peaceful coexistence between humans and demons is certainly impossible." Han Li felt his heart tremble and forced a smile, asking, "In that case, does Senior Feng see something different about Junior?" Feng Shi's eyes flickered with green light. He slowly said, "You are only a mid-core formation cultivator, yet you dared to bravely enter so deeply into the seas, relying on that marvelous Qi restraint technique of yours." Qi restraint technique? Han Li paused for a moment, suddenly recalling the nameless incantation in the Hyde book. Feng Shi wore an odd expression and said, "That's right. I am somewhat familiar with your Qi restraint technique. I saw it from an old friend of mine, but strangely enough, that technique is something that was secretly passed down. How are you, a human cultivator, capable of using it?" Han Li couldn't easily mention the matter of the Hyde book and remained silent for a while, not knowing how to respond. When Feng Shi looked at Han Li's expression, he leaned back into his chair and smiled. He then casually said, "There is no need for fellow Taoists to be worried. My old friend has been dead for many years, and I'm not looking for an explanation. I am merely curious about how a human can use a secret demon race technique. The main reason why I haven't attacked you is actually because you cultivate a pure wood attribute cultivation art. Otherwise, you'd already be dead." Han Li revealed amazement. He was truly shocked to hear that the main reason he wasn't attacked was because of the attribute of his cultivation art. When Feng Shi saw Han Li's shocked expression, he said nothing and waved his arms instead, summoning a simple gold pot with a flash of white light. He then took a jade wine cup and poured a dark green liquid into it. In the blink of an eye, the concentrated smell of alcohol spread throughout the hall. The human-formed demon beast then took a deep breath and wore an infatuated expression on his face. He flicked the cup with his finger, smoothly sliding the jade cup over to Han Li. Feng Shi stared at Han Li and deeply said, "Fellow Taoist Li, take a taste of my jade fire wine. I made it myself. It is a genuine spirit wine that takes over 100 years to ferment, and provides slight gains towards cultivation. Perhaps fellow Taoist could even use this opportunity to break through his bottleneck." When Han Li heard this, he paused in surprise before staring down at the green liquid in the cup. The demon cultivator was able to tell that his cultivation was stuck at a bottleneck. His abilities are truly remarkable. But Han Li found it dubious that the wine could help him break through his bottleneck. He had consumed no small number of medicine pills for cultivation progression. If he could break through the cultivation bottleneck with medicinal power, he would have already cultivated to the 9th layer of the Azure Essence Sword Art. Furthermore, as he had no idea about what the other party intended, he didn't dare to casually drink the wine. As these thoughts churned through his mind, Han Li's face revealed hesitation. A cold glint shone within the demon cultivator's eyes. His expression grew sullen upon seeing Han Li's hesitation, and he coldly said, "What? Are you scared that I did something to the wine? Don't forget, if I wanted to take your life, it would only take me an instant." Han Li's face paled and his gaze fell upon the wine cup. He then summoned the courage to say, "Senior is correct. However, Junior wishes to figure something out first. The true reason why Senior hasn't killed me. Junior will be ill at ease until he understands." It had become obvious that the demon cultivator wished for Han Li to drink the wine. As a result, Han Li's doubts only became greater. Feng Shi felt somewhat surprised, and an icy expression soon appeared on his face. His body released an eerie aura. Han Li felt his heart drop and the true essence in his body wrapped around the celestial ice pearl in his body. He cautiously stared at the demon cultivator in silence. A short moment later, Feng Shi frowned and his expression relaxed. After muttering to himself for a moment, Feng Shi said with a low voice, "It seems by not telling fellow Taoists the specifics, he has misunderstood my good intentions. This jade fire wine is not only difficult to refine and takes 100 years to ferment, but it also requires a metamorphosis stage demon core as its primary ingredient. Additionally, only windbreaker beasts are able to refine the wine. Even if other demon cultivators had the formula, they would be unable to refine the wine due to lacking the innate abilities. To me, this wine serves only to satisfy my tastes. But to a core formation cultivator such as yourself, it will stimulate the true essence in your body the first time you drink it, possibly allowing you to break through your current bottleneck. Of course, the only reason I am giving you so precious to fellow Taoistly is for my own gains. I require the assistance of your wood attribute cultivation arts for something very important. However, a mid-core formation cultivation is too low. Even late core formation cultivation is still a bit lacking. But I see that your own cultivation arts are unordinary. You possess far deeper magic power than cultivators of a similar grade, and as a result you will do if just barely. It should now be quite obvious what consequences will follow if fellow Taoistly doesn't drink the wine. Feng Shi knew that if he didn't give a clear explanation, Han Li wouldn't obediently follow his orders. When Han Li heard this, his expression changed several times. A short moment later, he spoke with a hoarse voice. "And if I drink this wine and can't break through my bottleneck?" Feng Shi sneered and calmly said, "Hee. Then fellow Taoist Li will no longer serve any purpose for me. Since my jade fire wine is quite difficult to refine, I will have to take your life as compensation." Although Han Li had already suspected this, his face twitched after hearing the confirmation. After a short moment of deliberation, Han Li's face became resolute and he took a deep breath. "Fine, I'll drink it." Feng Shi suddenly wore a happy expression. Han Li slapped his hand onto the table. Then, with a flash of azure light, the dark green liquid from the cup flew into his mouth in a stream. The liquid then dropped into his stomach without Han Li even tasting it. Good. I knew fellow Taoist Li would make the sensible decision. Follow me. I've already prepared a quiet room for you. Feng Shi spoke with a satisfied expression and stood up before walking to the side of the hall. Han Li wordlessly followed after him with a calm expression. As Han Li followed the demon cultivator, he eventually found himself in front of a fire-red stone wall. After some further examination, Han Li astonishingly discovered the sparkling red stone wall was actually a huge slab of cut coral rock. As Han Li pondered about it, Feng Shi lightly pushed the stone wall, revealing a 3-meter-wide hole in a flash of white light. Feng Shi pointed to the hole and tranquilly said, "Refine the wine in this hidden room. According to my estimates, it should only take half a year at most to refine. Fellow Taoists should be able to succeed in that time. When the time arrives, I will release the restriction and allow you to come out." Han Li took a glance before expressionlessly entering the hole. At this point, he naturally had no intention of further speaking with Feng Shi. Just after Han Li walked in, the opening behind him disappeared. Feng Shi stood outside the wall without immediately departing. He glanced at the wall with a face bizarrely full of excitement. A short moment later, he disappeared without a trace in a flash of white light. Han Li was currently inspecting the so-called hidden room inside the coral wall. The room couldn't be considered small, at 100 meters wide and over 20 meters tall. Apart from a glistening azure jade couch at the center of the room, there was nothing else. But what was most baffling to Han Li were the countless small holes that filled the walls. They appeared just like bits of black sesame. Han Li's face grew gloomy for a moment and he sat down on the jade couch in a cross-legged position. With his eyes closed, he slowly released his spiritual sense from his body. After a short moment, he spread his spiritual sense across the room and was surprised to discover that the walls repelled it. Soon, he confirmed that there were no gaps that his spiritual sense was able to slip through. Han Li then frowned, opening his eyes with a cold glint. After some thought, Han Li sat up from the jade couch and walked towards the side of the room. He inspected the coral wall in front of him with narrowed eyes. He extended a finger that glowed with blinding azure swordlight toward the wall. The light was only several inches long and continuously glistened. A trace of hope flickered within Han Li's eyes, but that was soon replaced with disappointment. The small sword was only able to penetrate several more inches before stopping. A colorful brilliance faintly glowed deeper within the wall, blocking its advance. The demon cultivator had placed many layers of formidable restrictions within the coral wall. It wasn't very likely Han Li would be able to break through the walls with his magic treasures. Han Li tightly creased his brow after retrieving the magic treasure and summoning it back into his body. He then unconsciously reached for the spirit beast pouch at his waist. He trusted that regardless of how powerful the wall's restrictions, they wouldn't be able to resist the vicious bites of the gold-devouring beetles. However, there was a reason why he didn't rashly release them. The beetles wouldn't be able to devour the restrictions in a short amount of time. In the time it would take, the demon cultivator Feng-Shi would be given plenty of time to perceive their actions. And with the demon's astonishing speed, there was no way for Han Li to escape his pursuit. After a period of heavy and repeated deliberations, Han Li fiercely glared and then returned to the jade couch with an unsightly expression. By that time, he already felt a burning sensation in his stomach. It seemed the jade fire wine was about to take effect. Han Li didn't dare to be negligent of the wine as he was ignorant of what, if any, peculiar aspects it might possess. He could only relinquish his thoughts of escape for the moment and start refining qi. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, peering into his body. Frowning, Han Li shot out a stream of azure core flame from his tricolored golden core and compressed the jade fire wine into a ball. In the blink of an eye, the stream of core flame had completely restricted the jade fire wine. Not longer after, Han Li became completely still with a blank face. The jade fire wine was refined at an exceptionally slow pace. After the passing of a month, less than a fourth of the wine had been refined. It seemed that Feng-Shi wasn't exaggerating when he said that the wine would take half a year for Han Li to refine. However, this extremely slow speed proved to be rather irritable to Han Li. If he truly was unable to enter late core formation, then this windbreaker beast named Feng-Shi would take his life without any hesitation. For that reason, he steeled his heart and took the risk of forcing out all of the core flame his golden core could produce. As a result, the azure flame that covered the remaining dark green liquid nearly doubled in thickness. Han Li also spared none of his magic power in his effort to hasten refining the wine. This resulted in Han Li's magic power expenditure nearly doubling. Each time he nearly ran out of magic power, he lamentably took a drop of the myriad-year spirit milk to ensure that his magic power could persist in fueling the wine refinement. After 2 months of this extravagant usage of his core flame, only a third of the wine had yet to be refined. Han Li felt somewhat relieved that the wine would soon be entirely refined. Unfortunately, something unexpected soon occurred. As a result of his intention to strive his hardest in the face of death, Han Li had swallowed the celestial ice pearl on the day he had encountered the demon cultivator. He continued to keep it there in fear of the demon cultivator, and had yet to take this last resort out of his stomach. On a day when Han Li had completely exhausted his magic power and thought to take a drop of the myriad-year spirit milk, the outer layer of the divine devil-bane lightning on the celestial ice pearl suddenly grown unsteady. Han Li, who had been observing his body's interior with full focus, was shocked out of his wits at the sight. At that moment, his magic power was completely exhausted and he was incapable of taking any emergency measures. With the pearl's exterior wavering before his eyes, he wrapped the remaining jade fire wine around the celestial ice pearl in an act of desperation. Han Li's heart heavily thumped as he watched on with a bloodless complexion. Only the heavens would know what reaction would occur from using the jade fire wine to envelop the celestial ice pearl. As Han Li imagined the pearl erupting, he could feel his body line with ice-cold sweat. Fortunately, whether it was due to sheer luck or due to the celestial ice pearl being stable to begin with, the celestial ice pearl had become tranquil after being enveloped by the wine. Han Li let out a long breath and wiped the cold sweat off his brow. He felt as if he had just escaped certain death. He hurriedly swallowed a drop of myriad-year spirit milk. After his magic power had been replenished, he spat out the pearl and put it away with great trepidation lingering in his heart. Placing that item within his body had truly been playing with fire. After everything was settled, He took another look into his body and flusteredly discovered that he had unknowingly broken through his bottleneck, quietly entering late core formation. Han Li was initially dumbstruck, before being delightfully surprised. To tell the truth, he hadn't felt any peculiar effects from the Jadefire wine. Han Li was absolutely bewildered at having broken through the bottleneck without even completely refining the wine. With his increased cultivation, Han Li decided to test it out by skillfully controlling 24 bamboo cloudswarm swords simultaneously, discovering that his true strength had suddenly increased. Although Han Li was wrapped with joy, he had no intention of squandering the remaining Jadefire wine, and sincerely spent the next 2 months refining what was left over, consolidating his cultivation in the process. Afterwards, he started to rack his mind for what the Grade 9 Windbreaker beast intended for him. As the half-year point gradually grew closer, his face grew increasingly sullen with worry occasionally appearing in his eyes. Several days after the half-year point had passed, the coral wall promptly opened. Feng Shi's indifferent voice then entered the room. "Fellow Taoistly, come out. The time has arrived. Did your cultivation progress?" Sitting down on the jade couch, Han Li expressionlessly opened his eyes and wordlessly walked out of the room. Feng Shi was waiting for him outside with narrowed eyes. The demon cultivator examined Han Li after he left the room. A short moment later, Feng Shi rubbed his palms together and heartily laughed. "Good, good. Congratulations on fellow Taoist entering late core formation. It seems my Jadefire wine didn't go to waste." Feng Shi grew quite happy. With Han Li's successful advancement, he truly could serve his purposes. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this. Feng Shi chuckled and spoke to Han Li with a rather amiable tone. "Fellow Taoistly, follow me. I will give you an introduction to 2 of my close demon companions. I will be requiring you 3 to cooperate in order for this to succeed." "There are another 2 seniors?" When Han Li heard him, he felt shocked. "That's right. My 2 good friends are both at the initial metamorphosis stage. In human terms, they would be Grade 8 demon cultivators. However, since both of them were born from primordial races, their true capabilities aren't all that inferior to my own. Still, it would be best for you to say as little as possible. Since they are genuine members of the local Sea clan, they won't receive a human like you very favorably." Feng Shi took a deep glance at Han Li and gave him a calm warning. With a shaken heart, Han Li muttered in agreement. A short moment later, Feng Shi brought Han Li back to the large hall where he now saw the 2 close friends that Feng Shi had spoken of. As a result, Han Li couldn't help but reveal his shock on his face. One of them had the head of a flood dragon, a steel tail, and his body was covered with blood-red scales. The other had a rather large body, an azure face and a tortoise shell. That flood dragon appeared quite similar to the venomous flood dragon that he had previously seen fighting the cultivators near the Misty Island. As for the other, Han Li faintly guessed that it was most likely the huge tortoise that had been undergoing its tribulation at that time. When Feng Shi arrived, the 2 Grade 8 demon beasts turned their heads over toward them. When the venomous flood dragon saw Han Li's expression, his green eyes coldly glinted and he quickly examined Han Li. "What's wrong, human? Could it be you've seen me before?" he icily asked. Although his voice was somewhat vague, his words could clearly be heard. Han Li immediately grew hesitant. It appeared that because he had used the blood-red cape back then, his appearance hadn't been seen. As such, it would be best to avoid mentioning the battle that day. Otherwise, he would just be asking for trouble, leaving him no choice but to deceive the venomous flood dragon. With that thought, Han Li dryly coughed and with the calmest expression he could muster, he said, "This is the first time I have seen Senior. It is only that Junior's experience is so shallow that he had yet to see a true flood dragon. As such, I forgot my manners. I hope Senior doesn't take any offense." Helpless, Han Li assumed the humblest attitude he could to avoid stirring up any trouble. The venomous flood dragon pulverized the large, shiny pearl that it had originally been playing with in its hand and glanced at Han Li with a malicious glint flickering within his eyes. "Humph! Humans are all so cunning and sly. I don't care where you've seen me before, but you had better cut the clever business." Han Li's heart slightly shivered, but apart from a bitter chuckle, he said nothing else. Seeing that the atmosphere wasn't to his liking, Feng-Shi hastily interjected himself. Enough. Fellow Taoist Li can now be considered to be acquainted with you little brothers. I wish to draw from the support of all three of you, and it would be quite troublesome if I were to lack any of you. He then directed Han Li to a seat that was farther away from those two. The venomous flood dragon downed the wine in the cup in front of him and carelessly said, Brother Feng, we've known each other for quite a few years already. Why are you treating this matter so mysteriously? You've yet to give us an explanation. Additionally, you require the assistance of a human cultivator, and a trifling core formation cultivator at that. That's right. I am also quite curious. You insisted for us two to come together. Could it be that Brother Feng is doing something dangerous? The demon tortoise with a thick shell on its back frowned. He may possess an extremely large body, but he appeared rather timid. Feng-Shi smiled and slightly spread out his arms. There is no need to worry, fellow Taoist Gue. I didn't call you two over to deal with a formidable enemy or to travel to a dangerous area. Rather, I wish for your assistance in refining a magic treasure. Refining a magic treasure? The tortoise and flood dragon paused for a moment before glancing at one another. A trace of amazement also appeared on Han Li's face. Feng-Shi slowly said with a feverish expression, That's right. I am preparing to refine a magic treasure to fit onto my own body. Did we hear correctly? Brother Feng wishes to refine a magic treasure? Don't tell me you've forgotten that the bodies of us demon cultivators are better than any magic treasure. What material could possibly be refined to be stronger than one's own body? The venomous flood dragon shook his head in disapproval. The demon tortoise nodded his head in agreement and said, Brother Wu's words are undoubtedly true. The might of any magic treasure will undoubtedly be inferior to the innate bodies of us demon cultivators. Rather than wasting time on external items, wouldn't it be better to further cultivate one's own abilities? For example, with regards to Brother Wu's flood dragon constitution, his innate water attribute techniques have become 100 times stronger than other races with only slight cultivation. With your spirit aviary constitution, you should have exceptionally good aptitude towards wind attribute techniques. By cultivating your firestorm wings to a deeper stage, you should be able to travel tens of thousands of miles in an instant and roam the seas as you please. As for my profound tortoise constitution, although it isn't as remarkable as either of yours, my shell will become invulnerable when it is cultivated to the sentient transformation stage. How could a human refined magic treasure possibly compare? Feng-Shi didn't grow angry at their words. Rather, he wore a relaxed smile and said, Given how long I've cultivated, how could I not know this? However, the magic treasure I wish to refine is profound. It is a pair of spiritual wings. With these thunderstorm wings, I am confident I will be able to roam the skies without limits. Thunderstorm wings. The demon tortoise absently blinked. It seemed he was at a loss. That's right. A few years ago, when I toured the deep seas for cultivation, I came upon an ancient cultivator's ruins and discovered the remains of a huge bird. Although only its silver wing bones remained, they still possessed an astonishing amount of lightning energy. I suspect the wing bones belong to of a peak metamorphosis stage lightning rock. You should know that the lightning rock is a primordial bird that possessed extreme speed. It could be considered among the top 10 of high-grade, bird-type demon beasts. Its speed was similar to a flash of lightning, far superior to that of a windbreaker beast. Thus, I was struck with a sudden inspiration of bringing the bones back to my cave dwelling and using them along with other bird wing materials to create a human-like magic treasure and affix it to my body. Feng-Shi's eyes glistened as if he was unable to contain the excitement in his heart. He then added, After refining the wing bones, they naturally can't be solely lightning attribute. A bit of wind attribute spiritual power must be added as well so that I may use them more easily. Is that even possible? The venomous flood dragon revealed a doubtful expression. The demon tortoise at his side also appeared skeptical. Don't worry, I've already spent a year researching the wing. I even went as far as to change my appearance and headed over to the humans for their tool refining texts and instruction. Afterwards, I combined them with my Firestorm Wing refinement methods to come up with the current plans to refine a magic treasure. While I don't dare to say that success is certain, the odds are at least 80%. Of course, you won't be helping me for nothing. Regardless of whether the magic treasure succeeds. The Windbreaker Beast spoke confidently. He started speaking in voice transmission, not wishing for Han Li to hear what he said regarding their compensation. Han Li sat calmly at the side, turning a blind eye to what was happening. However, he had placed both of his hands on the table, unconsciously revealing his annoyance, contrary to his calm expression. Han Li knew that the three demons' conditions were unfavorable to him. However, he had no rights to be asking questions in their presence. He could only stifle his curiosity and think of his own countermeasures in silence. After discussing it with the demon tortoise, the flood dragon eventually agreed. Good. Since Brother Feng mentioned those conditions, we will definitely provide our assistance. Feng, she was delighted to hear that and confidently smiled. With your Earth attribute techniques, you'll be able to use your formation spells to temporarily create lightning attribute spiritual power. I'll be able to combine wind spiritual power into it with my own wind attribute techniques. But in order to balance both powers, we'll require fellow Taoist Lees would attribute cultivation arts to counteract any disparities in power from either side. With this, the wind and thunder will hopefully be able to succeed. When his gaze fell upon Han Li and saw that he was sitting there without a word, he suddenly thought of something. A strange expression suddenly flickered within his eyes and he gave Han Li a beaming smile. Fellow Taoist Li, I forgot to tell you. Although the Jadefire wine can assist in a human's cultivation, the wine was something that was prepared for the consumption of demon cultivators after all. As a result, human cultivators will experience a trace of chaotic malicious qi. Although there is nothing wrong now, soon enough, the malicious qi will spread and mix with one's true essence, resulting in a detonation of one's spiritual power. After he said that, Feng Shi immediately closed his mouth and coldly stared at Han Li in silence. Han Li merely sighed with a frown, displaying neither panic nor fury. Han Li slowly asked with a tranquil expression, "If Brother Feng can help me eliminate this malicious qi, then please speak. Will I only be able to survive if the magic treasure refinement succeeds?" This caused a trace of surprise to momentarily appear in Feng Shi's eyes. The other two demon beasts also revealed an interested expression upon hearing Han Li. He, fellow Taoist Li is a sensible person. Since you already know this, I won't further speak of it. So long as the thunderstorm wings are successfully refined, I will remove this future ailment. But if it fails, you will be the first target of my frustrations. You had best dissolve any fantasies of dissolving it on your own. Even if nascent soul cultivators were willing to assist you, they wouldn't be able to eliminate the chaotic malicious qi left over from the Jadefire wine. He spoke with a chilling voice and displayed not the slightest emotion. I know what must be done. Han Li nodded his head but bitterly smiled in his heart. He also refrained from saying anything in his mind, fearing that it would somehow affect his later performance during the magic treasure refinement. As Han Li was brimming with the feeling of helplessness, the three demon cultivators were having a leisurely chat at the table. Feeling that the odds of success with the refinement was high, Feng Shi cheerfully asked the Flood Dragon, I heard that little brother Wu's Flood Dragon clan has partaken in the unfathomable depths assault on human cultivators. Is this matter true? I've always recalled that flood dragons hadn't bothered themselves with these matters. Humph, that's right. This time there are a few experts from our clans that have decided to act. How else could the rubbish from the unfathomable depths possibly have succeeded in their attack? Were it not for our assistance, they wouldn't have been able to exterminate the two nascent soul cultivators. The flood dragon didn't bother to conceal the matter in the presence of Han Li. Although no clear emotion appeared on Han Li's face, he couldn't help but reveal some surprise. As Han Li felt bewildered by the flood dragon's comments, Feng Shi chuckled and said, I heard that a few years ago, when fellow Taoist Wu had acted as a protector for Brother Gui's tribulation, several human cultivators launched an attack on him. Although you managed to repel them in the end, you suffered a bit of injury. Could it be that, as a result of that battle, the Flood Dragon clan had decided to attack? Your demon clan has always valued protecting their own. In those years, the cultivators of that island were far too arrogant. They truly believed that the seas belonged to them. They even equated us metamorphosed demon cultivators to those low-grade demon beasts that had yet to shed their beastly bodies. They were simply asking to be destroyed. My situation was merely one of many triggers for the attack. With that said, the savage flood dragon paused for a moment before continuing. But most important of all was the humans' attack on a grade 7 lion dragon, one from the unfathomable depths monarch clan. As a result, the venerable Lord Lion Dragon didn't hesitate to consume their strength to issue a myriad demon writ, resulting in several tens of thousands of demon beasts laying waste to the humans' islands. The reason why my Flood Dragon clan lent their assistance wasn't as revenge for the Lion Dragon, but rather for the sacred provenance plate that had been passed down from generation to generation. It was taken away by humans from the Lion Dragon when it was slain. Although it was badly damaged and had no true value, it was an item that has been continuously circulated throughout our demon clans. Cannot be allowed to fall into human hands. The savage flood dragon then flashed a harsh gaze at Han Li. Feng Shi's expression stirred, and he looked at the flood dragon with a strange smile. I have heard of the lion dragon being slain, but nothing of the sacred provenance plate. Could it be that without the inherited keepsake, the Lion Dragon clan would find it difficult to remain the monarchs of the unfathomable depths? Is your Flood Dragon clan thinking about unseating them? I don't know much about that. After all, I've never taken much interest in the clan's internal affairs. However, I am very interested in the 3 sacred provenances technique recorded on the plate. I've heard that the might of these ancient secret techniques are amazing. Unfortunately, those techniques have long since been damaged by time and are impossible to reconstruct. The flood dragon's face revealed excitement before being replaced with regret. The demon turtle suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Hee hee, Brother Wu is quite greedy. Those secret desolate techniques are just legends from how I see it. I can't believe those techniques to be superior to your clan's dragonification arts." When the flood dragon heard that, a trace of pride appeared on his face. That may be. My clan's dragonification arts are capable of turning flood dragons into true dragons when the deepest level is cultivated. As such, it is naturally the peak cultivation art among demons. Feng Shi chuckled without adding anything further. The sacred provenance plate? When Han Li heard this, he was able to maintain his calm expression despite the restlessness in his heart. He suddenly thought of the copper plate that he had recently acquired. The copper plate recorded demon cultivation arts that possessed seemingly great might. Could it be that he had happened to acquire the item that the demons were discussing? Although he didn't know the specific uses of the sacred provenance plate, he came to realize that the item was cause for trouble after hearing that it was something that was passed down by demon clans from antiquity. Could that dark-skinned cultivator have been the main offender that brought about the beast torrent? It wasn't impossible for a mid-core formation cultivator such as himself to slay a grade 7 demon beast. Han Li didn't feel particularly worried as he mulled over these thoughts. He could already be considered drowning in misfortune. As his life could be forfeit at any one moment, Han Li couldn't bring himself to care about yet more trouble that had befallen him. It would be better for him to not dwell on any of those matters while he was still here. At the moment, Feng Shi turned to Han Li and indifferently said, "Fellow Taoist Li, as you've recently entered late core formation, you should consolidate your cultivation. I don't wish for you to suddenly be incapable of using your magic power during the magic treasure refinement. Follow after the light and return to your room for a bit of further cultivation." With that said, he flicked a ball of white light from his fingers, leading out one of the doors. Without a choice, Han Li could only stand up with a forced smile and follow the light out of the hall. He had actually wished to further listen to the secret matters of the demon clan. As he walked outside the hall, he suddenly heard Feng Shi indifferently warn him, "Fellow Taoist shouldn't rashly leave the room. Otherwise, I will misunderstand and trouble will arise." The 3 demons behind him saw Han Li slow down before wordlessly continuing on his way. The flood dragon looked in the direction that Han Li had disappeared with an odd gaze and said, "Is there a problem? From how I see it, the young one doesn't seem resigned." A surprise could occur during the treasure refinement. Fengxi sneered and said, "Be at ease. The success of the thunderstorm wings will mostly depend on us three. The human will merely be a tool to provide would attribute spiritual power. Once the treasure refinement has started, he will have no control. Not to mention the malicious qi that is contained in his body. With that in mind, he is completely powerless." The demon turtle suddenly smiled and teasingly said, "Now that you mention the chaotic malicious qi, the jade fire wine shouldn't have such a thing. Could it be that Brother Feng entrapped him?" Fengxi fixed the silver scarf on his head and evilly grinned. "Hee hee, of course. I gave him a specially refined cup of jade fire wine. The malicious qi should actually be called devilish qi. In an encounter with a formidable devil Dao cultivator, he summoned something he had refined from his body, leaving devilish qi on my body. It proved quite troublesome to remove. When the flood dragon and the tortoise demon heard this, they smiled at each other with their last doubts dispelled. At that moment, Han Li had followed the white light sphere into a stone room. It was elegantly decorated. Not only was there a couch refined from white jade, there was also a table with a set of chairs along with many pots of rarely seen plants. After Han Li entered the room, the white light orb suddenly dissolved itself. When Han Li saw this, he immediately closed the door to the stone room and took out several differently colored formation flags from his robes. He placed them at each corner of the stone room and enveloped the room in a small spell formation. Han Li felt somewhat at ease from being free of the demon cultivator's surveillance. Although the spell formation had no defensive qualities, it would give early warning of any outsider's malicious eavesdropping. Although this would certainly annoy the windbreaker beast, he wouldn't make a big deal over this small matter. With that thought, Han Li changed his focus to the most important worries. He walked in front of the couch and sat cross-legged on it before closing his eyes. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Han Li opened his eyes with a furrowed brow. His body appeared exactly the same as it was before. There was nothing amiss. It seemed the demon was tricking him with false words. He had absolutely no perception of the malicious qi in his body. Han Li stroked his chin with a pensive expression. After a moment of deliberation, he suddenly took out an item and examined it for a moment before revealing a harsh expression. 2 days later, Fengxi knocked on Han Li's stone door and then walked in. Upon seeing Han Li, the human-formed demon beast wore an excited expression and said, "Let's go. We will be refining the magic treasure today. Fellow Taoists Wu and Gue are waiting for us in the tool refinement room." He then brought Han Li out of the room and headed towards his tool refinement room. After following the demon cultivator for a short distance, Han Li arrived in front of an azure jade wall. Fengxi slapped that wall without any hesitation, causing an arched gate to appear and open. The demon cultivator then stood to the side, indicating for Han Li to enter first. Han Li first took a quick glance through the door and saw that the room glowed red. He could faintly feel a roasting heat from within. With eyebrows raised, he took a deep breath before walking in. Han Li's gaze then revealed a trace of astonishment after clearly seeing what was inside. The flood dragon and demon tortoise were both standing inside the room, but Han Li was more surprised to see the fire within. There was a square platform that spanned about 10 meters at the center of the room. It was filled with roaring scarlet flames. There was a huge, complex refinement formation that surrounded the platform. After taking several quick glances at it, Han Li was left amazed. With his current knowledge on tool and spell refinement, he could tell how impressive this formation spell was, despite not immediately recognizing its profound complexities. It wasn't something that he was capable of establishing. The two demon cultivators coldly glanced at Han Li when he walked in before paying him no further heed. "All right, everyone has arrived. I've already explained the spell formation's refinement principles to brothers Wu and Gue. Fellow Taoistly, all you have to do is stand at the corner of the formation and provide a steady stream of would attribute spiritual power to the formation. Now that we've come this far, fellow Taoistly had better refrain from thinking about anything silly." Fengxi pointed to a corner and looked at Han Li with a heavy gaze. After taking a glance at the pit of earthfire, Han Li responded with a bitter smile. What use is there in thinking about silly things now? Then it is good that fellow Taoist understands. Although Feng Shi said this, he wore a trace of a sneer. It seemed he didn't believe Han Li's words. When Han Li saw this, he managed to preserve a bitter expression on his face, but he inwardly cursed, "Damned monster." He then walked to a corner of the room and sat down cross-legged. After seeing that Han Li obediently sat down where he had pointed, Feng Shi nodded his head in satisfaction and turned to the two demons, politely saying, "Brothers, let us enter the formation and prepare." When the two demons heard this, they stepped forward without objection and stood at the formation's cornerstones as previously discussed. Feng Shi lightly smiled and patted the storage pouch at his waist. The pouch unhurriedly flew around the earthfire pit before turning upside down and releasing a burst of radiance. A small silver ball of light pierced through the radiance and soon expanded. In the blink of an eye, it revealed a pair of sparkling white wing bones that were each about 3 meters long. One of the wings was missing the front half while the other wing was completely shattered. Although they appeared worthless at first glance, these sparkling bone fragments emitted an enormous pressure that left one in awe. The flood dragon gazed at the bones and clicked his tongue in amazement. So this is the wing of the lightning rock. Although it is extremely damaged, it appears completely genuine. It is deserving of its title as a bird of desolate antiquity. Feng Shi stared at the bones with a feverish expression and said, "That is only natural. The lightning rock didn't die in meditation. The reason why its bones were broken should be because someone had trapped it there and ambushed it. Otherwise, with its amazing speed and its peak metamorphosis stage cultivation, it definitely would have been able to flee." At that moment, Han Li was glancing at the lightning rock wing bones in appreciation. The demon tortoise didn't seem to be particularly interested in the bones. After glancing at it for a moment, he said with unusual impatience, "Let us start on refining it. We don't know how many months it will take." Feng Shi paused after hearing this, but he immediately thought of something and broke out into laughter. "Ha! I've forgotten that Brother Gue entered metamorphosis stage less than 100 years ago. He'd naturally feel uneasy towards lightning attribute items. Well then, let us start without delay." The flood dragon didn't raise any opposition to starting. With that said, the demon beasts' bodies gradually released an astonishing demonic chi, each filling the room with white, blue, and yellow radiance. Han Li didn't know whether the formation spell was activated from the demonic chi or some other method, but the formation started to glow and slightly sway before it finally started to revolve. The tens of mid-grade formation stones that surrounded the formation each began to release a blinding gleam. Han Li felt restless as he watched the scene occur. Feng Shi let out a shout and brought his hands together. He parted his hands and shot 2 arm-thick beams of white light down into the formation. With a low hum being released, the ground began to tremble for a moment before the earthfire started to rampage at the center of the room. Whoosh! A head-sized ball of flame shot out from the pit and directly floated above the wing bone. The flame then ruptured, enveloping the wing bone in scorching scarlet flames. The flood dragon and the demon tortoise exchanged a glance before raising their hands and releasing threads of yellow and blue radiance. The numerous, densely packed threads of radiance penetrated the flames and wrapped around the bones. The bones then began to soften amongst the intertwining lights. A short moment later, the two used those spirit threads to mold the bones into a more complete shape. As Han Li watched this, he felt as if his perspective had been greatly widened. With the other two demons molding the bones, a strange light glinted within Feng Shi's eyes, and he grasped his hands in an incantation gesture and repeatedly shifted his 10 fingers in a rapid manner. Tens of thumb-sized balls of white light subsequently appeared and accurately fell upon the bone wings. In that instant, deafening rolls of thunder began to sound out from the flames. The mended wing bones had begun to release countless sparks of lightning. The sparks were extremely slender and shined with silver light. They began to quickly strike and merge into the blue and yellow spiritual threads. After the spiritual threads absorbed the lightning, it flourished with silver light, overwhelming the thread's original color in an instant. When Feng Shi saw this, he solemnly stomped the ground, sending an incantation seal into the spell formation. With several muffled crackles, the variously colored beams of light began to shoot out from the earthfire pit. Simultaneously, the wing bone's radiance converged into a blinding single point. Han Li unconsciously narrowed his eyes. By the time his vision had returned to normal, there was a dense, luminous rainbow barrier that had appeared above the earthfire pit. Han Li's expression stirred for a moment before he managed to recover his expressionless face. The white wing bones were intensely scorched by the earthfire within the light barrier, but not the slightest change had occurred. Upon seeing this, the three demons all let out a long sigh. The first step was completed without any mishaps or mistakes. Afterwards, She took out an azure, transparent gem with a relaxed expression and tossed it into the light barrier without any hesitation. A short moment later, the gem melted into a semi-liquid. She hastily released white spirit threads and manipulated the melted gem to evenly coat the wing bone's surface. She still appeared quite vigilant after all this was done. He glanced at the other two demons with slight significance and softly said, "Wind." He then took a breath and spat out a white translucent pearl, sending it into the light barrier in an instant. The flood dragon and demon tortoise didn't dare to delay, and also spat out their long cultivated demon cores. The demon cores intertwined with one another as they spun through the air. She raised his hand and struck his demon core with the incantation seal, immediately arousing a white, wind attribute core flame to wildly erupt from the demon core. Under the control of the flood dragon and demon tortoise, they also had their demon cores release a finger-dense string of core flame. The blue and yellow strings of flame intertwined with a crackle before turning into a silver flame. The silver and white flames were then immediately absorbed into the surrounding earthfire, resulting in the earthfire immensely growing in pressure. Afterwards, the spirit-infused flames enveloped the wing bones and it slowly began to be refined. She revealed an expression of unconcealed joy on his face and called out to the other two demons before sitting down cross-legged. The flood dragon and demon tortoise soon followed suit. A moment later, the huge formation spell became deathly quiet. Silently sitting alone in the corner, a strange expression flickered within Han Li's eyes several times. But after taking a look around, Han Li could only bitterly smile. Due to some unknown designs of the formations, at the same time the rainbow barrier had formed above the earthfire pit. An identical formation had appeared around Han Li, trapping him inside. Were it not for the absence of flame inside Han Li's barrier, he would have entirely suspected that he was also a material to be refined. Han Li had grown even more uneasy upon seeing that he was still left alone after so long. But at that moment, a change had suddenly occurred. With a flash of light, the light barrier began to pulsate. Han Li narrowed his eyes for a moment before recovering his indifferent expression. Before he could even guess what had happened, he suddenly felt something amiss from his body. He couldn't help but fearfully lower his head. As the rainbow light barrier around him pulsated, he saw faint wisps of azure light visibly leaving his body. Although it was quite slow, his spiritual power was undoubtedly being drained from his body and into the light barrier. Han Li frowned with a sullen expression. It seemed the three demons had no plans of having him meddle with the treasure refinement. As such, he was only being treated as a huge spirit stone. But after some further thought, his expression returned to normal, and he inwardly sneered. He didn't believe that the three demons would hold him there forever. He reckoned that they would have him assist them sooner or later. Although Han Li had anticipated that the treasure refinement wouldn't merely take a few days, he was quite shocked to find that the three demon cultivators sat cross-legged in complete stillness for 5 entire months, while refining the bizarre material with their core flames. During this period, apart from stopping 4 times to recover their magic power, they had kept their demon cores suspended in the air, continuously spouting out core flames in a leisurely manner. Their statuses as grade 8 and 9 demon beasts clearly weren't just for show. Their magic power was truly profound. Because Han Li was refining qi the entire time, he had managed to preserve his full state of magic power. The minuscule amount of magic power that the light barrier consumed could hardly be considered significant. The wing bones within the core flames had become increasingly translucent and bright with each passing day. It also faintly carried the sounds of thunder and sharp wind. The joy in Feng Shi's eyes became more obvious as this occurred. Han Li knew that the finalization of the thunderstorm wings was approaching. In those several months, Han Li was puzzled to find that not a single trace of the malicious qi could be found from within his body. However, after some further thought, he felt that it had something to do with the divine devilbane lightning in his body. They had a miraculous efficacy against things of evil nature. Could it be that the malicious qi had already been exterminated by the divine devilbane lightning? Han Li felt delight at the thought. Had the malicious qi truly appeared, he had planned on using the divine devilbane lightning to get rid of it, or to take the risk of swallowing some gold-devouring beetles and having them forcefully consume it. As a result, the Windbreaker Beast's method of coercion was unable to inspire any fear in Han Li. Not that he had taken it seriously to begin with. The old demon definitely wouldn't have expected for Han Li to possess such an astonishingly valuable magic treasure with his low cultivation. Without any worry of this later harming him, Han Li became even more resolved to resist. He quickly swept through the many plans he had previously made to escape. He was prepared to use the most optimal plan according to how the situation played out. After yet another month, Feng Shi rose from his seat and began to take action as if he felt that the refinement was about to be done. From the moment he opened his eyes, he stared at the bone wings in the air that were on the verge of completion. With a deep sigh, he suddenly shot a dozen incantation seals at it and suddenly extinguished his core flame, revealing the 3 demon cores and 2 bone wings that were within. The demon cores were comparatively dimmer than before. It seemed the persistent strain of the demon cores over the months of use had harmed their origin qi. Contrarily, the bone wings had become slender and whole, emitting a milky white luster that was nearly blinding. Without any hesitation, Feng Shi flicked his own demon core, causing it to wildly rotate around in the air before returning down his throat. The other 2 demons glanced at each other before doing the same. Wordlessly, the 3 demons began to immediately meditate and rest. Several days later, the 3 demon cultivators had replenished their magic power and origin qi. At that moment, Feng Shi turned his gaze to Han Li. He shot an incantation seal at the light barrier entrapping him. Red radiance bored into the light barrier, causing it to dissolve with several violent flashes. Han Li possessed an entirely tranquil expression that was void of any surprise. Feng Shi's expression grew relaxed and he said, "Next, we will be joining the 2 wings as one and merge lightning and wind together. We will require fellow Taoists would attribute magic power to act as a balance. Get yourself prepared." Understood. Without saying anything further, Han Li stood up. When Feng Shi saw Han Li's expression, he frowned and hesitation flickered within his eyes. He lowered his head and muttered to himself for a moment before suddenly flicking his finger without warning. A streak of white radiance shot straight towards Han Li. Han Li's expression grew aghast, but after a moment of hesitation, he didn't move out of the way. With the white radiance entering his body, Han Li wore an unsightly expression. Han Li pursed his lips and sullenly said, "Senior Feng, what is the meaning of this? Be at ease, the wind spirit energy will not harm you, and will disappear after a short amount of time. But during this time, if I were to trigger it with a slight bit of magic power, fellow Taoist is as good as dead. Do your best, and don't think about anything else." Feng Shi sinisterly said. Han Li inwardly grumbled upon hearing that. Over half of his plans to escape had just been eliminated. Feng Shi was quite pleased to see Han Li's angry expression. Without paying further attention to Han Li, he took out 3 medicine bottles from his storage pouch. Afterwards, he tossed 2 of them to the other demons. Feng Shi solemnly exhorted, "Little brothers, be careful. Combining wind and lightning spiritual power will be very taxing on our magic power. These bottles each has a drop of myriad-year spirit milk. Use it when your magic power is exhausted. The merging process must go smoothly. Otherwise, the thunderstorm wings will never come into being." A trace of amazement flickered within the flood dragon's eyes, When he heard that the bottles contained myriad-year spirit milk, he soon agreed, "Please be at ease. I will certainly spare no effort." The demon tortoise to his side slapped his chest and pledged, "As will I. I also wish to see what profound abilities the thunderstorm wings will display upon completion." Feng Shi wore a satisfied expression after hearing their responses. He then wordlessly rubbed his hands together before holding them out and shooting a bowl-thick beam of white light towards the rainbow light barrier. The light barrier trembled and released a low hum for a moment. Afterwards, it flickered and continuously shifted colors until it shined with a blinding white radiance. When the flood dragon and demon tortoise saw this, they rushed to shoot out their own blue and yellow beams of light at the barrier. Halfway to the barrier, the beams of light converged to turn into a white beam of lightning spiritual energy before then striking the barrier. In an instant, the light rumbled and the light barrier underwent another change. Rolls of thunder began to sound from within the barrier as it pulsated with a silver radiance. Upon seeing the barrier flicker, Feng Shi unhesitantly ordered Han Li with a deep, icy tone, "Fellow Taoist Li, pour in 1/10 of your cultivation's spiritual power." Han Li hesitated for a moment and his expression stirred. Feng Shi could definitely end him from controlling the wind spiritual energy inside his body. He could only raise his hand and shoot a finger-thick beam of azure light into the barrier. A strange scene occurred. The instability and hums released from the light barrier were instantly reduced. The brilliance had also dimmed and became slightly more stable. Feng Shi's expression relaxed and he excitedly said, "Good. Continue to supply the spiritual power." It appeared that his plan to combine wind and lightning energy was coming into fruition. When the other two demons saw this, their confidence greatly increased. They started to form many various complicated incantation gestures and strike countless spell seals against the light barrier. After a short moment, the light barrier began to reveal a furious white gale contained within it along with bolts of silver lightning. The lightning and wind energy wrapped closely together around the bone wings and started to merge. Feng Shi then called for Han Li to pour in further would attribute spiritual power as he gazed into the light barrier. In the following week, huge bolts of silver lightning and furious white gales rampaged within the barrier. The three demons grew tense and continuously struck the light barrier with their incantation seals. Feng Shi appeared particularly intense. As Han Li watched them from the side, he continued to pour his wood attribute spiritual energy into the barrier under their orders. However, a trace of a strange, excited expression flickered within his eyes. But in the end, Han Li decided against taking any rash actions. He felt the opportunity had yet to arrive. Three demons couldn't conceal their fatigue. Although their incantation seals didn't cease, their magic power was definitely on the point of exhaustion. Although the violent storm of lightning and wind inside the light barrier was intense, a strange union began to form. The violent winds began to flicker with sparks and the lightning began to carry cries of the wind. The three demons wore unconcealed joy upon seeing this. On the next day, the demon tortoise had exhausted his magic power and took the drop of spirit milk. In the following days, the flood dragon and Feng Shi followed suit. Han Li expressionlessly looked at this and gripped the storage pouch in his hands. His eyes contained a difficult-to-perceive trace of slyness. When the three demon beasts' magic power had been exhausted and the magic treasure had yet to be fully refined, that would be his moment to act. Han Li had originally thought this plan to be unreliable, but under the current circumstances, it had become somewhat feasible. After another 20 days passed, the interior of the barrier had become tranquil. The violent storm had disappeared to reveal a pair of silver-white wings. The missing flesh around the lightning rock bones had been replaced with precious materials, and the feathers were replaced with lightning and wind. With this, the pair of wind and lightning wings had taken form. Although the wings currently appeared completed, in truth, the feathers' wind-lightning power had only just taken form and had yet to stabilize. As a result, the clearly exhausted Feng Shi had forced himself to pour even more magic power into the barrier, fearing that their previous efforts would go to waste. Feng Shi felt quite gloomy as he did this. He had originally believed that the 3 drops of spirit milk that he had specially acquired for them would be sufficient. But he didn't expect that their spiritual power would be depleted while just on the verge of the wing's completion. Fortunately, under the current circumstances, he could choose to damage his origin chi and forcefully support it until the end. Otherwise, the magic treasure would be lost forever, and he would be inflicted with incurable regret. But during that moment, the grade 9 demon beast suddenly felt a strange fluctuation of chi inside the room. Although it was very weak and only occurred for a short time, it was extremely pure. He swept his gaze across the room with narrowed eyes, eventually arriving upon Han Li. Feng Shi's face turned sullen. Han Li revealed shock, but he immediately forced a smile. However, Feng Shi continued to coldly gaze upon him without emotion. "Take it out," the demon cultivator ordered. "What does Senior want?" Han Li's expression grew increasingly strained and artificial as he quietly withdrew his hand from his sleeve. A cold glint flickered from Feng Shi's eyes. He wordlessly pointed at Han Li, shooting a ball of dazzling, pulsing white light towards Han Li. Han Li was initially stunned before he immediately released a miserable scream. He fell to the floor and thrashed about with an agonized expression as his complexion turned purple. "Humph! If you won't listen to words, then listen to force." A hostile gaze flashed across Feng Shi's face as he gazed at the small bottle that fell out of Han Li's sleeve. With a strange expression, he grabbed toward the small bottle and had it fly to his hand. Feng Shi glared at Han Li and bluntly said, "Is the flare of wind spirit energy unpleasant? You had consumed quite a bit of spiritual energy recently, but you've recovered quite a bit of it. It seems the bottle should hold some spiritual medicine. Did fellow Taoist Li plan on taking advantage of our deprived state to flee by using his recovered spiritual energy?" After the demon cultivator ceased his technique, Han Li was barely able to stand back up. His face paled as if his scheme had been exposed. Feng Shi glanced at the small bottle. "Why? Aren't you clever? Let's see what is in the bottle." "I've never heard of something besides from myriad spirit milk that is able to recover spiritual power in an instant," the flood dragon curiously said. "I've also never heard of such a thing. However, it has come at a useful time." At that moment, the demon tortoise and flood dragon were striking the barrier with incantation seals and accelerating the fusion process between the lightning and wind. Although it seemed that the demon tortoise was doing slightly better than the flood dragon, his magic power was also heavily depleted and he was barely able to persist. Feng Shi opened the bottle with a thumping heart, catching a whiff of pure spirit chi. He glanced at the bottle before bringing it to his nose and taking a sniff. The demon tortoise was unable to keep calm and closely questioned, "What is it?" Feng Shi glared at Han Li and coldly said, "Speak." Han Li crestfallenly hung his head and reluctantly said, "It is a flask of diluted myriad-year spirit milk." When the demon tortoise heard him, his spirit trembled with surprised delight. "What? You also have myriad-year spirit milk?" As the 3 demons didn't believe that their magic power could persist until the end, they were greatly overjoyed. "Humph, it's green. It seems you mixed something else within it too. And it has heavy wood spiritual chi." Feng Shi examined the small bottle with suspicion. Han Li bitterly smiled and sincerely answered, "I mixed a few aged spiritual medicines within it. Because I practice a wood attribute cultivation art, wood attribute spiritual chi would naturally be of great benefit to me." Feng Shi frowned and thought to ask more when the demon tortoise loudly yelled, "Brother Feng, quickly pass the spirit milk over and let me drink it. I know that although we will be able to persist with great difficulty, we will overdraft our origin chi and cause our cultivation to decline. I need to replenish my spiritual chi." The demon tortoise feared that Feng Shi wouldn't agree and grew anxious. Feng Shi hesitantly responded, "Of course I know that, but this spirit milk—" After a moment of silence, the flood dragon said, "Brother Feng, I can sense the pure spiritual chi from so far away. It is myriad spirit milk without a doubt. Even if the spirit milk was sabotaged, what harm will it do to us? Moreover, I am a venomous flood dragon, a devourer of all poisons. Even if the bottle is poisoned, it will have no effect against me." It appeared they both didn't wish to squander their origin chi. Hee. I had nearly forgotten about Brother Wu's innate poison ability. Since this is the case, let us split the spirit milk into 3. This way, we won't suffer much damage to our true essence after we complete the refinement. Feng Shi silently smiled and stretched his neck back, pouring a third of the spirit milk down his throat. He then tossed the bottle to the venomous flood dragon with a chuckle. As a grade 9 demon beast, he had no fear of any poison, and since the spiritual chi was genuine, he had no thoughts of letting it go. The flood dragon caught the small bottle and drank half of what was left in the bottle before handing it off to the demon tortoise. The demon tortoise then impatiently gulped the rest of the spirit milk and flung the small bottle to the side. Not long after, the 3 felt some of their magic power recover, and they let out a breath of relief. Feng Shi not longer held any of his original suspicions in mind. At that moment, a cold glint flickered in the flood dragon's eyes as he sent Feng Shi a voice transmission. When we're done refining the treasure, the human cultivator will no longer have a use. Let me finish him off. The human makes for an irksome presence. When the flood dragon finished speaking, he coldly swept his gaze over Han Li and displayed harsh killing intent. Feng Shi unconsciously turned his gaze to Han Li and indifferently said, "Don't get rid of him for the time being. Although we won't need his wood attribute spiritual chi in the following days, it is better to be careful. You can kill him after the refinement is finished." "Fine. Then the human will have a few more days to live." The flood dragon's tone was unsatisfied, but he decided to agree to wait in the end. Han Li had only seen their lips move and was unable to know what they said. However, his body broke into a chill when their hostile gazes fell upon him, and he could faintly guess what they were talking about. His face grew unsightly after some thought, and he wordlessly sat down cross-legged on the floor. He then slowly closed his eyes as if he were resigned to death. The 3 demons paused after seeing this, but they paid no more attention to Han Li and completely focused their attention on the spirit wings. In truth, Han Li's heart was heavily thumping at that moment. He was slowly transferring slivers of faint gold lightning from his bamboo cloudswarm swords into his body, controlling it so it wouldn't erupt. Afterwards, layers of divine Devilbane lightning began to densely coil around the ball of wind spirit energy that Feng Shi had planted within him. The wind spirit energy wasn't something that Han Li could refine at his current cultivation, and it wasn't something that the Devilbane lightning could cleanly dissolve. However, he could restrain it for the time being and prevent it from flaring out, drawing from his experience in binding the celestial ice pearl. At that moment, the demon tortoise had recovered a portion of his spiritual power. Just as he effortlessly continued to pour spiritual power into the light barrier, he glanced at the flood dragon and suddenly thought of something. He thought to say something, but his mouth suddenly trembled and his expression twisted. With an odd gaze in his eyes, the demon tortoise ceased sending spiritual power into the light barrier and fell to the ground. His mouth was wide open, but not the slightest sound was produced. An astonishing scene followed. The demon's abdomen had suddenly expanded. In the following moment, his head and limbs also began to swell with protrusions as if evil spirits had suddenly emerged from within his body and wished to break free. When the flood dragon and Feng Shi saw this, their expressions greatly changed and they simultaneously recalled the diluted spirit milk from Han Li's small bottle. The venomous flood dragon bellowed and his body flourished with scarlet light as he thought to immediately attack Han Li. But at nearly the same time, the demon's face immediately grimaced and he fell to his knees with a bang. He helplessly stared at the swelling in his body and remained still in his powerlessness. "You're courting death," Feng Shi furiously yelled. A flash of white light flickered from his face, his body then disappearing from sight. A moment later, he appeared behind Han Li and fiercely swiped down with a black claw. His movements were near instantaneous. Although Han Li had already prepared himself, he still wasn't able to keep up with his movements. He could only do his utmost to throw his body to the side. Clang! Han Li was pushed away by a huge force and was thrown over 30 meters away. Han Li then stood back up with obvious difficulty. The single strike of the grade 9 demon beast's claw wasn't able to immediately kill Han Li. The demon cultivator couldn't help but pause, an ominous glint soon flickering across his eyes as he stared at where he had struck Han Li. The tears in his clothes revealed silver-white scales. A majority of them were shattered from the strike, revealing a twinkling, jet-black cloth underneath. Inner armor? Feng-Shi was greatly surprised, but he soon scoffed and wordlessly turned into wind once more, disappearing without a trace. The inner armor was clearly an extremely fine treasure for it to be able to withstand one of his strikes. However, the armor wouldn't be able to save his life a second time. Han Li also recognized his previous survival to only be a result of luck. He was sure that strike should have been able to kill him. Man Huzi's royal scale plate was truly an extraordinary treasure to be able to ward off a strike from a grade 9 demon beast. With the precious time the armor had bought, Han Li firmly regained his footing. Golden lightning surged throughout his body without the slightest thought, accompanied by a blinding flourish of azure light that took the form of a huge azure essence sword shield. He also raised his arms and summoned 24 azure swords from within his body, instantly forming a barrier around him. Just as Han Li finished doing this, Feng-Shi's tall stature appeared in front of Han Li yet again. With a sinister glare, he opened his mouth and revealed a blinding white light. Han Li's expression abruptly changed as he inwardly cursed in helplessness. He was fundamentally incapable of surviving if the old demon was going to use his demon core in a direct attack. As Han Li felt his heart freeze, Feng-Shi suddenly closed his mouth and his body swayed. His face wore an unsightly expression as he lost his footing. Han Li was immediately roused from his shock, noticing that the demon cultivator had started to tremble. Moreover, his abdomen began to show protrusions. Although this old demon had a much deeper cultivation than the other two, the effects of the green liquid had eventually taken hold. Han Li was overjoyed and pointed at him without the slightest hesitation. The 24 bamboo cloudswarm swords surged towards Feng-Shi and began to wildly strike at him from every angle. After only a short moment, Han Li's smile grew rigid. Although the windbreaker beast was painfully on his knees and his hands were tightly gripping his abdomen, he had managed to envelop his body in a layer of faint white light. The flying swords alone weren't able to break through the light barrier in even the slightest. Additionally, the demon cultivator was still able to force his head up to fiercely glare at Han Li. Although he couldn't speak, his eyes were full of malice. With a single glance, Han Li felt his heart drop. Pondering for a short moment, Han Li concluded there should be some sort of treasure protecting Feng-Shi. Otherwise, he definitely would have been able to slay Han Li with even the slightest control over his magic power, given his immense hatred for Han Li. Han Li's heart grew calm at the thought and he quickly formed an incantation gesture with his hands. The flying swords merged together, forming two balls of blinding azure lights. The two balls of light faded away to reveal two azure swords about 10 meters long. They glowed with an imposingly cold light. With a strange expression flickering within his eyes, Han Li silently opened his mouth and spouted a cloud of azure chi onto each sword, causing them to flourish with splendor. With a series of light hums, they then chopped down towards the windbreaker beast. The huge swords fiercely struck the white light with a bang. Azure and white light intertwined, but in the end, the two swords were only able to cut several inches into the white light before they were forcefully repelled. Han Li blankly stared at the scene, but Feng-Shi wore a trace of a sneer. Han Li couldn't help but tremble upon seeing his expression. Although Feng-Shi was crippled, Han Li had no method of harming him. Apart from the throbbing in Feng-Shi's swollen abdomen, there wasn't much of a change to his limbs or head. The demon cultivator seemed to be forcefully suppressing the effects of the green liquid. Han Li's expression changed as he suddenly threw of something. He hastily turned his gaze to the other demons and felt his heart tremble. The flood dragon and demon tortoise still had inflated bodies. However, their heads and limbs had started to shrink. It appeared that their bodies were releasing the spiritual chi without restraint. It was clear that they were suppressing the green liquid, but at a much slower rate than the windbreaker beast due to their lower cultivation. Han Li instantly pointed to the two huge swords, causing them to strike the two demons as streaks of azure light. Since the swords couldn't deal with the windbreaker beast, it would be better to first deal with the other two demons. Afterwards, Han Li steeled his mind and slapped the spirit beast pouch at his waist. Countless gold-devouring beetles filled the room. With a low-pitched whistle, Han Li directed them towards Feng Shi. Feng Shi's eyes revealed astonishment upon seeing the beetles appear. In the following moment, the countless beetles enveloped the white light in layers and started gnawing at the white light. At that moment, the two huge swords chopped down upon the demon tortoise and flood dragon. Although their eyes widened, they couldn't move in the slightest. They could only watch as the azure swords struck their body. Two violent clangs were produced from the strike, but not the slightest damage was done. Han Li was left stunned by the result. How could this be? The windbreaker beast has a treasure protecting his body that is able to block the flying swords. But these demons were able to repel the swords with their bodies alone, without receiving even the slightest damage. How could the bodies of these grade 8 demon beasts be so hard? Of course, Han Li wasn't about to give up after just this. He pointed to the two huge swords and caused them to release arm-thick bolts of lightning onto the two demons. The two demons appeared quite pained upon receiving the lightning, but they remained uninjured. However, their expressions only grew most hostile as a result. Presumably, their first thoughts after regaining control of their bodies would be to tear Han Li apart. Han Li felt a slight pang of fear at the thought and then turned his head over to look at his gold-devouring beetles. After some thought, he had the gold-devouring beetles float into the air and reveal the demon cultivator underneath. Although the white light had somewhat dimmed, the demon beast was still safe and sound underneath the white light. It was truly proving difficult for Han Li to deal with. Even after the simultaneous feasting of tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles, they had only managed to slightly weaken it. The power of Feng Shi's protective treasure was truly beyond reason. Just as Han Li hesitated on whether he wanted the gold-devouring beetles to continue swarming around Feng Shi regained the ability to speak. The demon wore a vicious expression as he strenuously spoke. "Human, do you believe that a trifling core formation cultivator is somehow capable of dealing with metamorphosis stage demons? In a moment, we will give you a taste of what it means to desire death." Although his tone was calm, his words were staunch and threatening. When Han Li heard those words, he regained clarity of mind. "Humph, is that so?" Without further hesitation, he pointed to the gold-devouring beetles in the air, causing them to change direction towards the other two demons with a ferocious buzz. The two huge swords then made their way towards the rainbow light barrier. Feng Shi saw Han Li's actions and started to panic. He hurriedly yelled at him with a fearful expression. "Stop! What folly are you up to? Do you wish to be pursued by all the flood dragons in these seas? And the thunderstorm wings have yet to be completed. If you take them out now, all will be lost. Furthermore, those spirit wings can only be controlled using both spirit and lightning power. What use is there in you taking it?" Han Li sneered and showed no sign of stopping. The insect swarms fell upon the two demons in an instant, and the two huge sword strikes had nearly collapsed the rainbow refinement barrier. After all, the barrier's purpose was to refine magic tools. It wasn't made with defensive capabilities in mind. Feng Shi's green eyes grew crimson upon seeing this, but the strange ailment that affected his body continued to prevent him from taking any action. In the following moment, the venomous flood dragon released a heaven-shaking screech. Scarlet bloodlight ruptured from within the beetles. Upon touching the bloodlight, the beetles immediately turned into drops of black liquid and released yellow smoke. The scarlet mist was amazingly toxic. Han Li squinted while gazing at the scene through the red mist. The venomous flood dragon's scales had been torn away under the onslaught of the gold-devouring beetles. However, the shredded skin and flesh underneath spouted out a seemingly endless mist of bloodlight, melting large quantities of the beetles into a black liquid. Not long after, the many beetles that had surrounded the flood dragon had nearly all perished. As of current, the mutilated body of the venomous flood dragon was oozing green blood from all over. He stared at Han Li with a bone-deep hatred. Han Li's heart trembled. It appeared that the venomous flood dragon's reputation wasn't undeserved. His gold-devouring beetles had already evolved to a point where ordinary magic treasures could hardly pose a threat to them. It was obvious how deadly the mist of toxic bloodlight was from how easily the beetles had been exterminated. Soon, a sneer reappeared on Han Li's face. The demons had no idea just how many beetles he possessed. Even if he had to expend most of them, he would definitely slay each and every one of them. With that thought, he took a quick look at the swarm of beetles that were covering the demon tortoise. He heard the incessant sound of grating from their direction, but the insect swarm appeared to be nearly motionless. If it weren't for the faint demonic chi that leaked out from the beetles, Han Li would have dared to believe that the demon was already dead. Although he felt uncertainty swell in his heart, Han Li raised his arms into the air without any further thought and tossed several spirit beast pouches out. Suddenly, a huge hum of insect wings reverberated throughout the room as over 100,000 black-tainted gold devouring beetles appeared. Upon seeing such a large quantity of beetles, the flood dragon revealed an expression of despair. At that same moment, Feng Shi's expression abruptly changed to reveal astonishment. It was said that exotic spirit insects had a far shorter lifespan than common spirit beasts. Although their incubation period was quite short and they laid hundreds of eggs when breeding, they would ordinarily only breed once every 100 years. After hatching and accepting a master, they would need several tens of years of training and nurturing before they could be truly used. Additionally, the greater the power and the higher the grade of the insects, the more time was required. As a result, only a few cultivators were renowned for their insect control techniques in the scattered starseas despite the numerous cultivators that practiced such techniques. They were especially rare to find past core formation stage. Most insect controllers would only possess about 1,000 exotic insects in their lifetime if they were lucky. In most of these cases, they had inherited a majority of their insects from a master in order to acquire such an amount. Additionally, exotic insects were said to be far weaker than spirit beasts. It wasn't uncommon to see an entire swarm of insects be exterminated in a single battle. As a result, there were few cultivators that used insect control techniques despite knowing that their powers were great. As a result, Feng Shi and the Flood Dragon were in disbelief after seeing Han Li release such a vast quantity of insects. Despite being metamorphosis stage demon beasts, they still felt fear at the ferocity of Han Li's beetles. Of course, if they knew that this might was coming from insects that had yet to fully mature, they would be left in even greater shock. Without paying any further attention to the hate, fury, and fear in the Flood Dragon's eyes, Han Li quickly uttered an incantation and had the flying insects separate into several groups before sending them off to maul the Flood Dragon. A mist of bloodlight spurted forth once more from the Flood Dragon's wounds, and liquefied any gold-devouring beetles that it touched. However, the beetles swarming around the ceiling of the room held no fear. After a short moment, the mist of bloodlight shrank and dimmed, eventually disappearing to reveal the Flood Dragon's wretched expression. Han Li's eyes brightened as he saw this and had another group of beetles immediately fall upon Flood Dragon, drowning him once more in a sea of gold, silver, and black. This pattern repeated over and over. The swarm would be melted by the toxic bloodlight only to be replaced by yet another swarm after it faded away. Eventually, the venomous Flood Dragon could no longer endure, succumbing to the repeated swarms of gold-devouring beetles. When Feng Shi saw this, his expression faintly changed, but he immediately wore a face of calm. He merely stared at Han Li with an icy gaze. Han Li snorted and had the insect swarm depart from the body, revealing the remains of the venomous Flood Dragon. A sparkling fist-sized, blood-red core could be seen within. A strange emotion flickered from his eyes, but before he took any action, the demon core took off into the air with a flash of blue light, heading in the direction of the room's exit. Han Li instantly reached and shot an azure sword streak from his hand. The demon core wobbled through the air from the strike before an inch-long miniature Flood Dragon suddenly emerged from within the demon core in a flash of blue light. It was the Flood Dragon's primal soul. When the Flood Dragon's soul saw that it had been revealed, it panically disappeared with a flash of scarlet light. A chilling glint flickered from Han Li's eyes. He slapped a spirit beast pouch at his waist, summoning a yellow streak of light. When it fell onto the floor, a small, gloomy monkey with a lazy appearance appeared. It was the Weeping Soul Beast. Hanli didn't have the time to worry about the beast's mood and slapped its head, causing the Weeping Soul Beast to involuntarily snort and shoot a yellow light out from its nose. The yellow light spiraled through the air before eventually enveloping an empty area. With a flash of yellow light, the miniature flood dragon's soul appeared. Soon after, the yellow light wrapped around the flood dragon's soul and dragged it back into the Weeping Soul Beast's nose. The flood dragon's soul was naturally unwilling to face death and stopped itself halfway by releasing a blinding blue light. The blue light stopped the yellow mist in its entirety. With a soul that powerful, it was worthy of belonging to a desolate beast at the metamorphosis stage. It was far more capable than any grade 7 demon beast. Of course, this was also partially due to the Weeping Soul Beast's young age. Otherwise, it would have fully displayed power for which it was famed. Hanli never intended for the Weeping Soul Beast to truly suck in the Flood Dragon's soul. Grade 8 demon beast souls were an extremely precious material, and he naturally wasn't going to waste it. As a result, while the Weeping Soul Beast and the Flood Dragon's soul were locked in confrontation, Hanli disappeared with a blur. He reappeared a moment later next to the Flood Dragon's soul with his hand covered in sparkling azure light. Unable to escape, the soul entered Hanli's tight grasp. The soul was only several inches long, but it managed to forcefully sway his hand in its struggles. However, Hanli had already prepared a jade bottle in his other hand. In a single, quick movement, Hanli enveloped the flood dragon in azure light and slipped it into the bottle. He quickly covered the bottle and carefully placed it into his storage pouch. At that moment, he finally let out a breath of relief. Hanli then turned around to face the demon tortoise, possessing not the slightest intention to delay its death. But at that moment, a brittle crack sounded out. The light barrier was finally broken through by the two huge swords. Without turning his head, he opened his hand and shot a wide cloud of azure light from his palm. A moment later, the light brought back the thunderstorm wings and dropped them into his hand. Since he couldn't deal with them at the time being, he stuffed them into his storage pouch for later. This action caused Feng Shi to nearly spit out a mouthful of blood. His originally calm expression was now brimming with hatred. Hanli's gaze fell upon the mound of beetles lying on another part of the room. He let out a low whistle, and the beetles flew off, revealing the demon tortoise underneath. Hanli felt his breath turn cold. The demon tortoise's body was shredded and mangled, but his body was enveloped in a faint yellow light. His bare flesh was squirming before Hanli's eyes and was healing at an amazing rate. In an instant, a majority of the wounds had already healed. Wearing a stupefied expression, Hanli bitterly yelled, "A self-mending body!" Self-mending bodies were quite common amongst demon beasts, and there were many low-grade demon beasts that possessed one. It would allow for quick recovery from wounds and for severed limbs to regrow. However, this instinctual trait was rare amongst high-grade demon beasts. Despite having killed so many grade 6 and 7 demon beasts, Hanli had never seen an ability of near rebirth such as this. Hanli was immensely shocked to discover that this grade 8 demon tortoise actually possessed such a trait. But with this, Hanli's problems had grown much larger. Apart from somehow slicing open the demon tortoise's head and shattering its demon core, Hanli had no other methods to kill it. Unless he could somehow exhaust his regenerative abilities, he was helpless. Unfortunately, he had only refined his bamboo cloudswarm swords several tens of years ago, and he had scarcely spent any of that time tempering them. As a result, they couldn't be considered powerful amongst magic treasures of cultivators at a similar grade, despite being made out of the legendary golden lightning bamboo and being refined with the exceedingly precious crystal. In the past, he had mostly relied on the magic treasure's quantity and astonishing coordination to slay grade 6 and 7 demon beasts. Of course, while its power was immensely strengthened when a set of 12 combined together into a huge sword, this was merely one of the beneficial aspects of a set of magic treasure. But even with the huge sword fusion, it was clear that he was incapable of defeating either of the present demon beasts' long cultivated bodies. Han Li was extremely vexed when his swords proved completely harmless to the demon cultivators. But after some thought, he regained his calm. A vast majority of high-grade demon beasts specialized in cultivating their bodies. Their dense flesh and hardened skin could rival the magic treasures of similarly ranked cultivators. Furthermore, demon beasts had lifespans that lasted several times longer than common cultivators, sometimes possessing lifespans that were tens of times longer. As a result, the higher grade the demon beast, and the longer they cultivated, the more astonishingly durable their body would be. Before arriving at nascent soul stage, cultivators relied on their magic treasures and knowledge to slay demon beasts of grade 7 and under. But once demon beasts reached the metamorphosis stage at grade 8, they would often suppress human cultivators of the same rank with their cultivated bodies and expanded intellect. Since flood dragons were a primordial race, their grade 8 demons were comparable in both combat and defensive power to common grade 9 demon beasts. As for demon tortoises, their race had the strongest defensive powers amongst all demon beasts. After taking this into consideration, it wasn't any surprise that Han Li's flying swords were unable to harm them in the slightest. Though it may have gone differently if a nascent soul eccentric attacked them with a magic treasure that had been nurtured for several hundred years. Conversely, were it a common nascent soul eccentric lying on the ground, Han Li would have easily been able to slay him. Very few cultivators refined their bodies like demons did, Man Huzi being a particularly notable exception. As for the divine Devilbane lightning, while it may hold fatal power against devilish arts and evil techniques, it wasn't particularly effective against the demon race. The formidable might of the divine Devilbane lightning originated from the gold lightning bamboo itself, but at Han Li's current cultivation, he was only able to tap into about a tenth of its power. With this now clear in his mind, Han Li didn't feel dejected in the least. He understood that once he reached nascent soul stage and spent another 100 years tempering his bamboo cloudswarm swords, his magic treasures would experience an enormous breakthrough in strength. At that point, he would be able to break through the demon beast's defenses with relative ease. After all, the bamboo cloudswarm swords were a peak-grade magic treasure that he had spent an enormous amount of effort on to acquire. As such, Han Li believed they held immense potential. Although Han Li could easily slay grade 7 demon beasts and late core formation cultivators like himself, he didn't dare to fight nascent soul cultivators or grade 8 demon beasts. There was a huge divide between the core formation and nascent soul stages. They were in entirely different worlds. All of these thoughts flashed through Han Li's mind in a mere instant. When he took another glance at the demon tortoise and Feng Shi, his expression wavered and he revealed a deluge of emotion. He came to the conclusion that unless he took the risk and used the celestial ice pearl, he would have no other method of exterminating the two demon beasts in a short amount of time. Even with this, Han Li suspected that while he would be able to finish off the demon tortoise, he would likely prove incapable of breaking through the protective treasure of the windbreaker beast. Since he couldn't control the celestial ice pearl, he wouldn't be able to focus its power onto the demons' bodies, greatly weakening the efficacy of the ice flame's strength. But what especially made Han Li hesitate was that the ice flames couldn't be recovered once used. If he wasn't able to kill Feng Shi after using them, he would be leaving the flames in the room as a parting gift for Feng Shi to make use of. In this situation, it would be better for Han Li to just leave the flames for himself. He could refine the pearl after condensing a nascent soul and have it become another deadly weapon in his arsenal. Han Li spent very little time in thought as he couldn't afford to waste a single moment. While the demon tortoise was still very much swollen, the windbreaker beast's abdomen had already greatly shrunk. Feng Shi's dark expression was becoming more hostile by the moment. Han Li wouldn't have much longer before Feng Shi fully suppressed the green liquid's medicinal power and regained control over his body and magic power. As a result, Han Li gritted his teeth and snatched the demon tortoise's storage pouch before sending him off with a kick into the pit of rampant earthfire. Soon after, he fished out another storage pouch from within the remains of the flood dragon and disappeared with a blur. When he reappeared at the side of the windbreaker beast, he quickly sent him flying off into the pit of earthfire to accompany the demon tortoise. Then, without taking another look at the demons, he flew off as a streak of azure light. Han Li didn't believe they would be able to track him down to whatever random island he chose to conceal himself on, no matter how profound and remarkable their abilities may be. Hence, Han Li struck a large hole through the room's stone door and flew off without a trace. The tool refinement room became completely silent. After an unknown amount of time, a resentful and vicious roar came from the room's earthfire pit. Following the roar, a streak of blinding white light flew out of the earthfire pit and broke through the room's ceiling and then all of the cave residence's restrictions. A moment later, the white light appeared above the small island and flew a circle around it at an imperceptible speed. After stopping in its original place, the light faded away to reveal Feng Shi. From his neat appearance, it appeared that he had been left entirely unscathed by the earthfire. However, he was gritting his teeth in seething rage as he held the body of the still disabled demon tortoise in his hand. The demon tortoise didn't have any treasures protecting its body, and as such its body was charred and smoking. It appeared to have suffered quite a bit in the earthfire pit. Feng Shi's eyes glowed with white light as it swept its gaze past the horizon. After some thought, a malevolent expression appeared on his face. He then clutched his hand in an incantation gesture and white light flickered from his fingertip. A short moment later, his expression grew hostile. After wordlessly confirming the direction, he tore through the skies in a streak of white light. At that moment, Han Li broke into a cold sweat as he wildly flew through the skies. The wind spirit energy had begun to stir and the constraints of the divine Devilbane lightning had become unstable. Fortunately, Han Li quickly responded, hastily cutting his spirit power from the cloak and using it to forcefully suppress the changes. After entering late core formation, Han Li was able to cut off the forceful extraction of his spiritual power from the cloak, despite still being unable to smoothly control it. This had greatly increased the usefulness of the ancient treasure. Han Li bitterly grimaced. The windbreaker beast was coming for him. Han Li instinctively changed direction and wildly poured spiritual power into his cloak before swiftly shooting off. He had undoubtedly enraged Feng Shi, and if he were caught he would undoubtedly be chopped into pieces and have his soul refined. Much to Han Li's vexation, Feng Shi was still able to control the wind spirit energy within his body despite being such a great distance away from him. This was a completely unanticipated variable. He now felt regret at having not released the celestial ice pearl inside the tool refinement room when he had the chance. But there was no point in thinking about that now. Han Li could only wildly escape with the aid of his blood-red cape. As Han Li continued with his escape, the wind spirit energy within his body would flare up once every 4 to 6 hours. Although he managed to suppress it every time within a quarter of an hour, he still had to change the direction of his flight each time to prevent Feng Shi from determining his direction. Han Li's speed was far inferior to that of the windbreaker beast, but he always managed to seize the initiative each time and throw him off by a large distance. However, Feng Shi was still able to relentlessly chase Han Li down by relying on the reaction of the wind spirit energy. This game of cat and mouse continued for a month as they traveled across a huge expanse of the sea. As the chase continued, Han Li felt increasingly more on edge and gloomy. In order to permanently escape from the windbreaker beast's pursuit, he wanted to refine the wind spirit energy within his body and rid himself of it for good. However, it was proving to be extremely durable. In the month he had been escaping, the wind spirit energy hadn't decreased in the slightest despite all of his efforts to refine it. It seemed it wasn't something a core formation cultivator could get rid of. Helpless, Han Li wholeheartedly continued his efforts to escape. However, Han Li was extremely puzzled as to why the windbreaker beast didn't flare the wind spirit energy more often. Had he done this, the demon would have long since captured him. Of course, Han Li couldn't have known that several thousands of kilometers away, Feng Shi constantly wanted to do just that. But much to his vexation, he found himself in the same position in Han Li. Although the demon cultivator didn't know what strange poison had been placed inside the spirit milk, he would periodically have his spiritual power constrained and his body would begin to swell. Each time this happened, he had no choice but to stop flying and forcefully suppress it. Although he was sure that he could completely refine this poison after a period of meditation, he couldn't allow Han Li to escape from his pursuit. Moreover, she didn't have much magic power left, so he had to do his utmost to pursue Han Li before he ran out. As for the demon tortoise, he had long since recovered. But since he was too slow, she had left him behind and continued on his own. To his great annoyance, he was surprised to see that Han Li was able to travel so quickly. He faintly guessed that Han Li must have possessed a magic treasure capable of such speeds. As day after day continued past of the continued pursuit, the intervals at which the wind spirit energy flared grew increasingly further apart. At the start, it would trigger once every 6 hours, which became once every 12, and eventually only once per day. Furthermore, the flares grew increasingly more weak each time. In the end, the wind spirit energy finally ceased flaring up altogether. It seemed the windbreaker beast had finally given up on the chase. Han Li was naturally delighted. Regardless of whether the wind spirit energy had failed to activate due to the great distance or due to Shi having ran into trouble, Han Li was finally given the opportunity to truly escape. Han Li took another drop of spirit liquid without any hesitation and identified his bearings before flying through the skies without worry. On a small, desolate island several tens of thousands of kilometers away from Han Li, the windbreaker beast was sitting in an empty cave with an ashen expression. During the long, relentless pursuit, he had exhausted the entirety of his magic power and could no longer restrain the strange poison inside his body. As he had no method to instantly recovering his magic power, unlike Han Li with his myriad-year spirit milk, Shi could only helplessly stop on an island and spend some time to thoroughly rid himself of the poison afflicting him before continuing his pursuit of Han Li. Having expended so much of his time and effort on refining the thunderstorm wings, he was dead set on getting them back. The demon cultivator vowed to accomplish this with bone-burning hatred before closing his eyes and entering a meditative state of selflessness. A month later, Han Li found himself at an unfamiliar, abandoned island. Upon seeing that there were neither cultivators nor high-grade demon beasts nearby, he descended onto the island and quickly carved out a crude stone cave. After placing down several concealment spell formations, he hurriedly entered this cave and took out the thunderstorm wings. Han Li glanced at the small, palm-sized wings in his palm with unconcealed delight. Since the wings possessed both wind and lightning attributes and Shi only possessed wind spirit power, the wings only required either lightning or wind to drive them. With the divine devilbane lightning within his body, Han Li should be able to control the magic treasure. If they were as miraculous as the demon had said, then the sooner he could utilize them, the more likely his survival. However, as Han Li examined the wings, he saw that the white feathers were faintly distorting. Upon seeing this, Han Li immediately knew that this was because the treasure hadn't finished refining. Although they had been greatly weakened, they had managed to last this long despite Shi's claims that all of their efforts would have been in vain. Han Li didn't reveal the slightest alarm and calmly made a small cut on his fingertip. After a drop of blood essence gathered onto his fingertip, he clutched his hand in an incantation gesture and conducted the master recognition rites. After dropping the blood essence onto the wings, a cold glint flashed from Han Li's eyes, and he tossed the thunderstorm wings into the air. They then motionlessly floated. Han Li held out his fingers towards them, shooting out slender arcs of lightning from his fingers onto the wings. Han Li's face grew solemn as the arcs of lightning shot from his hands with increasing density. Not after, the thunderstorm wings became enveloped in a layer of golden lightning. Sounds of thunder echoed out from within the net of lightning. Han Li felt relieved as he saw the thunderstorm wings slowly begin to absorb the lightning from the net of divine devilbane lightning that surrounded them. Over the following 10 days, Han Li used the divine devilbane lightning to gradually stabilize the wings' feathers. Additionally, because they absorbed the divine devilbane lightning, their silver color was tinged with a faint gold. Unless one was carefully examining the wings, the gold tinge would be difficult to perceive. Having finished the thunderstorm wings in place of the demon cultivators, Han Li ceased his lightning. He then spouted a mist of azure light onto the wings and absorbed the wings into his body. Soon after, Han Li left the stone cave and flew off the small island, preparing to test both the thunderstorm wings' usability and miraculous capabilities. Han Li took a deep breath as he floated high up in the sky. He then activated the thunderstorm wings that were contained inside his body. Puff, puff. He felt spiritual chi swell within his back before a pair of meter-long wings emerged from it. The wings were silver-white with a slight tint of gold. Han Li turned his head to look at them. When he thought to move them, the wings lightly waved without the slightest resistance, as if nothing were there. He curiously extended his hand to feel the wings, and was startled to discover that they had a rough texture. Han Li frowned at this and put some strength into his hand, only for them to easily pass through the wings. This is? Han Li was shocked and immediately gazed within himself. The palm-sized thunderstorm wings were safely contained inside his dantian and faintly shined with white light. The wings outside of his body weren't the treasure's true form but were instead a manifestation of spiritual power, much to Han Li's surprise. After concentrating for a moment, Han Li started to pour magic power into the wings' true form, causing the exterior wings to flash with silver light. Then, with a flap of the wings, Han Li easily sped through the air. After flying several circles around the island, Han Li stopped and started to mutter to himself as he grasped his chin. Their speed wasn't particularly impressive. In fact, it wasn't much different from his ordinary speed. It seemed that he would have to pour either wind or lightning spiritual power into them to see their true capabilities. With that thought, Han Li drove his divine lightning into the wings without hesitation, sending 2 sparks of faint golden lightning into the interior wings. In that same instant, lightning was released from the wings behind him. Han Li hastily turned his head around to see the wings flicker with silver lightning and unconsciously unfolded them. They now released a strange aura. With a mental command, thunder rang as he reappeared 30 meters away in a flash of silver light. Lightning movement. Han Li blankly stared for a moment before being filled with ecstasy. Then, with another flap of his wings, he reappeared 100 meters away in the wake of more thunder. In the following moments, Han Li transformed into a bolt of silver lightning, traveling 300 meters away in an instant. His erratic and instantaneous movements were beyond extraordinary. After reappearing in an arc of silver lightning, Han Li joyously caressed the wings and muttered, "Lightning movement is worthy of being called the most profound of all movement techniques. It is incomparable to the common movement techniques of the 5 elements. Perhaps with even more tempering, this magic treasure could become even more incredible." It was no wonder Feng Shi expended so much time and effort in refining them. There are few things in the world that are capable of such speeds. With these wings, there would have been practically no one in this world capable of killing him. Afterwards, the wings dissipated with a pulse of silver light. Han Li didn't plan on staying in the outer star seas for long, as he wanted to return to the inner star seas as soon as possible. Although he might have shaken off Feng Shi for the time being, with his fantastical speeds as a windbreaker beast, he would come chasing down Han Li from the nearby seas soon enough. Han Li had no intention of obediently waiting for the demon to come knocking on his door. As the inner star seas were under the dominion of humans, it was likely that regardless of how mighty of a demon he may be, he wouldn't be able to follow too deeply. After Han Li had returned to the inner star seas and condensed a nascent soul, he would no longer hold any fear of the demon. As for the Heaven Void Cauldron and those nascent soul eccentrics pursuing him, they should have given up by now as it had occurred over 30 years ago. Furthermore, after Han Li became a nascent soul cultivator, he should be able to flee from Zenith Een and the others without problem, so long as he didn't come across anyone as fearsome as Manhuzi. With that thought, Han Li returned to the island's cave and quickly examined the storage pouches of the demon tortoise and venomous flood dragon. He unexpectedly found many demon beast cores within them along with a few extremely precious materials. 2 particularly valuable material were a fist-sized, jet-black tortoise shell and a batch of over 100 crimson scales. These should be parts that the 2 demons shed during metamorphosis. They were a delightful surprise, and could be refined into armor that was no less powerful than Manhuzi's royal scale plate. However, now was not the time to deal with these items. Instead, he retrieved the formations he had placed on the island and departed in the direction of the last known location of the exquisite sound sex hidden city. He reckoned that the transportation formation should have already been constructed by the time he arrived. Regardless of whether he had to use coercion, bribes, or brute force, he planned to use the transportation formation and arrive at the inner seas. Although Han Li didn't know the current location of where the exquisite sound sex hidden city was, he only had to find out from some well-informed human cultivators. But little did Han Li know, at that very moment, the demon tortoise had arrived at a cave over a kilometer deep in the seas. Here he informed a nearby flood dragon clan elder about the killing of the venomous flood dragon. This particular elder was a mid-stage, grade 9 inferno flood dragon. At Han Li's current cultivation, even without using either the blood-red cloak or the thunderstorm wings, he was capable of flying at an astonishing speed. In less than half a month, Han Li arrived at the desolate island that had once been the location of the exquisite sound sex hidden city. After sweeping his spiritual sense across the island, he didn't find a single soul. It seemed he would have to search for humans elsewhere and acquire the information from them. Han Li glanced around before casually choosing a direction and disappearing in a streak of azure light. Since the exquisite sound sect had moved after establishing their city on this island, they shouldn't have moved far away. Additionally, the nearby seas should be an area where some of the surviving human cultivators have gathered. Han Li was confident that with his vast spiritual sense, he would be able to find some human cultivators without much effort. As expected, about half a day later, Han Li discovered traces of many human cultivators on a medium-sized island. Looking down from the sky, he saw many male and female cultivators being besieged by 2 grade 4 demon beasts from the nearby seas. When Han Li spotted a few familiar faces among them, he faintly smiled. Soon after, he used the appearance exchange art to assume the form of a dark-skinned, middle-aged man. He then casually launched 2 azure sword streaks at the demon beasts with a wave of his hand. With a flash of light, a hole appeared through the heads of each of the demon beasts as they fell to the ground. This sudden display had alarmed the many cultivators below, and they immediately turned their heads towards the sky to discover Han Li. An uproar arose among the cultivators at the appearance of the newly arrived expert. After consulting amongst themselves, a large man with an embroidered robe eventually flew towards Han Li. "Many thanks for Senior's assistance. Is there anything that us juniors may help you with?" Although the large, embroidered-robed man spoke with a respectful tone, a trace of unease could be seen on his face. Just why did this core formation cultivator suddenly appear at this island? Han Li didn't immediately respond upon seeing the embroidered-robed man, Yi Jing, who had teleported with Han Li to Profound Depths Island. Han Li narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze past the rest of the cultivators, only to recognize the scar-faced man Su Yun. None of the other cultivators that had arrived at Wondrous Depths Island along with him were present. As for Yi Jing and Su Yun, it seemed they had failed at forming their cores, as they were still at the late Foundation establishment despite the many years that had passed. Yi Jing grew somewhat nervous upon seeing Han Li continue looming in silence. After a moment of hesitation, he was about to speak again when Han Li cut him off. "I am looking for the exquisite sound sex hidden city. Do you know the next time it will be open and where it will be?" With an indifferent expression, Han Li gazed intently at Yi Jing. When he heard Han Li's question, Yi Jing's expression relaxed and he tactfully replied, "Senior, the exquisite sound sex city will be opening in about a month and is set to open at Twin Peaks Island. It is several days west of here, and if Senior wishes to go, Junior can bring him there." Han Li shook his head and mildly said, "There's no need for that. It'll be fine if you just give me a map." He had no interest in reminiscing about times long past with this person. The man was quite lucky. He had managed to survive the beast torrent, but the others likely hadn't shared the same fate as him, causing Han Li to feel a slight sadness. "Yes, Senior, here is a map of the sea and the location of the hidden city." Yi Jing revealed slight disappointment, but he still hoped to forge a friendly relationship with the senior before him. With each passing day, the outer star seas became increasingly dangerous for human cultivators. It would be greatly advantageous for him to be acquainted with a core formation cultivator. But after taking another glance at Han Li's detached expression, He could only drop the matter and take out a jade slip from within his robes. He recorded the location of the exquisite sound sect into the jade slip and offered it to Han Li with both hands. Han Li received it with a nod and took a quick look through it with his spiritual sense. Then, without the slightest intention of staying, Han Li rushed through skies in a streak of azure light. The low-grade cultivators that were left behind gazed at him with envy. Nowadays, in the outer star seas, cultivators at Foundation establishment and lower didn't have the freedom to stray too far from their cave residences. Han Li wasn't about to meekly wait for another month, as he feared that if he didn't leave as soon as possible, Feng-Shi would come knocking at his door. As a result, he was prepared to pay the exquisite sound sect a significant sum to quietly teleport back to the inner star seas. Of course, if they refused or became too greedy, he wasn't going to shy away from using force. Several days later, Han Li arrived at Twin Peaks Mountain. The island was quite expansive and had two huge mountains that were nearly the same in height. After flying around of the mountains several times, he found the entrance to the hidden city as described on the map. After a moment of hesitation, Han Li changed his appearance back to what he had used when he had last visited the city. He then descended at the center of the mountain and took several steps towards a tree that was 10 meters wide and about 100 meters tall. He expressionlessly glanced at the huge tree and couldn't help but scoff. He lightly flicked his finger, sending 3 orbs of white light to directly knock against the tree's bark. A short moment later, azure light flashed and an opening appeared within the tree bark. A white-clothed old man at late Foundation establishment walked out. He was the same gatekeeper that was in charge of the city entrance the last time he was here. The old man recognized Han Li at a glance. After all, there were very few core formation cultivators that had attended the meetings of the hidden city. Additionally, he had caught a few rumors during the last opening of the market city about how this cultivator had managed to single-handedly suppress over 10 core formation cultivators. It was very likely that the person in front of him was a nascent soul cultivator. Upon seeing Han Li, the old man lowered his head and hastily gave him a deep salute. So it was Senior Li. I hope Senior won't take offense. But may I ask, what is your business for coming? There is still another month before our hidden city convenes. There are no treasures for Senior to browse. The old man spoke with a respectful tone, but his eyes appeared puzzled. Han Li examined the old man and raised his head before speaking in a deliberately arrogant manner. I haven't come for the hidden city. I've come to meet with either Sect Master Fan or Elder Yun. You wish to see the Sect Master or Elder Yun? The old man paused for a moment before revealing a trace of hesitation. What? Is there a problem? Han Li's tone was void of emotion and his expression grew eerie. When the old man saw this, he shivered and immediately smiled, saying, Of course not. A trace of cold sweat could be seen on his brow. After some thought, the old man sincerely said, Were it anyone else, it wouldn't do. But since Senior personally arrived, then it must be about something important. This little old man will report back. As it just so happens, Sect Leader Fan recently arrived to take care of the arrangements for the hidden city. Senior, please wait for a moment. He decided to hand off this troublesome matter to those above him. He couldn't afford to offend such a fearsome character. Han Li was happy to find that Lady Fan was present and his expression relaxed. He then said, Then please be quick about it. I don't have much time. The old man felt relief and hastily replied, Yes, Junior will use a voice transmission talisman to inform the sect master. It will only take a moment. If Han Li decided to force his way through, he would only be able to watch helplessly. There was no way he would throw his life away to try to block him. As a result, he took out a sound transmission talisman in front of Han Li and sent it into the tree's opening. After seeing the sound transmission talisman disappear, Han Li expressionlessly asked, Where is Elder Yun? Why isn't he with your sect master? The old man's expression grew unsightly. He hesitated for a moment before muttering, This, Junior truly doesn't know about the whereabouts of sect leader Yun. Matters regarding this recent market city have all been handled by the sect master alone. Upon seeing the old man's expression, Han Li was sure he knew what the old man had meant. With a cold chuckle, he no longer continued asking the old man any questions, much to his relief. A short moment later, the white-clothed cultivator received a sound transmission talisman. After quickly examining it with his spiritual sense, he respectfully said, "Senior Li, our sect master invites you inside for a chat. I will lead the way." Han Li indifferently replied, "Go ahead." The city below the tree was largely the same as the last hidden city, with 2 floors making up a large underground expanse. But this time, apart from the many low-grade exquisite sound sect disciples preparing the city, there were no others inside. The old man quickly brought Han Li to a stone wall that was attended by 2 outstandingly beautiful female cultivators. The 2 female cultivators both respectfully bowed to Han Li with flushed complexions and charmingly said, "We pay our respects to Senior Li. The sect master welcomes you and is honored by your presence." Han Li glanced at the 2 women's expressions and stroked his chin in thought before wordlessly nodding his head. One of the women reached out to the stone wall with her hand and summoned a stone gate in a flourish of azure light. "This is as far as I can lead, Senior. I will be taking my leave." The old man took the opportunity to hastily withdraw. Han Li didn't pay him any mind and walked inside. After passing through a short passageway, Han Li arrived within a large hall. Wearing light green robes and a slight hint of makeup, Lady Fan respectfully awaited Han Li at the center of the hall with a beaming smile. The woman deferentially bowed to Han Li and said, "I hope Senior hasn't taken offense that I didn't personally welcome you." She then pulled out a chair and offered him a seat. He glanced at the chair with a raised eyebrow and sat down without the slightest restraint. Afterwards, his gaze fell onto the woman's beautiful face and he serenely said, "It seems Lady Fan isn't worried that I came with the intention to harm your sect." Lady Fan walked to the side with light steps and took a seat at Han Li's side. She covered a smile with her hand and said, "Senior jests. With Senior's cultivation, how could he trouble himself over a Foundation establishment junior?" At that moment, Lady Fan was only a meter away and her fragrant scent assailed his nose. Han Li faintly frowned, but otherwise his expression remained normal. However, when the woman took a seat, she unconsciously revealed a trace of astonishment. Afterwards, she examined Han Li with a strange expression. With a cold glint passing through his eyes, Han Li thought to inquire about her actions. But at that moment, a dainty young woman walked over and placed a cup of fragrant tea in front of them before standing behind Lady Fan. Lady Fan appeared indifferent to this, but a scowl had momentarily appeared on her face. When Han Li glanced at the 2 women, his mind began to stir. Lady Fan took a sip of the tea in front of her and pursed her lips. She then calmly asked, "Does Senior require something from our sect? We will do our utmost to assist if possible. Since Lady Fan mentions it, I won't drag this on. Did your sect already complete the transportation formation to return to the inner star seas? I wish to use it." Han Li casually spoke of the matter as if he had mentioned a trifling thing. "Transportation formation?" Lady Fan paused for a moment, and her beautiful eyes blinked before revealing a mysterious smile. "I'm afraid I must disappoint you. The transportation formation has yet to be completed. However, it is possible that it will be completed soon. If you'd wait a while longer." Han Li didn't wait for her to finish and callously interrupted her. "How much longer?" Senior Fan hesitated for a moment before placing the cup back down onto the table. She explained, "It's hard to say. Senior should already know that we lacked the Phantasm Stone for the spell formation. Elder Yoon and the other seniors went to retrieve more of the stone, but they alarmed the demon beasts in the region. A huge battle erupted, and they were only able to acquire a meager amount of materials at the cost of many seniors. Helpless, Elder Yoon could only make a plan for future action. In fact, the female cultivator standing behind Lady Fan let out a small cough. A sullen expression momentarily appeared on Lady Fan's face, but she soon stopped speaking as if a problem had arisen. A trace of surprise appeared on Han Li's face, but after coldly gazing at the female cultivator behind Lady Fan, the woman fearfully lowered her head. After a moment of thought, he stood up and said, "Since the transportation formation can't be used in the near future, then there is nothing to be said. I will be taking my leave. When Lady Fan saw this, a complicated expression flickered within her eyes. She hesitated for a moment before saying, although we cannot help you with regards to the transportation formation, our sect has always held core formation seniors in high esteem. How about senior retires here for the night and sets off tomorrow? Spend the night here? Hanli thought to refuse her, but after looking into her eyes, he changed his mind. That's fine. I'll set off the morning after then. Lady Fan smiled with an odd expression. Hehe, our sect will be sure to properly entertain you. Servant, bring Senior Li to our best room. A young woman promptly entered the room. Without speaking any unnecessary words, Han Li followed her outside. However, when he was about to leave the hall, he thought to verify something and shot a deep glance behind him before calmly leaving. After Han Li left the hall, the young woman that stood behind Lady Fan said, Sect Master, why do you intend on having him stay? Isn't that rash? This Senior Li rejected our enticements the last time around. Her voice was pleasant, but it contained an indescribable allure that was far superior to what her pretty appearance would grant her. Although her tone would still be considered respectful, it contained much doubt. Yun Qin, you're growing quite bold. I was merely attempting to forge good relations with a cultivator who possesses astonishing strength. Since when did you take charge of the exquisite sound sect? Lady Fan grew sullen. I don't dare. This disciples was merely following the orders of Elder Yun before he departed. I hope Sect Master won't perform any actions that will make it difficult for me. The young woman spoke with a humble tone, but displayed no intention of backing down. Humph! I will naturally inform Tian Yunxiao of this when he returns. As I still have duties to perform as Sect Master, I hope you'll forgive me for not keeping you company. Lady Fan's expression grew icy, and with a wave of her sleeve, she departed without looking back. Only the young woman remained in the hall, wearing a complicated expression. Inside a comfortable room, Han Li was lying down on a wooden bed, pondering as he stared at the ceiling. He didn't have any worries about spending the night at the market city. He had already swept his immense spiritual sense across the city and found that of those in the city the highest cultivation were at late foundation establishment. There were no core formation cultivators here, let alone any nascent soul eccentrics. Apart from any startling surprises, there was nothing to worry about. However, he was now pondering whether or not he should spend the many years to fly back to the inner star seas. Suddenly, he heard a few knocks on his door. Come in, Han Li said as he remained motionless on the bed. It seemed like he knew who was there and had been expecting them. A sweet laugh came from the other side of the door, and the door was pushed open to reveal Lady Fan. She walked into the room with lithe footsteps, fully displaying her thick black hair and extraordinary beauty. Carrying her fragrant scent, she sat on the side of Han Li's bed without the slightest discomfort and smiled at him, saying, Senior still hasn't slept despite the late hour. It seems he already knew that I was coming. With his eyes still shut, he calmly said, Sect Master Fan was obvious enough during our meeting. So what matter did you need to discuss with me in secret? I'll let you know ahead of time that if it has nothing to do with the transportation formation, I am not interested. Of course, with so many nascent soul eccentrics currently pursuing him in the outer star seas, it is only natural for Elder Han to wish to return. Han Li's body stiffened and he opened his eyes. He attentively stared at the woman before him and coldly asked, What? Who is this Elder Han? Lady Fan stared back at Han Li with a calm expression and leisurely said, I am naturally speaking of my sect's own Elder Han. She didn't appear flustered in the slightest. After a moment of silence, Han Li sat up and recovered his calm before slowly asking, How did you recognize me? With your cultivation, you shouldn't be able to see through my true appearance. With her slender white hand, she pulled back her hair and replied with a crafty expression, I didn't see through you. I smelled it. You smelled it? Han Li paused for a moment before wearing a confused expression. Lady Fan pursed her lips and smiled, explaining, Ever since I was small, I have been somewhat different from most. I was able to clearly tell people apart by smell. Additionally, whenever I remembered a smell, I would never forget it. Just as it so happened, I grew quite interested in Elder Han and I memorized his scent. But the last time the hidden city opened, Han Li was far too close to Wuxia and there were many people in the room. As a result, I was unable to clearly catch your scent. But having come so close to you today in the hall, I was able to identify you without problem. At that moment, Lady Fan gazed at Han Li with moist eyes and smiled at him with pursed lips. Han Li remained speechless after being told that he was identified by his scent. There were even people that were capable of recognizing others by their scent. There truly were too many bizarre things in this world. He was merely unfortunate enough to be discovered this way. However, he didn't display the slightest panic. So long as experts on the level of Manhuzi and Feng Shi didn't discover him, he had nothing to fear, given his current cultivation and treasures. Besides, this woman's knowledge was beyond his, and she had deliberately sought him out in secret. He was convinced she had something in mind. With that thought, Han Li mildly said, "Since Lady Fan has already recognized me, I won't continue to put up the act. However, should I now address you as the envoy of the left, or as sect master?" Lady Fan responded to Han Li's words with a wry smile. "It seems Senior doesn't approve of my current role as sect master. I'm not sure if Senior knows, but if I hadn't followed the orders of the Devil Dao, the exquisite sound sect would have been eliminated from the scattered starseas. I admit I did long for the position of sect master, but my actions were a result of helplessness." Han Li stretched his body and wore a lazy expression. "Lady Fan need not speak further of the matter. I have no interest in who is the sect master of the exquisite sound sect. My status as an elder was only in name after all. However, it seems that Lady Fan knows a few things about me. Could you tell me about this? I've grown quite curious." With luminous eyes, Lady Fan smiled and said, "Although Senior Han's name can't be said to be known to everyone, it's quite the topic of interest among high-grade cultivators at the very least. A single core formation cultivator snatched the heaven-void cauldron under the presence of many nascent soul eccentrics, and then fled, disappearing without a trace." Han Li coldly smiled and directly addressed the woman. "That's right, Lady Fan, envoy of the left. I assume almost everyone who knows of this wants me dead. But I also assume there are a few that have the vain dream of acquiring the treasure for themselves. Lady Fan, do you also hold those sentiments?" The beautiful woman shook her head and said, "Senior jests. If I were a core formation cultivator, I might hold a few vain delusions, but ever since I failed in forming my core, I've already given up on ascending to the next stage of cultivation. That kind of treasure isn't something that I could ever hope of obtaining." This little woman possessed no intention of foolishly bringing trouble upon herself. Having examined her as she spoke, Han Li felt that her words were sincere. However, he wasn't going to easily trust someone's words and remained vigilant. He then calmly continued his questioning. "Apart from the heaven-void cauldron, is there anything else that you've heard?" Previously, he hadn't dared to make contact with high-grade cultivators, resulting in a great lack of information. Since he had the opportunity to clear up some doubts, he may as well bluntly ask more questions. "It seems that Senior has also heard quite a bit. There are quite a few rumors relating to Senior. It was said that Senior Han had spent many years in the nearby seas exterminating many cultivators as the insect devil. Junior cannot bring herself to believe this rumor. Since Senior had acquired the heaven-void cauldron, how could Senior possibly act in such an inflammatory manner and still have concealed himself? I imagined that if it weren't for the beast's tide, the close friends and kin of the insect devil's victims along with the various dubious insiders would have formed a hunting party specifically to chase you down." The woman mysteriously smiled as she gazed at Han Li and covered her mouth as she chuckled. Han Li calmly nodded his head and remained silent. This caused Lady Fan to become somewhat apprehensive. Could it be that the vicious devil from the rumors was actually this Elder Han? With an unchanged expression, Han Li asked, "All right, how about Lady Fan explain the true objective of tonight's meeting?" After a moment of hesitation, Lady Fan gritted her teeth and revealed an expression of deep resentment. "Since Elder Han has mentioned it, truthfully, I wish to request for Senior's assistance in helping me eliminate the vile schemer, Yun Tianxiao. With the abilities Senior displayed that day, it should be a matter of great ease. Han Li paused for a moment. Then, without revealing the slightest surprise, he calmly asked, Yun Tianxiao? Is he not your supporter? Wearing an unsightly expression, Lady Fan resentfully said, Senior, there is no need to mock me. Senior Han should have seen some of the details from today's matters in the hall. I've more or less become a puppet in the exquisite sound sect. Were it not for the secret bewitchment techniques I possess as well as my faithful subordinates, I fear I wouldn't even be the sect master, puppet I may be. Han Li expressionlessly said. Since Envoy Fan rose to the position of sect master with the assistance of the Devil Dao, there should have been some understanding of what would follow. What point is there in complaining now? Being a puppet sect master is overall a better fate than death. Han Li didn't display the slightest intention of agreeing. Lady Fan wore a pained look before a malevolent expression flickered from her eyes as she spoke. However, I now find my life quickly coming to an end. Not long ago, one of my trusted disciples mysteriously disappeared along with a jade slip containing the secret techniques of the exquisite sound sect. It most likely has fallen into the hands of Yun Tianxiao. After he has his personal female disciple successfully cultivate a few of the techniques, does Senior Han believe I'll still be kept alive? So long as Senior assists me in eliminating the treacherous bastard, I am willing to give most of the long-accumulated resources of the sect to Senior Han. You may also do as you wish with the sect's maidens. Without even thinking about the conditions she had laid out, Han Li bluntly said, I have no interest in this. Please leave. Han Li didn't doubt her words. She had pretended to not know Han Li and secretly arranged an attempt to kill Yun Tianxiao. However, Han Li was unwilling to waste any time. There was someone actively hunting for him who was perfectly capable of killing him. If the entirety of the exquisite sound sect had been offered to him after he managed to save himself, perhaps there would have been something to consider. Lady Fan became perplexed upon seeing this. However, her continued pleading fell onto deaf ears. As a result, she muttered to herself for a moment with a fluctuating expression. Then with gritted teeth, she said, If I had a method to send Elder Han to the inner star seas in the near future, would Senior Han be willing to assist me? After she said this, she nervously gazed at Han Li. This was the very last thing she could offer him. Han Li blankly stared at her after she said this and replied without delay. If you could send me to the inner star seas within 10 days, then the matter may as well be considered decided. However, a transportation formation requires Phantasm Stone. Could it be that Envoy Fan deliberately misled me earlier? When he uttered the last words, his face grew sullen and his tone became ice-cold. The beautiful woman felt her heart drop before she hastily explained, Of course not. To Yun Tianxiao, the transportation formation is truly lacking in Phantasm Stone. However, he didn't know that long ago, our sect paid a hefty sum for a few rare materials and Phantasm Stone was among them. Originally, I had planned to establish a few teleportation formations among the branch sects in the inner star seas. However, I was dragged into the plot to bring the sect to the outer seas. After seeing Yun Tianxiao's insatiable ambition and cruelty, I naturally didn't take out the materials. Otherwise, had he brought us back to the Devil Dao at the inner seas, I would have had no opportunity to free myself. After Han Li heard this, he was elated. However, he suppressed his excitement and pondered over this for a moment. A short moment later, he raised his head and tranquilly said, Take out the Phantasm Stones and let me look at them. Then, take me to where the transportation formation is located. If you truly have enough materials and are able to immediately finish the formation, I will take care of him. Han Li uttered each word with weight. This? A trace of hesitation soon replaced the woman's joy. If you aren't able to do this, then I will reject your offer. Han Li stated with an unyielding tone. Lady Fan frowned and said with embarrassment, I'll do it. The materials are well kept, but I will be able to bring them to you tomorrow. However, the transportation formation construction site is quite a distance away. Additionally, A majority of the guards there are Yun Tianxiao's trusted disciples. I fear it will be somewhat difficult. Since we'll have to deal with Elder Yun anyways, what's the problem with taking care of his disciples as well? I'll just kill his disciples before taking his head. After some further thought, Han Li worriedly asked, however, Yun Tianxiao's current location isn't too far away, right? 2 days later, an azure streak of light flew towards a small, nameless island to the west of Twin Peaks Island. When the azure light arrived above the island, it vanished to reveal Han Li and Lady Fan. Han Li had found Lady Fan's speed to be annoyingly slow, and had bluntly enveloped her in his light and took both of them to their destination at greater speed. Han Li looked at the island beneath him as he stood in the air, before indifferently asking, "The transportation formation is on this island?" Lady Fan solemnly said, "That's right. There are 8 exquisite sound sect disciples guarding the transportation formation. Apart from 2 of my own subordinates, the rest are Devil Dao subordinates that Yun Tianxiao brought with him. Those 6 are all at Foundation establishment and will not obey my orders." "Got it. Call your subordinates over. I'll deal with the others." Malicious intent was clearly displayed his face. "Yes, Senior. It will take just a moment." Lady Fan followed his orders without hesitation and extended her hand with a sound transmission talisman between her fingers. The talisman trembled for a moment before sending off a streak of fire to the island. Han Li saw the sound transmission talisman circle around the hill on the island and enter what appeared to be solid dirt. Then, the light disappeared with a flash as if it had entered a restriction. A moment later, 3 people flew out from the earth. 2 alluring women and an old man. When they spotted Han Li and Lady Fan, they immediately flew towards them in a streak of light. The 2 female cultivators deeply saluted and greeted Lady Fan upon seeing her. Then they curiously glanced at Han Li. Once they perceived that Han Li was a core formation cultivator, they were startled and immediately grew somber. As for the blue-clothed old man that had accompanied the 2, he arrogantly cupped his fist to Lady Fan and then glanced at Han Li with a trace of confusion. The old man had thought to ask some questions, but didn't receive the chance to speak. Han Li had already identified him as an enemy and gazed at him with a trace of killing intent. He then wordlessly flicked his finger at the old man, shooting a streak of azure sword light at him at lightning speed. Ah! The old man was immediately overwhelmed with fear, but the sword light was truly too fast. He could only briefly yell before a finger-thick hole appeared in his head. The 2 female disciples paled with fright as they watched the old man's corpse drop from the sky. But upon seeing Lady Fan's cold indifference, the 2 came to a realization and silently glanced at one another. "Are all the others down below?" Lady Fan asked the 2 women with a cold tone. One of the women tactfully replied without delay, "Yes, the other 5 are down below at the spell formation. Disciple will lead the way for Sect Master and Senior." "Yes, show Senior Li the way. We cannot allow any of them to escape." An eerie expression appeared on Lady Fan's beautiful face. Now sure that Lady Fan had found someone to deal with Yun Tianxiao's men, the 2 women didn't show any further hesitation and brought Han Li and Lady Fan down to the hill. One of the women took out a sparkling red command medallion and held it below her before shouting, "Open!" Red light then flew out of the talisman and struck the hill, revealing a 15-meter-wide, yellow stone gate within the ripples of red light. The female cultivator then smiled at Han Li and said with a pleasant voice, "Here it is. However, the 5 within are all at mid-foundation establishment. Senior, please be careful." "I understand," Han Li expressionlessly said. He then raised his hand and loudly shattered the stone gate with a beam of azure light. With an unchanged expression, Han Li directly flew inside. The 2 female cultivators couldn't help but glance at each other out of worry. However, Lady Fan held complete confidence in Han Li and called for them to follow her inside. After Han Li passed through the stone gate, he found himself in a wide passageway about 12 meters long. However, he unconsciously narrowed his eyes as he saw 2 cultivators enter the passageway. Without taking the time to examine their appearances, he opened his mouth and spat out 2 small, translucent swords that glowed with azure light. As soon as the swords left his mouth, they immediately flew towards the two cultivators, who immediately appeared terrified. Not fully understanding what was happening, they flusteredly took out a red scarf and a small yellow shield, wishing to block the incoming attack. Unfortunately for them, they immediately fell to the ground with miserable screams, and their two magic tools followed suit, falling to the ground with their spiritual chi scattered. Han Li stepped over the bodies and continued on his way without stopping. The two small swords started to revolve around Han Li as they followed after him. Lady Fan and the other two were delighted by the scene and remained behind momentarily to deal with the corpses. When the three women arrived at the end of the passageway, they entered a hall over 300 meters wide. Han Li was already standing at the center of the hall next to a small transportation formation, and was expressionlessly examining it as he looked down. The hall was filled with the scent of blood, presumably from the three dismembered corpses that were scattered throughout it. When Lady Fan saw this, she wore a face of delight and had her two disciples take care of the rest of the corpses. After Lady Fan arrived at Han Li's side, she pursed her lips and respectfully said, "It seems Senior's cultivation has reached a profound stage. He dealt with those Foundation establishment cultivators with the ease of slaughtering livestock. Foundation establishment cultivators don't pose any problem to me as I am now. More importantly, this is the transportation formation that you spoke of." Han Li seemed to have placed his entire mind on the transportation formation before him. Lady Fan eyes brightened as she said, "That's right. Senior should be able to see that the transportation formation is mostly completed. It is merely missing a few portions of Phantasm Stone before it can be used. As Senior saw the Phantasm Stone 2 days ago, he should know my words to be true. Since that is the case, I will naturally deal with Yun Tianxiao. However, does this transportation formation truly lead to Bright Emperor Island at the Inner Star Seas? To the best of my knowledge, that was merely an ordinary, mid-sized island. How could the Devil Dao cultivators have set up another formation at the other end?" Han Li frowned and stared at the transportation formation before him. "I heard it before from Yun Tianxiao that Bright Emperor Island has an abandoned transportation formation created during the Age of Antiquity. The Devil Dao has molded it for their own uses, but the transportation formation is only capable of receiving teleportations. Were it not the only transportation formation capable of accepting a teleportation from the outer star seas, Yun Tianxiao wouldn't have chosen that location. Senior won't meet with any troubles after he teleports there." Lady Fan spoke to Han Li with a blank expression. She knew that the matter of the teleportation was extremely important to Han Li, and she didn't dare to treat him poorly. Han Li nodded in response and said nothing else. So long as there were... Furthermore, he also knew that even if there was potential danger, it would be far less dangerous than flying all the way to the Inner Star Seas. After examining the transportation formation for a while longer, Han Li turned towards Lady Fan and coldly said, "Immediately send your spell formation expert over here to complete this. I wish to use it the moment I return after I kill Yun Tianxiao, and I will be heading out immediately to deal with him. From what you've said, he'll be returning to Twin Peaks Island to manage the hidden city in 6 days at the latest." He then made his way out of the hall with a stern expression. As the days passed by, Han Li couldn't help but grow anxious. He clearly understood that the longer he remained in one place, the more likely that the demon cultivator Feng Shi would find him. But Han Li felt especially vexed in the face of Feng Shi's wind spirit energy that had yet to disappear. When he said that it would disappear eventually, had he meant after a single year or several? Or, even worse, was he just lying about that? Han Li had even swallowed a few gold-devouring beetles and had them nibble at it. But when he attempted this, he soon found that this method wouldn't work. For the beetles to consume the wind spirit energy, they must first eat through the threads of divine devilbane lightning that surrounded it. But after creating a small hole in the threads of lightning, the wind spirit energy immediately flared, causing him to immediately mend the hole in fear. As a result, if he didn't plan to exterminate Yun Tianxiao and flee to the Inner Star Seas, Han Li would still be roaming the skies in fear of being tracked. This ongoing matter filled Han Li's mind with anxiousness and dread. After returning to Twin Peaks Mountain, Han Li assisted Lady Fan in exterminating the remaining cultivators that were loyal to Yun Tianxiao. Afterwards, he calmly awaited Yun Tianxiao's return to the city. 5 days later, Han Li was sitting in the area behind the city's hidden hall with closed eyes. Lady Fan was sitting beside him with a fluctuating expression. At that moment, a streak of fire flew through the door and Lady Fan's eyes brightened as it flew into her open hand. The fire released a woman's flustered voice. "Sect Master. It's terrible." Elder Yun brought Taoist Master Swift Crane with him. They've already arrived at the entrance of the city. "Sect Master, please make preparations." "What?" The old monster Swift Cane arrived with him. Lady Fan crushed the sound transmission talisman in astonishment and wore an extremely unsightly expression. "The Jade Cloud Sect's Swift Crane?" Han Li opened his eyes with a startled expression, but soon regained his calm. "If it isn't that old Taoist, then who else could it be? It is too late to stop our plans since Yun Tianxiao's subordinates have already been cleanly exterminated. He will notice something is amiss in the city after being there for just a moment." Lady Fan's expression grew pale, but when she saw Han Li's calm expression, she felt slightly hopeful. When Han Li saw her silently staring at him, he couldn't help but roll his eyes at her and sourly said, "What is Lady Fan looking at me for? Don't tell me that you expect me to stake it all in a battle against a nascent soul cultivator." Even though he said this, Han Li didn't feel particularly flustered in the slightest. Since a threat on the level of Manhuzi and Wan Tianming hadn't arrived, he could make himself scarce without much of a problem. He was confident that he could escape from the hands of an early nascent soul cultivator with ease, especially with the miraculous abilities of his newly acquired thunderstorm wings. Of course, if it were possible, he still wanted to return to the inner star seas with the transportation formation. As a result, Han Li was thinking of an alternative plan despite his previous words. But when Lady Fan heard Han Li, her expression turned pale and she blankly stood in place. She was at a complete loss about what to do. A short moment later, a cold glint flickered within Han Li's eyes. He licked his lips and asked with a serious tone, "Does that Swift Crane have a close relationship with Yun Tianxiao? If I were to suddenly kill Yun Tianxiao, would he take revenge on me?" Lady Fan was startled when she heard Han Li, but hastily replied with delighted surprise, "Relationship? Yun Tianxiao merely used our exquisite sound sect to form a loose connection with the old Taoist by giving our disciples over to him as cultivation vessels. He doesn't care about the matters of our exquisite sound sect. However, you must kill Yun Tianxiao before he can cry for help. Otherwise, the old Taoist might truly intervene out of obligation." "That's fine," Han Li then calmly ordered. "Drag that Yun Tianxiao into one of the neighboring rooms alone. I will kill him there in an instant. He won't have the time to call for help from Swift Crane. So long as you are in charge of the sect, the old Taoist won't be able to say anything. Afterwards, win over his favor by using some good conditions." Displaying staunch decisiveness, Lady Fan gritted her teeth and agreed. "Yes, since matters have reached this point, we can only do our utmost. Senior must exert his complete strength and kill Yun Tianxiao as quickly as possible. Please wait in the room farthest away from here for the time being. I will bring him over." When Han Li saw this, he immediately walked to the hall's side door that led to a hallway with many variously sized rooms. When he arrived at the door, Han Li thought of something and suddenly stopped. He turned around with a gloomy expression and icily said, "Sect Master Fan, after I kill Yun Tianxiao, don't get any ideas of revealing my identity to curry favor with old Taoist Swift Crane. With my current abilities, I can easily escape from Swift Crane's grasp despite not being able to fight against him. If that happens, Lady Fan should know what would happen to her. These words are only a warning to help you avoid doing something that wouldn't benefit either of us during a moment of panic." When Lady Fan heard him, she was startled for a moment. Her expression shifted several times before settling on a bitter smile. "Senior jests. I would never do such a wretched thing. Also, I am fully aware that Senior Han is far from a common core formation cultivator. Please be at ease, Senior. So long as you eliminate Yun Tianxiao, I will definitely follow through with our agreement. Han Li took a deep glance at the woman before heading off to the farthest room in the hallway without further hesitation. Apart from the somewhat smaller size, it was the overall the same as the other rooms in the hallway. Han Li blurred and reappeared on a sandwich chair within the room. Afterwards, he closed his eyes and thoroughly restrained his qi, preventing himself from being discovered by either Swift Crane or Yun Tianxiao. With his late core formation cultivation, Han Li was confident that he could conceal himself from the spiritual sense of early nascent soul cultivators, but in the end this was still only a guess. He could only try his hardest despite the slight doubts that he held in his heart. In the main hall, Lady Fan was greatly on edge. While she had spoken to Han Li as if she was completely confident in him, the woman was also completely unsure as to whether Han Li could kill Yun Tianxiao in an instant. Although Han Li had nearly killed Yun Tianxiao at the previous trade meeting with but a raise of his hand, that was likely due to catching Yun Tianxiao off guard. But as Lady Fan was an extremely shrewd person, she forcefully suppressed the distracting thoughts in her mind and poured herself a cup of tea. As she slowly sipped the tea, she quickly regained her calm. At that moment, footsteps came from the hall's entrance. Soon, a middle-aged Taoist wearing a white crane-embroidered robe and a Confucian-robed man entered the hall. "Senior Swift Crane, Elder Yun," Lady Fan deliberately cried out with a surprised expression. She then quickly placed down the teacup she held at her lips and saluted Taoist Swift Crane. Swift Crane indifferently nodded his head and remained silent as if he belonged to a realm beyond hers. But when Yun Tianxiao entered, he unconsciously frowned and his face revealed a trace of confusion. Yun Tianxiao returned her salute and angrily said, "Why isn't Yun Qin attending to the sect master? Is she slacking off? I will have to properly discipline her." Yun Qin. She. Lady Fan revealed hesitation and glanced at Swift Crane. Yun Tianxiao paused for a moment before speaking with an expression of annoyance. "Sect master? Senior Swift Crane cannot be considered an outsider. Go ahead and speak." Lady Fan wore a similarly displeased expression and responded, "Since that is the case, then I will say it. Yun Qin is attending to a vagrant cultivator who is in possession of some phantasm stone and wishes to sell it. Yun Qin was steadfast in wanting to personally deal with the person, so I had no choice but to remain here." Yun Tianxiao was about to say something to Swift Crane, but when he heard the words, "Phantasm Stone," his body trembled and he revealed delight. "What? Phantasm Stone?" Likewise, Swift Crane's eyes grew bright upon hearing these words and his eyes narrowed. Appearing as if she were wronged, she coldly spoke with a grimace. "Humph!" Elder Yun's close disciple insisted on handling the matter alone, refusing to allow this sect master to participate. Yun Tianxiao dryly coughed and said, "Yun Qin had truly overstepped herself. However, I'm sure this wasn't done deliberately. Sect Mater, where are they? I don't feel entirely at ease." He then turned to Swift Crane and respectfully said, "Senior Swift Crane, please wait for a moment. There is something that I must deal with first. How about we continue our discussion later?" Swift Crane smiled and casually said, "Since fellow Taoist Yun has some matters to attend to, I'll just sit here for the time being." Yun Tianxiao immediately revealed delight and turned towards Lady Fan. Lady Fan reluctantly said, "Follow me, Elder Yun. I'll bring you there." She slowly walked to the side door as if she was unwilling, with his mind feverishly occupied by thoughts of the phantasm stone. All of his suspicions of Lady Fan's actions had been wiped clean and he hastily followed after her. Swift Crane casually glanced at the two from behind before finding a chair and aloofly took a seat. Yun Tianxiao excitedly followed Lady Fan to the room at the very end of the hallway where the door was tightly closed. "It's right here. Have a good chat. In any case, this sect master is simply incapable of interfering with this deal." Lady Fan snorted and walked back to the hall with dissatisfaction. When Yun Tianxiao saw this, a cold smile momentarily appeared on his face. He then opened the door without any hesitation and directly entered the room. Upon entering the room, Yun Tianxiao spotted a male cultivator sitting at the room's center. He appeared to be fiddling with something sparkling in his hand. Yun Tianxiao then swept his gaze across the room and astonishingly found no sight of Yun Qin. Startled, his heart trembled as he grew vigilant. He stared at the man and slowly said, "Who is your esteemed self and where is that girl Yun Qin?" The magic treasure in his body was already stirring restlessly inside body. Han Li chuckled and raised his head. "Could it be that Brother Yun has already forgotten about me?" "It's you." Yun Tianxiao was greatly shocked when he clearly saw the man's appearance. Without any further thought, he fled in a streak of light. Too slow. Just after Han Li emotionlessly said this, a light pulsed from his hands. Then, with a flourish of radiance around Yun Tianxiao, 5 copper bands of varying colors appeared around his limbs and neck. These bands released a low hum before tightening and restraining him. He screamed out of fright and hastily thought to release his magic treasure. However, his magic treasure didn't move in the slightest, as if it were shackled. Yun Tianxiao was frightened out of his mind and couldn't help but panic, loudly screaming, "Senior Swift Crane, please save me!" But just as he shouted this, Han Li opened his mouth and spat out an azure streak of light. It revolved once around Yun Tianxiao before cleaving off his head. Then, without the slightest hesitation, Han Li snatched the storage pouch from the corpse and recalled his 5-element bands. The chain of events had concluded at lightning speed. But at the same moment Yun Tianxiao's storage pouch entered Han Li's grasp, he heard a loud explosion from within the room. The room's wall had been smashed open and Taoist Swift Crane flew inside the room through the cloud of ash. The old Taoist gloomily glanced at the beheaded corpse on the ground and turned his gaze to Han Li. With killing intent shining within his eyes, he shouted, "You're courting death." He then flicked his hand and a streak of blinding, scorching white light arrived in front of Han Li in an instant. With pupils contracted and a trembling heart, Han Li wildly enlarged the 5-element bands in his hand, covering his body in a multicolored cylinder. At that same moment, he took a red and yellow jade scepter out with a turn of his hand. Since this was the first time Han Li had blocked a nascent soul cultivator's attack since reaching late core formation stage, he naturally had some interest in testing whether or not his incisive treasures could receive the attack. However, despite his calm exterior, he felt completely perturbed and uncertain. Bang! White and rainbow light collided. Han Li felt as if he was struck by a heavy hammer and was sent flying before striking the wall behind him. His head was left spinning from the impact. Ha! While Han Li was still in a daze from the strike, Swift Crane let out an astonished shout. With yet another white light appearing before his eyes, Han Li took a cold breath and resolutely waved his jade scepter. A red and yellow barrier of light appeared around his body from within the rainbow cylinder. As a result, he was able to receive the next attack much better than the first. He only staggered a few steps away before regaining his bearings. Han Li then steeled his heart as his mind began to stir, and a pair of silver-white wings emerged from his back. Leaving a roll of thunder behind, he instantly disappeared, dodging the next streak of white light. A moment later, he reappeared at another corner of the room. Han Li had now identified the true form of Swift Crane's white light. It was a small, jade hammer covered in sparkling white light and the oval head was covered in talisman characters. Although it was only the size of a palm, it released astonishing spiritual chi. After Swift Crane's strike had missed, his face stirred and he extended his arm. With a rustle of wind, the small hammer returned into his sleeve. A trace of astonishment flickered from Swift Crane's eyes as he said, "I didn't expect that a core formation cultivator would be in possession of so many ancient treasures. What is your name?" Han Li pursed his lips and was about to say something when the door of the room suddenly opened as Lady Fan excitedly entered the room. Lady Fan gave Swift Crane a formal bow and spoke to him with an exceptionally respectful tone. "Senior Swift Crane, this is Senior Li, who I specially invited in order to deal with the traitor Yun Tianxiao. I hope Senior will be at ease. I am willing to double any conditions that the traitor may have raised." When Swift Crane heard this, he frowned and turned his gaze to the corpse on the floor. His expression wavered. Fortunately, Han Li only had to silently stand in place. However, Lady Fan appeared quite nervous as she watched Swift Crane's expression. Swift Crane eventually relaxed and said, "All right, since this is an internal matter of the exquisite sound sect, this old Taoist won't meddle. But don't forget what you just said, Lady Fan." Lady Fan felt her heart swell with relief as she pledged with a beaming smile, "Please be at ease, Senior. I won't dare to break my word." The old Taoist nodded his head and glanced at Han Li with suspicion. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, "Where did fellow Taoist Li cultivate? Your appearance is quite unfamiliar." Han Li's heart trembled and he pondered for a moment. When he opened his mouth to dispel Swift Crane's suspicions, he was only able to utter, "Junior," before his face pulsed with azure light and underwent a massive change. The wind spirit energy within his body had suddenly flared. From its violent eruption, it was clear that Feng-Shi was close by. With fury and alarm, Han Li suppressed it with the entirety of his magic power. After forcefully suppressing the wind spirit energy, he felt cold sweat lining his body. Han Li let out a breath of relief after saving himself from the crisis. But when he turned his gaze to Swift Crane, he saw a trace of astonishment. It then turned into a strange expression of delight. Han Li suddenly thought of something and grasped his face. He instantly paled. The flare of wind spirit energy had caused him to revert back to his original appearance. A malevolent expression appeared on Taoist Swift Crane's face as he shouted, "Han Li!" Han Li let out a stream of curses in his heart. Without taking the time to think any further, he flapped his wings and suddenly disappeared with a flash of lightning, leaving only thunder behind. At that same moment, the old man flung his sleeve and disappeared in a streak of light. The only one left inside the room was Lady Fan, who was left in a bewildered daze. A flicker of silver light appeared above Twin Peaks Island, accompanied by the sudden appearance of Han Li. In the following moment, a streak of white light violently flew up from the island and quickly pursued him. Han Li's expression sank, and he immediately imbued the thunderstorm wings within his body with divine devilbane lightning. An instant later, he reappeared 100 meters away. These flashes continued, each time with thunder left in his wake. In the blink of an eye, Han Li had already been reduced to a small, black dot on the horizon. When Swift Crane saw this, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He then came to the conclusion that the wings were certain to be a treasure from the heaven-void cauldron, and his heart grew wildly fervent. With a shout, he transformed into a streak of blinding radiance and set off in hot pursuit of Han Li, tearing through the skies with booms left in his wake. In an instant, the black and white dots could no longer be seen from the island. In the lead, Han Li was slowly increasing the distance between him and Taoist Swift Crane with the incredible speed of the thunderstorm wings. It wouldn't take Han Li much longer until he shook off the Taoist Swift Crane with his current speed. But at that moment, the wind spirit energy flared once more within his body and continued to flare in regular intervals. Han Li was forced to periodically stop and use his magic power to suppress the backlash of the wind spirit energy. However, this delay had given Swift Crane the opportunity to latch his spiritual sense onto Han Li, allowing him to ceaselessly pursue him. However, this wasn't Han Li's biggest worry. The flares of wind spirit energy were growing increasingly violent, displaying just how close Feng-Shi was to him. Helpless and on the edge of despair, Han Li steeled his resolve and rushed towards the small island with the transportation formation. He hoped Lady Fan had truly given the order to complete the transportation formation and that they had managed to complete it by the time he arrived. So long as he was able to reach the island, he would have the opportunity to escape pursuit from Swift Crane and Feng-Shi. Although the thunderstorm wings were astonishingly fast, it consumed a significant amount of divine devilbane lightning. As a result, after he gained enough distance from Swift Crane, he swapped the wings for his blood-red cloak. As Han Li flew, he continued to use his magic power to suppress the flare-ups from the wind spirit energy. However, his body still trembled from the effort, and it was becoming more difficult to control with each flare. The current situation filled Han Li with dread. He now suspected that the reason why Feng-Shi hadn't used the wind spirit energy more frequently during the previous chase was likely due to a combination of his exhaustion from refining the magic treasure and the backlash from the green liquid. Had these intense flare-ups occurred back then, events would have played out much differently. However, upon seeing the small island in the distance, Han Li grew relieved. Although it had taken him 2 days to arrive at the small island in the past, it now only took the majority of a day while flying at his top speed. So long as the transportation had been finished by the time he arrived, he would be able to return to the inner star seas without harm. Although he would have to guard against a few nascent soul eccentrics, it was better than being relentlessly chased down by the metamorphosed demon beast, Feng-Shi. While these thoughts bounced around in Han Li's mind, he heard a voice transmission from behind him. Swift Crane said in a slow, calm and gentle voice, "Fellow Taoist Han, this humble Taoist holds no malicious intentions. I only wish to exchange for a heaven-mend pill. There is no need for fellow Taoists to flee with such intensity." Truly, his words felt sincere, kind, and lacking any hint of maliciousness. Normally, one would feel quite favorable towards such a voice. However, Han Li wasn't moved in the slightest by his tone or words, and inwardly cursed upon hearing them. Due to his decreased speed from switching to the blood-red cloak from the thunderstorm wings, Han Li could once again see Swift Crane's light in the distance whenever he looked behind him. As soon as the old Taoist had entered within range of him, he started using some sort of abnormal technique to continuously send Han Li bewitching messages filled with enticement in an attempt to slow him down. During a moment of carelessness, Han Li had nearly been affected by the technique. Fortunately, the Great Development Technique had automatically activated and protected him, promptly clearing his mind. Although he had managed to avoid falling into Swift Crane's trap, Han Li still felt his body break out in a cold sweat. It appeared that even nascent soul cultivators were adept in the usage of bewitchment techniques. Swift Crane's own techniques far surpassed Lady Fan's. They were even on par with Yuan Yao's. As for the old Taoist's promises that he merely wanted to trade for a heaven-mend pill and meant him no harm, Han Li would have to be touched in the head to truly believe that. As Han Li saw the small island growing closer, he didn't dare to delay his departure and streaked towards the island with a flourish of sparkling red light. At that moment, a brilliant light flashed from across the sky, filling the air with a chilling whistle. A vague black dot appeared where the light had faded away, and instantly grew larger as it flew in Han Li's direction at a frightening speed. When Han Li saw this, his heart shook. Even if he couldn't clearly see the black streak's appearance, that fearsome speed and violent whistle couldn't possibly be from anything other than a certain grade 9 windbreaker beast. As Han Li bitterly cursed, wings instantly emerged from his back in a flash of silver light. Since the demon had already appeared, Han Li strove his hardest to reach the small island. Else he would have no chance of survival. Even if he were to turn and flee at that moment, he feared he wouldn't be able to escape Feng-Shi's fearsome speed even if he exhausted the entirety of his divine Devilbane lightning. With that thought, Han Li disappeared with a roll of thunder, turning into an arc of silver lightning. Each time Han Li reappeared, he was drawing closer to the small island. When Swift Crane heard the piercing whistle, his expression greatly changed. Although the Taoist didn't know who that person was, he could faintly feel that they were a fearsome character. When he saw the black dot make its way toward Han Li without the slightest hesitation, he naturally believed that it was for the Heaven Void Cauldron, and he became extremely anxious. Desperate, Swift Crane opened his mouth and spat out a mist of blood essence. The mist turned into a huge, blood-red cloud and enveloped the old Taoist. The white crane patterns on his robes then glowed with a white light and completely absorbed the surrounding blood mist, instantly staining the crane's scarlet. Swift Crane then began to spin his body around, enveloping himself in a blinding white light and releasing the cries of cranes. A 10-meter-long crimson crane with emerald green eyes appeared before him. When Swift Crane saw this, his face grew sullen and he sat upon the huge crane in a blur. He then quickly clapped the head of the crane. Its eyes flickered with green light as it extended its wings, carrying the old Taoist 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. Although he was still slower than Han Li's lightning movements, he was still far faster than before. As a result, a bizarre scene unfolded in the nearby skies. As Han Li pushed forward with his warped movements, both the whistling black blur in front of him and the crimson crane from behind him rushed straight towards him. A few seconds later, Han Li had arrived above the small island. At that same moment, the black blur was now only a few kilometers away, traveling at an unbelievable speed. Han Li's heart turned icy when he clearly saw the demon beast's appearance. It was a bizarre form with the body of a bird and a fishtail, both covered in 3-meter-long feathers. Below its abdomen were 2 incredibly sharp claws covered in inch-large scales that sparkled with an azure light. Feng Shi was using his demon beast form to hunt him down. Although high-grade demons found it awkward to fight against humans while in their beast form, it allowed them to use their innate characteristics without restraint. In this case, it allowed a windbreaker beast to display their innately extraordinary speed. After taking a cold breath of air, Han Li didn't dare to further delay and disappeared in a flash of silver light. He reappeared at the island's surface only to disappear once more. When the demon beast saw this, his piercing whistle came to an abrupt halt. With a few more flaps of his wings, he crossed the remaining couple of kilometers in a mere instant. After arriving above the island, he transformed into his human form with a bright flourish of azure light. Much to his dismay, Swift Crane saw Feng Shi's transformation as he continued to chase after Han Li. After seeing that Feng Shi looked nearly the same as an ordinary human, he felt a chill run down his entire body. Staring in awe, Swift Crane felt his blood run cold. Grade 9 Demon Beast? And it's an extremely fast bird type. Ordinarily, when high-grade humans and demon beasts met, it didn't necessarily result in a battle to the death. But if there was a huge disparity in the strength between them, a bloodbath was unavoidable. After all, regardless of whether it were for the demon beast's cores or the human's nascent souls and golden cores, they were both extremely coveted by the opposing side. As grade 9 demon beasts were slightly above mid-nascent soul cultivators, the old Taoist inwardly cursed at the encounter. Were this any other time, he would have already turned tail and fled without a word. But with the heaven-void cauldron before his eyes, he couldn't bring himself to relinquish it. As a result, he raised his hands with a pale face and held an ancient blue mirror in one hand along with a small jade hammer in the other. With the 2 ancient treasures in hand, the old Taoist's courage was strengthened and he gloomily stared at the demon beast. When Feng Shi saw Han Li's wings and his adept usage of them, he was initially amazed before subsequently becoming filled with an immense, bitter regret. Even if he managed to kill Han Li and refine the thunderstorm wings, he would only be able to draw out 70% of the magic treasure's might at most, since it had already recognized another master, further stoking the flames of hatred towards Han Li. As a result, even though Feng Shi had seen Swift Crane, he had completely ignored the old Taoist. His mind was completely focused on Han Li. He faced and Taoist and coldly shouted, "Fuck off!" before blurring in the direction of the island. Taoist Swift Crane was stunned for a moment before gritting his teeth and flying in pursuit. The Heaven-Void Cauldron was the top-ranked secret treasure in the scattered star seas, and even if he had to risk his life, he had to acquire it. At that moment, Han Li quickly changed his face while he was flying through a passage after breaking through the stone gate. After several more flickers of lightning, he appeared before the transportation formation where several exquisite sound sect cultivators were currently bantering with each other. When they saw Han Li appear, they instantly found their throats choked from the shock. Han Li appeared at the side of the transportation formation before wildly roaring at the disciples. "Is the transportation formation finished?" One of the disciples recognized Han Li and respectfully replied, "Ah, yes, Senior Li. The transportation formation has been finished. However, we've yet to test it. We were..." But before she could finish speaking, his body blurred and he appeared inside the transportation formation. At nearly the same moment, a hole was suddenly ruptured from the ceiling and the demon cultivator Feng Shi dropped down in a streak of azure light. Han Li's face instantly drained of blood. When Feng Shi saw Han Li within the transportation formation, his eyes widened and his face twitched. Although he had been confused as to why Han Li would seek his own destruction by hiding on this small island, it was beyond his wildest dreams for a transportation formation to be there. Before his eyes, Han Li cast a series of hand incantations and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. He was sparing none of his true essence to hasten the activation of the transportation formation, which had already begun to hum and oh. Feng Shi furiously roared. He instantly opened his mouth and fiercely shot a ball of azure light towards a corner of the formation. If the formation was broken before the activation completed, Han Li was as good as his. Immediately after unleashing the attack, Feng Shi's body blurred as he madly rushed at the formation with a fervent bloodlust in a desperate attempt to interrupt Han Li's teleportation. However, he was too late. Han Li responded to his attack by shooting over 10 streaks of sword chi to slow down the ball of azure light. As for Feng Shi's mad charge, Han Li didn't possess the slightest intention to dodge. The spell formation had already begun to shine with a dense white light, enveloping Han Li within it. When Feng Shi arrived in front of the transportation formation in his mad rush, Han Li had already disappeared from within the light in a series of blurs. With neither a displacement talisman on hand nor knowledge of where the transportation formation led to, Feng Shi was forced to abandon his pursuit. At that moment, Swift Crane flew in through the shattered ceiling. After seeing the faint glow of white light from the formation, his expression immediately revealed both fury and amazement. Unfortunately for Swift Crane, his sudden appearance had made him the new target of Feng Shi's gaze. Killing intent began to emanate from his blood-red eyes. All the humans here will die. Brimming with rage after Han Li escaped right before his eyes, Feng Shi brutally shouted. His entire body blazed with an azure light, and instantly turned into a streak of azure light, pouncing towards Swift Crane in a display of overbearing ferocity. Swift Crane's expression massively changed at the sudden change of events, and he instinctively threw out his ancient mirror and jade hammer in panic. Beams of different colors burst forth from the cave and intertwined as they shone down upon the previously tranquil island. A month later, the human cultivators in the nearby seas heard that the nascent soul cultivator Taoist Master Swift Crane fleshly body had been exterminated by a grade 9 demon beast. In order to survive, he had to exhaust the entirety of his body to transport his nascent soul back to his cave residence. For a while after this event, human cultivators were left trembling in fear at the demon beast's viciousness. However, none of them could have expected that such a momentous event was only the beginning. Several months later, the flood dragons of the depths suddenly dispatched large quantities of high-grade members to scour the seas, hunting all human cultivators at core formation and beyond. Although this only lasted for a few short years, the devastation it caused among high-grade cultivators was comparable to the beast torrent. There were even 2 nascent soul eccentrics that had met their end after being surrounded by several grade 9 demon beasts. From that moment on, whenever word of any flood dragons appeared in the nearby seas, no humans dared to rashly leave their cave residences. This continued for over 10 years before the lingering fear finally started to fade. However, the few cultivators that had been fortunate enough to escape from the demon beast's hands were bewildered to discover that all of them were searching for a core formation cultivator surnamed Li. Anyone remained silent in the face of flood dragon's interrogation about him would find themselves immediately attacked. As a result, many cultivators came to believe that the massive wave of attacks from the flood dragons was likely a result of this cultivator Li. Just what had this person done to enrage the flood dragons to this degree? When word of this spread, it became common to hear people cursing this unknown cultivator for having invited this calamity upon all of them. It reached the point where everyone wanted to find this cultivator Li and capture him, delivering him to the flood dragons as an apology and to appease their rage. However, everyone was bewildered to discover that there was no one by the name of Li among the higher-grade cultivators. So even if they wanted to apprehend him for his offenses, they were incapable of even trying. In a flash of white light, the now infamous Han Li appeared in an unfamiliar place with a greater displacement medallion in hand. As a result of his careful nature, Han Li had already prepared for the possibility of meeting enemies upon arrival and had preemptively changed his appearance to that of an unfamiliar man. Before he had even managed to recover from the dizziness caused by the teleportation, Han Li heard a lazy voice from his side. "It seems that your esteemed self has a penchant for punctuality as well. You and I were the first to arrive, and are stuck waiting on the others." Upon hearing this, Han Li inwardly trembled and grunted in response before moving off of the formation and standing off to the side. Not far from the transportation formation, there was a black-clothed man wearing a hood that grinned upon seeing Han Li, revealing his gleaming white teeth. However, when Han Li clearly saw this person's appearance, he immediately felt his stomach lurch. The man appeared truly frightening with a face so shriveled he looked like a skeleton. Additionally, his eyes twinkled with a faint blue light. Despite his shock, Han Li didn't dare to scorn him, because he could tell at a glance that this skeletal-looking man was a mid-core formation cultivator. He could already be considered a rarely seen high-grade cultivator among the scattered starseeds. At the same time that Han Li saw his face, the skeletal man realized Han Li was a late-core formation cultivator. Astonishment clear in his eyes, his tone became much more respectful as he continued. "The others should be arriving soon, so please feel free to take a short rest, brother. We can look forward to all of the rewards we will reap from the upcoming operation." Hehe. Han Li was at a loss about what to do, but under such vague circumstances he could only nod his head and maintain his stiff expression to avoid making any mistakes. He felt his heart slightly relax after examining his surroundings, and discovering that they matched the description of Bright Emperor Island that Lady Fan had given him. When the exquisite sound sect disciple had said that the transportation formation was untested, Han Li had felt slightly uneasy. In the end his luck held out and he had truly returned to the inner star seas after all these years. He was currently in a cave over 60 meters wide, and apart from the ancient transportation formation that he had appeared from, Han Li saw 2 additional transportation formations in the cave. While Han Li chatted with the skeletal man, another transportation formation flickered with yellow light, faintly revealing a tall silhouette. The black-robed man's eyes immediately brightened and he hurriedly walked over. Han Li took the opportunity to quietly shoot 2 small streaks of azure light from his legs into the transportation formation below him, creating a crack in it that would be difficult to spot. As a result of this small crack, the ancient transportation formation was disabled, and he no longer had to fear any pursuit from either Swift Crane or Fengxi. It appeared that Han Li's covert sabotage had gone unnoticed by both the black-clothed man and the cultivator that had just arrived. While the two of them were lively bantering with each other, Han Li inspected the new arrival and discovered it was a large man with a fiendish appearance. When Han Li saw them speaking with each, he silently walked down from the transportation formation and headed towards the cave opening. However, he had only walked a few steps before he heard the black-robed man saw with an astonished tone. "Brother, not everyone has arrived yet. I was told that there would be 5 people simultaneously taking action, and the rest of our orders and members have yet to arrive. It would be best for us to wait in the cave for the time being. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain. Now that I think about it, fellow Taoist's appearance is quite unfamiliar. Is there any chance that this is the first time that brother has participated in an operation like this?" For some unknown reason, the black-robed man hadn't doubted Han Li's identity since he arrived despite not recognizing him. Han Li slightly frowned at the question before mumbling with a deliberately impatient voice. "How troublesome. None of this was explained to me. Hehe. Since fellow Taoist's cultivation is quite high, it is only natural for your guide to be hesitant in telling you what to do. However, brother should exercise some patience. So long as you complete your task, you're free to do as you wish." The black-robed man faintly smiled and seemed to be implying something. When Han Li heard this, he managed to come up with a fairly certain idea about what was going on. After slightly rolling his eyes, he intended to give a vague response. But right then another transportation formation began to radiate light before bringing forth 2 more people. A strange expression flickered deep within Han Li's eyes upon seeing the new arrivals, one of whom was an old man who had blue flame emblems that emitted a faint spiritual chi, and flickered as if they were alive embroidered on his wide robes. Based on his appearance, he seemed to be some notable character, while at his side stood a lean, elegant man. With the appearance of these 2, There were now 5 people in the cave, and Han Li was the sole late core formation cultivator. The skeletal man was at mid-core formation, while the large man and the old man were both at early core formation. As for the lean, elegant man, he was only at the late foundation establishment stage. Just like the skeletal man and the fiendish man, the new arrivals didn't ask any questions about Han Li's identity either. When the elegant man saw that there were 5 people present, he directly saluted the 3 people that had arrived earlier and respectfully said, "I am Kuyu. With respect, I've come to deliver your orders and guide you. Here is my proof of identity. Please feel free to confirm it." The elegant man then took out a black command medallion and handed it over to Han Li. As he clearly had the highest cultivation among the 3 that had first arrived, he naturally took the leading position. Han Li wordlessly received the medallion and glanced at it before casually tossing it to the skeletal man. The skeletal man took a cursory glance at it as well and then casually tossed it back to the elegant man. He then said with a lazy tone, "What use is there in showing the command medallion? Since a foundation establishment cultivator such as yourself was allowed to use the teleportation formation, there is little doubt about your role. As for our identities, there is also no use in examining them. We've only arrived here due to receiving orders as enforcers. It is impossible for there to be outsiders. So how about you start telling us our orders?" The skeletal man appeared quite familiar with the process and boldly spoke with an expression of impatience. When the elegant man heard this, he hesitated for a moment before revealing an embarrassed smile. He didn't raise the matter about identifying Han Li or the others and only let out a dry cough before introducing the old man at his side. "This is Senior Ding, an enforcer of the Azure Yang sect. Your assignment is to assist Senior Ding in capturing a criminal of the Azure Yang sect. Senior Ding will continue with the details. This junior's role was merely to introduce him." He then obediently stepped back and deferred to the old man beside him. "Azure Yang sect? Don't tell me that it's Lord Three Yang's Azure Yang sect." A blue glint appeared in the skeletal man's eyes as he revealed astonishment. When Han Li and the fiendish man to his side heard this, they also revealed surprise. The Azure Yang sect elder surnamed Ding faintly smiled and saluted the 3. It seems there is no need for me to speak of my sect's founder, since you already know his name. The martial ancestor has personally requested coalition leader Archsaint Six Paths for this matter. This is due to the fact that not only is the criminal a core formation cultivator, but she is also in possession of many of the Azure Yang sect's most valuable treasures. It has already been many years since she escaped, but we recently acquired word of her whereabouts. Had the martial ancestor personally set out to capture her, it would naturally be quite easy, but unfortunately, he has more pressing matters at hand. As such, he was forced to ask you fellow Taoists for assistance. With us 4 core formation cultivators, we will be able to capture that which alive with certainty. When he said that last sentence, his expression subconsciously became stern. After hearing him say, "which," the fiendish man bewilderedly asked, "Is this criminal a female cultivator?" Han Li frowned, having faintly recalled something. "That's right, the witch is called Yuan Yao. Originally, she was a concubine that was prepared for the young sect master. However, it was beyond our expectations that this witch would be so vicious and merciless, and using her outstanding beauty and bewitchment techniques, she conspired with another woman and killed the young sect master in secret. Yuan Yao then took the young sect master's treasures and precious medicine pills and fled, later succeeding in core formation. As that young master was martial ancestor Three Yang's sole descendant, he naturally has a bone-deep hatred for the woman and views her as a top priority. So long as you 3 assist me in capturing the woman alive, our sect will be certain to repay you accordingly. We won't leave you undercompensated for your efforts." The old man gritted his teeth as he spoke of the objective. The skeletal man and the fiendish man glanced at each other with a meaningful gaze. As for Han Li, he rubbed his nose in complete silence. So the culprit turned out to be Yuan Yao. This mysterious and beautiful woman's shocking history was far beyond Han Li's imagination. He had been suspicious about how the woman had managed to reach core formation in such a small period of time, and why she had acted in such a secretive manner, But he wouldn't have guessed that she had stolen everything from the corpse of a young sect master and was being pursued by the Azure Yang sect. The many precious medicine pills on the young master seemed to have greatly benefited Yuan Yao. But now, it seemed the woman was trapped in a troublesome situation, and vague thoughts of disrupting their plan had sprung into his mind. However, they remained nothing more than thoughts for the moment. While they couldn't be considered to have a particularly close relationship, they could at least be considered acquaintances. At that moment, the skeletal man at his side started to speak. Since we've already received orders from our superiors, my brother and I would have participated regardless. Do you know where this woman appeared? Since we've gathered here, then she mustn't be too far away. Fellow Taoist is right. The witch lives in seclusion on a desolate island north of Bright Emperor Island. When she went out to purchase a few goods, one of our disciples happened to recognize her and followed her back to the island. Up until that moment, we didn't have the slightest idea about where she could be. This woman is extremely cunning and she possesses treasures with tremendous might, not to mention our sect's precious azure flame blasts. As such, everyone should take proper care. When the old man gave his warning, he spoke towards Han Li especially. Since Han Li was a late core formation cultivator, the old man held him in even higher regard than the others. But against their wildest imaginations, while Han Li was expressionlessly nodding his head, he was inwardly pondering whether or not he should exterminate them. However, when Han Li heard that Yuan Yao was located nearby and that she had many precious treasures on hand, his heart stirred. After a mere moment of thought, Han Li decided that after he saved her, he would take the opportunity to demand heavy rewards from her. With the explanation completed, Kuyu finished examining the people in the room and respectfully asked them for confirmation that they understood before setting off from the cave. Somewhere else in the inner seas, a cultivator with disheveled hair glanced down at the transportation formation under his feet with confusion. The transportation had been flickering with light when he had entered, but once he was about to teleport, the formation had lost power for some unfathomable reason. This caused him to gloomily rub the back of his head. He was at a loss of what to do. Leaving behind the people guarding the formations, Han Li and the party arrived on the side of a mountain. In the distance, a village could vaguely be seen. The party of 5 then took to the skies and under the guidance of the Azure Yang sect elder, they left the island and flew north. The flight was uneventful and the party flew in silence. With Han Li's detached and withdrawn mannerisms, none dared to tactlessly chat along the way as he possessed the highest cultivation among them. About half a day later, the group of 5 spotted a small island about 10 kilometers wide ahead of them. A cold light flickered within the old man's eyes as he came to a stop, and coolly said, "This is the place. The witch should be hiding inside one of the hills." Han Li and the others soon came to a stop and gazed at the island in the distance. Apart from some sparse vegetation, there were only a few small stone mountains and the spiritual qi was extremely scarce. After taking a look at the island, the fiendish man couldn't help but doubtfully ask, "Fellow Taoist Ding, are you not mistaken? The witch is a core formation cultivator. Why would she cultivate in a place like this? Be at ease. There is no way our info is wrong." The old man surnamed Ding replied with complete confidence. He then formed his hands into an incantation gesture and flung his hand out, causing a streak of bright yellow light to streak across the sky. A short moment later, a burst of yellow radiance suddenly shone from one side of the island. The old man was happy after seeing this, and hastily turned his head to the other 3 and explained, "One of our sect's disciples remained here to monitor the woman. It seems that she has yet to leave the island." After that was said, they waited for a moment more before a streak of red light approached them from the direction of the yellow light. A moment later, the red streak of light arrived in front of them and faded away to reveal a gray-clothed mid-foundation establishment cultivator that appeared to be about 40 years old. His robes were identical to the old man's robes with azure flame emblems embroidered into them, but the flames were far smaller than those on the old man's robes. When the man recognized Old Man Ding, he hastily bowed to him and respectfully said, "Disciple greets Martial Uncle Ding and seniors." The old man waved off his greeting without paying it any attention and asked in a deep voice, "Is the witch still on the island?" She is still there. The witch has yet to leave ever since this disciple tailed her back to this island. The middle-aged man spoke with certainty. The old man spoke with a deep tone. Good. You've done well in your assignment. When this matter is over, you will be promoted to an inner disciple within the sect. Go ahead and lead the way. When the middle-aged man heard this, he had a rapt smile as he repeatedly thanked the old man. He then turned around and flew to the small island. In the blink of an eye, the party arrived above the small island. The middle-aged man then pointed to a stone mountain and respectfully said, "On the witch's return, this disciple saw her approach that mountain and then disappear without a trace. Although I couldn't investigate closer due to my low cultivation, I reckon that woman's cave residence is inside that mountain." When the skeletal man heard that, a strange light flickered within his eyes as he gazed at the mountain. He then slowly nodded his head and said, "That's right. The mountain's exterior is clearly under the effects of high-level restrictions. Unless one were to examine that particular mountain up close, they wouldn't be able to discover anything strange about the island. It is no wonder why the woman was able to conceal herself here for so many years." After hearing the skeletal man's description of the formation, a scowl momentarily appeared on the old man's face. Humph! That woman stole all of the young master's technique records during that day, so it isn't strange for her to be able to do this. After I break through the spell formations, I will have to trouble you fellow Taoists to assist me. Relax. Even if the woman possesses exceptional powers, it is still impossible for her to escape. The skeletal man smiled and spoke with a careless expression. The old man agreed and clutched his hands in an incantation gesture as a blinding yellow radiance suddenly erupted from his hands. Break! As the old man shouted, the yellow radiance left his hands and struck the mountains down below. The blast produced a rumble that echoed throughout the air. The scene of the mountain began to ripple in a manner similar to a large rock suddenly dropping into a serene pond. With a ripple of white light, the scene underwent a massive change, revealing beautiful verdant mountain along with massive fluctuations of spiritual qi. This is. The skeletal and fiendish man gazed at the scene in astonishment and couldn't help becoming dazed with their mouths gaping open. Old Man Ding swept his gaze past the two and proudly said, "Hee. This is my sect's secret spirit constraining formation. It is one of the only spell formations in the world capable of concealing spiritual qi. That witch's cultivation is insufficient and she was only capable of concealing a portion of the spiritual qi. If our own martial ancestor were to personally place down this formation, it would be easy for him to prevent it from leaking even a trace of spiritual qi." Han Li was astonished by this as well, and his heart stirred after hearing the old man's explanation. If he could acquire the method for creating the spirit-constraining formation, his cave residences in the future would be far safer. Following the disappearance of the illusion formation, a stone gate was revealed by a pulse of green light at the center of the mountain. It seemed to indicate the location of Yuan Yao's cave residence. "Let's begin our attack." A malicious glint appeared in the old man's eyes. The skeletal man nodded and shot out a strange black edge from his mouth. The weapon was rather odd, appearing to be half saber and half sword. As for the fierce man, he let out a roar and hurled a halberd with an ominous, cold aura towards the mountain. Han Li was shocked to see such a massive weapon being used as a magic treasure. Such a weapon was a rare sight indeed amongst cultivators. The old man had personally spat a white flying sword out of his mouth with a shout. But when he saw that Han Li had yet to take action, he couldn't help but be puzzled and ask, "Fellow Taoist, why haven't you?" Han Li faintly smiled and was about to casually make up an excuse when the mountain door suddenly opened, and a green light burst out from within. When the old man saw this, he wasn't able to say anything further. All the other cultivators' attention had been captured by the sudden change. The green light revolved in front of the gate once before fading away to reveal a black-robed woman who possessed striking beauty and skin as fair as snow. The woman smiled with luminous, moist eyes, and her every movement seemed to contain a trace of charm. This was obviously Yuan Yao, who had parted ways with Han Li after leaving Heaven Void Hall. He hadn't seen the woman for many years, but not only did her appearance remain the same, Her charms seemed to possess an even deeper degree of allure. When the woman swept her gaze across the people there, her expression immediately changed upon seeing the azure Xianxia's elder. A layer of frost suddenly seemed to cover her face. Knowing that her charm techniques would be of no use to the cultivators before her, Yuanyao's expression quickly grew unsightly. She turned her gaze away from the old man as if in contempt and icily said, "Why have you fellow Taoists arrived at this little woman's residence?" When old man Ding saw this, he grew furious in his heart. But as he was a gloomy and shrewd sort, none of it was revealed on his face. Instead, he sinisterly smiled and said, "There is no point in feigning ignorance. You killed my sect's young master and took his treasures. Do you still believe you can escape?" Yuanyao didn't bother to respond to the old man, choosing to examine the other cultivators instead. As a result, she felt her heart sink. The old man and the fiendish man were only early core formation cultivators such as herself. However, the skeletal black-robed man and the azure-robed man with the unremarkable appearance would be quite difficult to deal with. Their cultivations were at mid and late core formation, respectively. Despite the astonishing power of the several magic treasures in her possession and the few secret techniques that she had cultivated over the years, if those four were to join hands, the results would be far from good. The skeletal man and the fiendish man were clearly shocked when they saw Yuanyao's beauty, and gave each other a mutual glance of regret. If the woman hadn't offended the azure Xianxia's venerable Devil 3 Yang, she would have definitely been an ideal Tao companion. It was truly a pity. As she confronted the dire circumstances before her, her expression remained steady as she bitterly laughed and waved her empty hand. A white light started to revolve around her hand, and when she stroked it, it started to brightly shine and release a large expanse of green and yellow mist. In a mere second, the mist covered the entire mountain. When the old man saw this, he shouted, and the flying sword in front of him hastily chopped towards Yuanyao. However, Yuanyao merely laughed and silently disappeared into the mist with a blur. The old man frowned when he saw this. Then, with an expression of disdain, he clutched his hands in an incantation gesture and pointed at his flying sword. "Humph! You dare to display a trifling illusion formation in front of me?" The flying sword released a clear ring before wildly twirling through the skies. In an instant, it turned into a 10-meter-long disk of whirling light that ruthlessly swept past the mountain and cleanly scattered the fog. A second later, the stone gate could be seen once more. When the fiendish man saw this, he pointed to his own magic treasure without the slightest hesitation and caused the halberd to swell in size several times before fiercely chopping at the stone gate. Flashes of yellow and green light erupted each time the halberd struck the gate. To Han Li's side, the skeletal man was about to send his own strange blade to attack when he suddenly shouted in shock, "Not good!" The witch ran from the back of the mountain. "Quickly, chase after her." He then turned into a streak of black light and quickly flew around the mountain. When Han Li heard this, a strange expression flickered within his eyes, but he stood in place without moving. It appeared the fiendish man was extremely confident in the skeletal man's words. He immediately stopped attacking the gate after hearing his words and set off after him. When the old man saw this, he wore a doubtful expression and hesitantly asked Han Li, "Fellow Taoist, did he speak truly?" This old man didn't sense anything. When Han Li heard him, his face remained unchanged, but an odd expression flickered within his eyes as he calmly said, "That fellow Taoist spoke truthfully. She did flee from an exit on the other side of the mountain. Those two fellow Taoists have already barred her way and are in the middle of a battle with her." Han Li's arms were held behind his back as he gazed into the distance. The old man joyfully said, "That is great. If we arrive to assist them, we will certainly be able to capture that witch." Han Li turned towards the old man and gazed at him with a peculiar expression as he leisurely said, "Yes, if we were to head out, that woman would be easily captured. But before that, there is something I'd like to borrow from you." Old man Ding appeared perplexed and paused for a moment before asking, "Borrow? What does fellow Taoist wish to borrow from me?" "Nothing important. Just your head." Han Li rubbed his nose with a smirk. Then, before the old man could respond, he spat a streak of bright azure light from his mouth. It circled once around the old man before his head tumbled off of his body. Soon after, Han Li shot out a streak of azure light from his hand, wrapping up the head and dragging it into his hand. He then narrowed his eyes and enveloped the azure light around the head. Because he had acted so quickly, the head still wore an expression of a strange bewilderment and had yet to even smell of blood. Han Li sighed and muttered, "Don't blame me. Blame the terrible luck you had for seeing me arrive through the transportation formation." When Kuyu and the Azure Yang sect sentry saw this, they were immediately terrified and tried to hastily flee on their magic tools. Unfortunately for them, a casual wave of Han Li's arm released 2 streaks of sword light that immediately penetrated their chests. He then raised his head and turned to the direction of the mountain while wearing a strange expression. Han Li clicked his tongue and said with an impressed tone, "I didn't expect for Yuan Yao's cultivation to have reached such a higher level." He then flew off in a streak of azure light. In the sky behind the Green Mountain, the skeletal man and the fiendish man were in a contest using their magic treasures against a strange red hammer as they continuously cast magic techniques in Yuan Yao's direction. At that moment, Yuan Yao was completely enveloped in a cloud of black smoke and shot over 100 streaks of green devil fire, intercepting their magic techniques with rings of explosions. But as she fought, she continuously retreated and attempted to think of a plan to flee. As her opponents were rich with battle experience, their perfectly coordinated strikes forced Yuan Yao to focus the entirety of her attention on defending against their attacks. When the fiendish man and the skeletal man saw Han Li flying over, they were overjoyed. When Han Li arrived near the battle and his light faded away, the fiendish man appeared discontent and hastily called out to Han Li, "Fellow Taoist, quickly help. If we attack together, the woman will be captured without fail." Wait, where is fellow Taoist Ding? This was a matter of his own sect. How could he possibly delay? You don't need to wait for him. Fellow Taoist Ding is right here. Han Li then expressionlessly reached behind him and tossed the old man's head to the fiendish man. After hearing Han Li's tone suddenly turn harsh, the fiendish man felt that something was amiss. When he saw Han Li had tossed over a severed head, he felt his heart drop, but he unconsciously blurred forward to catch it. In the same instant he moved forward, he clearly saw the severed head's face. He felt his heart quake upon realizing that the pale severed head belonged to Old Man Ding. The skeletal man was similarly aghast when he saw that it was the head of Old Man Ding. With great coordination, the two quickly drew close to one another the instant they discovered the situation had gone awry. They then commanded their magic treasures to return to them before staring at Han Li with vigilant expressions. Although Han Li was a late core formation cultivator, if the two of them joined hands, they could possibly rival him. As a result, they didn't appear to possess the slightest fear. Not far away, Yuan Yao was watching all of this unfold in utter confusion. Despite not using the opportunity to escape, she still maintained the devilish technique that surrounded her body and had her strange red hammer revolve around her out of caution as she silently observed the strange actions of Han Li and the others. Han Li shot a deep glance at Yuan Yao before turning his gaze back to the skeletal man and the fiendish man. Without offering any further explanation, he waved both his arms with a faint smile, and over 20 small azure swords flew out from his sleeves like 2 schools of fish. Then, in a sudden burst of light, the flying swords shot directly at the pair of cultivators. When the skeletal man and the fiendish man saw this, they couldn't believe their eyes and had incredulous expressions on their faces. Ordinary core formation cultivators had to exhaust most of their fortune just to refine a single magic treasure. And now this traitorous ally before them had suddenly took out over 20 flying swords. With this single display, the two immediately knew that Han Li was no ordinary late core formation cultivator, and didn't stand a chance against him. The skeletal man's expression paled and he suddenly yelled, "Scatter! To each his own." Just as he finished yelling, he transformed into a black streak of light and flew away. Upon hearing this, the fiendish man immediately retrieved his halberd without another word and rushed away in the opposite direction. His speed wasn't much slower than his partner's. He seemed to be exceptionally proficient in running away. When Han Li saw this, his expression grew solemn, and he quickly formed an incantation gesture with both his hands before pointing to his flying swords. The swords then glowed with azure light before each sword produced 3 identical sword lights, transforming the original 24 swords into 96 and doubling the strength of each of their auras. Han Li then flung his sleeve and imposingly uttered, "Separate." As soon as the word was uttered, the azure swords split off in 2 groups. Each group of flying swords then united together with a pulse of azure light and formed their own distinct swarms of light before swiftly setting off. Han Li's use of the divine ability Sword Shadow Phantasm technique left the skeletal man and the fiendish man deathly white when they turned their heads around to look. They then began to circulate the entirety of the magic powers in their bodies while fearing for their lives. Han Li stood still and merely glanced at the two with a trace of pity. The swarms of sword lights traveled at a speed that ordinary cultivators couldn't hope to match. Unless they had heaven-defying treasures similar to Han Li's blood-red cloak or thunderstorm wings, the two of them didn't have the slightest chance of survival. After only a short moment, the swarms of swordlight had traveled several kilometers away and chased down the skeletal man and the fiendish man. They could only helplessly turn around and summon their magic treasures in an attempt to block the sword swarms. But under the overbearing assault of their superior numbers, the swords tore their bodies apart in quick succession, each death accompanied by a miserable scream. Han Li then calmly released the Sword Shadow Phantasm technique and had the swords fly back with the now ownerless storage pouches. With the swords flying back into his robes like birds returning to their nest, Han Li turned to look at the black mist in the distance with a mysterious smile. To his surprise, before he even spoke, Yuan Yao giggled and said, "So it's fellow Taoist Han. I didn't expect that in the tens of years we were apart Brother Han's abilities would reach this stage. This little woman truly holds you in great esteem." Soon after she said this, the black mist slowly dispersed to reveal the stunningly beautiful woman. She then silently gazed at Han Li with luminous eyes and a wide smile. "I didn't expect for fellow Taoist Yuan to recognize me. You gave me quite the fright." Han Li chuckled and then dissolved his appearance exchange arts without hesitation, restoring his original appearance in a flash of white light. "I, myself, find it quite difficult to believe that apart from Brother Han, there could be another person in the scattered starseas that also possesses such a vast number of flying sword magic treasures." Although she had said those earlier words with a smile, she still let out a breath of relief after seeing Han Li reveal his true appearance. Then, after a moment of hesitation, she refrained from asking why Han Li had appeared here. Instead, she approached Han Li and gracefully saluted him, expressing her sincere gratitude. "It is thanks to Brother Han's timely rescue that this little woman was able to escape calamity." She truly understood that if Han Li had meant her harm, she wouldn't have even been given the opportunity to flee given his current cultivation. As such, it would be far better if she could forge a friendly relationship with him. Han Li naturally knew why Yuan Yao had showed him respect with such a strong smile. As such, he chuckled and waved his arm before saying, "I merely happened to encounter this hunting party by chance, and saving you only required very slight effort. Since we last saw each other, it seems fellow Taoist Yuan has made quite a bit of progress with her techniques." Yuan Yao tilted her head and glanced at Han Li before speaking with feigned anger. "Is Brother Han making fun of this little woman? Brother Han has already reached late core formation stage while I am still lingering at early core formation stage. What progress is there to speak of? Hee. Fellow Taoist Yuan is far too modest. Although I've managed to reach this stage with the assistance of many chance encounters, there are still several matters that I must consult with you about." Yuan Yao was momentarily stunned before concealing a giggle with her hand. "Hee. Ask as you please, but if Brother Han doesn't find my humble home distasteful, wouldn't it be better to have our chat there?" The woman treated Han Li with obvious intimacy, perhaps due to him having just saved her life. Without putting on any airs, Han Li saluted her and agreed. "Then I will have to trouble you to lead the way." Yuan Yao's complexion flushed and she descended onto the island with a smile on her face as Han Li followed her into her cave residence. Yuan Yao's cave residence couldn't be considered very large, but it was tastefully arranged in an elegant and clean manner. Additionally, the residence's passageways were lined with rare and colorful plants, filling the ordinarily dull cave residence with color and a pleasant fragrance. When Han Li saw this, he couldn't help but warmly smile as Yuan Yao led Han Li into a stone hall over 30 meters wide. After Han Li took a seat at the table, she steeped a pot of fragrant tea and happily sat across from Han Li. Brother Han is quite famous within the scattered star seas. You've acquired quite the reputation. Nearly everyone has heard of how the top-ranked secret treasure in the scattered star seas fell into the hands of a core formation cultivator surnamed Han. Judging by how fellow Taoist entered late core formation in so few years, could it be that you have consumed the legendary Heaven-Mend pill? Is the medicine truly as miraculous as the legends say? As soon as Yuan Yao sat down, she revealed an unconcealed longing towards both the Heaven-Mend pill and the Heaven-Void cauldron. Han Li paused for a moment before silently smiling. The woman was quite clever. She clearly had taken the opportunity to raise the matter of the Heaven-Void cauldron and the Heaven-Mend pill without showing any hostile intentions. Han Li couldn't help but feel favorable towards her. Han Li sighed and shook his head. Since fellow Taoist Yuan mentioned it, I won't try to fool you. The Heaven-Void cauldron really is in my possession. However, due to my shallow cultivation, I've been unable to open the cauldron ever since I acquired it. Whatever treasures it contains are completely inaccessible to me for the time being. By the time my cultivation progresses and I have the ability to open it, the Heaven-Mend pill will no longer be of any use to me. Since his cultivation far exceeded her own, he didn't feel the need to lie and calmly revealed the truth of the matter. You've yet to open the Heaven-Void cauldron? When Yuan Yao heard this, she paused for a moment, before revealing an expression of slight disbelief. Han Li frowned and was disinclined to offer the woman any further explanation. Instead, he coughed several times and decided to clearly strike at the heart of the matter at hand. He stared at Yuan Yao and slowly said, "Would fellow Taoist Yuan happen to have any more myriad spirit milk on her? You should know that with the Heaven-Void cauldron in my possession, trouble has a way of constantly finding me. This, along with many other unexpected matters, has caused me to consume nearly all the myriad-year spirit milk that you gave me. If you have any of it remaining, I am willing to pay a high price for it. You definitely won't suffer a loss." Han Li would have lost his life several times over during his time in the outer star seas, were it not for the myriad-year spirit milk. After realizing just how important this item was, Han Li was naturally unwilling to let go an opportunity to acquire the other half of the spirit milk originally in the bottle. With this, he would have yet another life-saving item the next time danger came to seek him out. When Yuan Yao heard Han Li, she paused for a moment before unconsciously frowning. A moment later, she took out a jade bottle from her waist and placed it at the center of the table and pushed it towards Han Li without any hesitation. The woman serenely gazed at Han Li and said, "I haven't used even a drop of the myriad-year spirit milk. Brother Han can have it as a gift, so there is no need to give me any spirit stones or items for it." "You're giving the myriad-year spirit milk to me as a gift?" Han Li was astonished upon hearing her. "That's right. Although the myriad-year spirit milk could be considered extremely precious, it cannot be compared with Brother Han's life-saving rescue. Could it be that Brother Han believes that I am the sort of woman who doesn't know how to repay kindness?" Yuan Yao bit her lip as she started to twirl a fine strand of hair around her finger. Han Li was hesitant as he said, "No, it's just—" When Yuan Yao heard this, her eyes brightened and she smiled. "We are fellow survivors of Heaven-Void Hall, and now you've saved my life once again. There is no need for Brother Han to address me as an outsider and always call me fellow Taoist." Yuan Yao chuckled after saying this, but she soon thought of something and a blush appeared on her face, emphasizing her beauty. When Han Li saw her captivating expression, he couldn't help but blankly stare at her for a time. Yuan Yao's blush deepened when she saw Han Li staring at her, turned her head to the side as if to avoid his gaze. A while later, Han Li took a deep breath and said, "Since Miss Yuan Yao has said this, I won't act so unfamiliar and will call you by your esteemed name." He then casually picked up the small bottle and opened it to see that it was truly the myriad-year spirit milk. With a trace of joy, Han Li placed the bottle into his storage pouch. Then after some slight hesitation, Han Li took out two small, white jade bottles and pushed them towards Yuan Yao. Yuan Yao blinked and said with slight confusion, "What are those?" Han Li calmly replied, "These two bottles contain medicine pills for progressing one's magic power and will assuredly aid you in your future cultivation. Consider them as an exchange of gifts." Yuan Yao paused for a moment and then pursed her lips in a smile as she looked at the two white jade bottles. "I've already said that the spirit milk was a present to you, but Brother Han still took out two bottles of medicine pills to give me. You're making me quite embarrassed." Han Li glanced at her and smiled before saying, "There is no need for Miss Yuan to feel embarrassed. These two bottles of medicine pills were refined from the cores of grade 6 demon beasts. With Miss Yuan's current cultivation at the peak of early core formation stage, these pills will allow you to smoothly enter the mid-core formation stage." Yuan Yao's smile suddenly turned into an expression of shock. Medicine pills refined from grade 6 demon cores? She immediately grabbed a bottle and opened the lid. Pure spiritual qi was released from the bottle, much to Yuan Yao's delighted surprise. Yuan Yao's hand tightly held onto the bottle and said in an embarrassed manner, "I could refuse anything else, but due to desperation, I'm afraid that this little woman will have to shamefully accept these two bottles of medicine pills." The two bottles of medicine pills would save Yuan Yao over 10 years of bitter cultivation. So although she felt slightly embarrassed, she was still very much delighted. "Please don't hesitate to take them. I still have other things to request of you." Han Li felt relief after seeing Yuan Yao take the medicine pills. Otherwise, he would have found it difficult to put forward his next request. After carefully putting away the two bottles, Yuan Yao felt even more relaxed towards Han Li, and her expression only grew more lovely. With Brother Han's current powers, what could Brother Han possibly require from this little woman? "Let me know and I will certainly help if I can." Han Li slowly said, "Just now I was amazed when I saw the Azure Yang sect's secret spirit constraining formation. It was able to restrain the spiritual qi surrounding your cave residence. Would Miss Yuan be able to give me a copy of the method to create this formation spell? I would be extremely grateful." The spirit constraining formation? Not a problem. Perhaps wishing to repay Han Li for the medicine pills, Yuan Yao instantly agreed without the slightest consideration. She immediately took out a jet-black jade slip and handed it to Han Li. Yuan Yao sweetly smiled in a breathtaking display of her dainty charms. This jade slip contains the formation spell records of the Azure Yang sect. In addition to the spirit constraining formation, there are several other powerful spell formations as well. Han Li was elated to accept the jade slip and uttered several words of thanks before immersing his spiritual sense in it. Just as Yuan Yao had said, there were several spell formations that he had never heard of in addition to the spirit constraining formation. After quickly looking through the contents, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip with a satisfied expression. When he thought to say something to Yuan Yao, he was surprised to see that she appeared to hesitant about whether or not she should speak. With a trace of doubt on his face, Han Li asked, "Is there something you want to ask me, Miss Yuan?" Yuan Yao hesitated before revealing an expression of determination and calmly asked, "Since Brother Han already knows about the Azure Yang sect, then you should also know a bit about my past." "Yes." A bewildered expression appeared on Han Li's face at the suddenly change of topic. Not knowing why she has raised the issue, he indifferently nodded and sullenly said, "That's right. When I infiltrated their group, I heard the Azure Yang sect elder say that you had nearly become the young sect master's concubine. Afterwards, you killed the young master in secret and fled with his treasures. Is that true?" When she heard Han Li's brief summary, a bitter smile appeared on Yuan Yao's beautiful face. With a mocking tone, she said, "He wasn't wrong. I really did nearly become that wretch's concubine, and I did it with the intention of gaining the Azure Yang sect as a powerful backer. Do you believe that my actions displayed a lack of pride or honor, Brother Han?" Han Li shook his head and emotionlessly said, "Not in the slightest. That's just how the cultivation world works. If you aren't born into a large sect or if you lack exceptional spiritual roots, it's extremely difficult to progress on the path of cultivation. That being the case, your methods are basically par for the course. Most beautiful female cultivators are more than willing to become the concubine or servant of high-grade male cultivators in the hopes of acquiring support. There are even a few female cultivators that have given up on cultivation completely and become cultivation furnaces for others, merely looking for a period of luxury free of worry. Han Li's words seemed to make Yuan Yao feel more at ease. She then forced a smile at Han Li and said, "Senior Marshal Sister Yan Li and I were both born in a small cultivation sect. Not only were our aptitudes only average, but our cultivation techniques were mediocre as well. We both realized if things continued like they were, we wouldn't even catch a glimpse of foundation establishment stage, let alone core formation. As a result, we both agreed to leave our sect and wanted to find an unmarried male cultivator with profound cultivation in hopes of becoming their Dao companion. Unfortunately, we never encountered a suitable high-grade cultivator, not even one at late foundation establishment stage. Instead, our beauty attracted many undesirables like flies to fruit, but since their cultivations weren't superior to our own, we were unwilling to devote our hearts to them. Later on, due to a few unforeseen events, Senior Marshal Sister Yan Li and I parted ways for a time. Several years later, when I reunited with her, I discovered that she had become the cultivation furnace for the Azure Xianxia's young master. I was shocked and furious at the time and wanted to investigate it. But at that moment, the Azure Xianxia's young master suddenly appeared and started to repeatedly say how attracted he was to me and how he wanted me to be his concubine. I accepted his terms on the condition that he release Senior Marshal Sister Yan Li and also wed her as a concubine. But during those years, I was young and short-sighted. Based on the wretch's illustrious identity, deep cultivation, and great riches, I agreed without much consideration despite the protests of my senior marshal sister. At this point, Yuan Yao wore a dazed expression as if she were lost in her memories of that year. Han Li slightly furrowed his brow, but knowing that she was about to continue, he silently waited. After Yuan Yao woke from her daze, his voice grew icy as she continued. On our way back to the Azure Yang sect, Senior Marshal Sister Yan Li found an opportunity to secretly tell me that she had originally been duped by the Azure Yang sect's young master. She had also been promised to be wed as a concubine, but she had instead become the wretch's cultivation furnace several months later and was greatly sapped of her strength. It seemed that most of his cultivation vessels had been cheated in nearly the same way. After they entered the Azure Yang sect, these female cultivators that were promised to be concubines had all become cultivation vessels and were stripped of their freedom. When I heard that, I became fearful and began to consult with Senior Marshal Sister about taking advantage of the wretch when he was unguarded to stealthily dispose of him. But who could have known that this ravenous wretch wished to consummate our marriage before we even managed to return to the sect? Helpless, my Senior Marshal Sister and I could only lay down a trap and take advantage of his moment of weakness. In the end, the plan succeeded. However, my Senior Marshal Sister Yan Li suffered an immense injury and lost her body. All I could do for her was take her primal soul and temporarily house it in a magic tool, but ordinary ghost magic tools cause the soul to decay within only days. Later on, I used all the techniques I could to slow this degradation, but I was never able to stop it. Soon, Senior Marshal Sister Yan Li's primal soul was at risk of losing her intelligence and being forever incapable of bonding with a body. Having heard this, Han Li's eyes brightened as he recalled the matter of the spirit-nurturing wood. Could it be that you acquired the soul-nurturing wood in order to protect fellow Taoist Yan Li's soul? When Yuan Yao answered Han Li's question, her face revealed a hopeful expression. That's right. I had acquired a jade slip from the Azure Yang sect's young master that described the soul-nurturing wood contained inside Heaven Void Hall. As such, I prepared myself to go to the Heaven Void Hall with intention of acquiring the divine wood. However, I didn't expect that it would be far more dangerous than the legends made it out to be. Were it not for your assistance on several occasions, I fear I wouldn't have made it out of Heaven Void Hall, as I had only recently entered core formation at the time. Senior Marshal Sister Yan Li's primal soul mostly recovered her strength at this point, after being nourished by the soul-nurturing wood for so many years. Although she can't possess a body of her own accord, she can still possess a different fleshly body with the soul rise technique. Han Li's expression slightly changed when he heard this soul rise technique. Is that a type of technique which draws the soul into a fresh corpse and brings it back to life? That's right. Han Li stared at the woman and imposingly said, "Fellow Taoist Yuan, do you know what you're trying to do? Not to mention the danger when using this technique, but the cost of using such a technique is more than an ordinary cultivator can bear. Not only does one's cultivation need to be at least at core formation to use this technique, but due to its heaven-defying nature, it will also subject your cultivation to unbearable strain. As an early core formation cultivator, it's very likely that you will shatter your core upon using the technique and drop down back to foundation establishment stage." When Yuan Yao heard Han Li's warning, she grew silent for a moment before playing it down by saying, "Of course I know all of that. When possessing a living person's body, so long as one didn't violate the 3 inviolable laws, it's a relatively safe matter. Since the soul rise technique is fundamentally different from possession and causes a fresh corpse to revive, it naturally possesses a high cost." A trace of spirited light appeared within Han Li's eyes, and he solemnly warned, "With the aid of the soul-nurturing wood, why can't your senior martial sister take the initiative to possess a body? Can't you just wait until after reaching the mid-core formation stage before using the soul rise technique on your senior martial sister? If you try to form another core after having it shattered, it's so incredibly difficult that it could be considered nearly impossible." Yuan Yao calmly replied, "Senior martial sister suffered far too heavy an injury and has existed as a soul for far too long. Her consciousness has already started to dim, and it isn't something that the soul-nurturing wood is capable of blocking. She only has 1 or 2 years at most before she thoroughly loses her sense of self. If I were to wait until then to use the soul rise technique, she would only be a mindless husk. And just as it so happens, I recently came across a very suitable fresh corpse and have already spent a lot of effort into laying down the spell formation for the soul rise technique. Had no one disturbed me, I would have begun the ritual in the coming month." Although a slight trace of sorrow could be seen on her face, she appeared determined. Having heard this, a strange emotion flickered within Han Li's eyes. A short moment later, he let out a breath and asked, "Did Miss Yuan say this with the intention of asking me for help?" Yuan Yao wore a resolute expression with wide eyes. "Brother Han just saved me a moment ago, so it would be improper for me to ask you for assistance. However, the soul rise technique requires a place of profound yin, and will produce effects that spell formations cannot conceal that will attract the attention of other cultivators. Because I was branded a criminal by the Azure Yang sect, I have been unable to acquaint myself with any other high-grade cultivators apart from you. I can only hope that you'll stay for the next few days and offer this little woman some protection as she employs the ritual. As this matter relates to the life or death of my senior martial sister Yen Li, I will agree to any conditions I am able to so long as you agree." Han Li grew silent for a moment with a pensive expression. According to how he would ordinarily act, he wouldn't even consider staying behind. He had his own share of troubles and couldn't afford to take on anyone else's. However, Yuan Yao wouldn't hesitate to shatter her own core if it meant she could save her good friend. This touching act had stirred up emotions that Han Li had kept locked away deep within his heart. After a moment of deliberation, he came to the conclusion that so long as he didn't encounter any mid-nascent soul-stage cultivators, he wouldn't be in any danger at his current cultivation. If any ordinary cultivators were to spy on what was happening, he would be able to easily exterminate them. If all he had to do was protect the woman for a few days, then it wouldn't take much effort on his part. With that thought, Han Li came to a decision and rubbed his nose. He wryly smiled and said, "It seems I don't have a heart of stone after all, because for some reason I just can't refuse you. Since you're even willing to shatter your own core, I will assist you in raising Miss Yen Li's soul, and will act as your protector just this once. I require no other conditions aside from you having to tell me what is amiss with the weeping soul pearl. I have felt apprehensive about refining the treasure ever since you mentioned it. Also, the place of profound yin isn't on this island, yes. This place has already been exposed, so it would be a very good idea to conduct the ritual elsewhere." When Yuan Yao heard Han Li's response, her beauty appeared to blossom as she wore a thankful expression. She then took out a green jade slip and handed it over to Han Li saying, "I am truly grateful for your assistance, Brother Han. However, please don't worry. The place of profound Een isn't here. It's on another island. Although it is only several days away, we should be safe from the Azure Xianxia's pursuit for more than enough time for me to conduct the ritual. As for the matter of the Weeping Soul Pearl, it is quite simple. The Azure Yang sect young master's Weeping Soul Beast wasn't completely refined. As such, the Weeping Soul Pearl used to control it is flawed. After refining it, one would periodically experience headaches. Additionally, once it is more deeply refined, the headaches would become far more severe. I merely refined it to less than half of completion in order to deal with the first trial of Heaven Void Hall. The ghost missed, but it still left me restless and troubled. I also have the refinement technique for the Weeping Soul Beast itself. Although I believe that you won't be able to finish refining it on your own, I will give it to you regardless. Han Li came to a sudden realization about why its power was so inferior to how the legends described. It turned out that his Weeping Soul Beast was a half-finished product. Han Li took the jade slip with slight disappointment and casually took a look inside before throwing it into his storage pouch. Then, with a bright expression, Han Li said, "Miss Yuan, since this place has already been revealed, we should immediately leave for the place of profound Een to spare us from any potential troubles that may come this way." Yuan Yao paused for a moment before agreeing. "Yes, I would have proposed the same. I'll quickly tend to my belongings before we depart." 3 days later, Han Li was looking down at a small, barren island. Han Li stroked his chin and turned to the beautiful woman at his side, asking, "The Een Qi is truly dense on this island, so it must have been quite difficult for you to find it. Perhaps by drawing on the support of the immense Een Qi, Miss Yuan won't suffer much backlash when using the technique." Yuan Yao glanced at the island with a slight smile and said, "Of course. I only managed to find this nameless island after searching through the records of the nearby seas. Long ago, this island was a demon beast graveyard. Before humans had established themselves among the scattered star seas, the nearby low-grade demon beasts would approach this island of their own accord when they reached the end of the lifespan to die here. After countless years, the island has developed an astonishing amount of Een Qi, but few know of it since this island is so far from commonly traveled routes and is quite small." With that said, the woman flew down without any further hesitation, with Han Li calmly following after her. After descending onto the edge of the island, Yuan Yao brought Han Li to a small, empty valley that was littered with fist-sized black stones. When Yuan Yao arrived at the edge of the valley, she formed an incantation gesture with both hands and shot out a streak of red light. The valley then rippled with red light before revealing an extremely complicated spell formation that spanned over 30 meters. From the profound talisman characters contained within the formation pieces, its intricacy was obvious at a glance. But what left Han Li surprised was the translucent coffin of white jade at its center. It was 2 meters long, a meter wide and a meter tall, with streaks of white coiling around it. The entire coffin was actually made from glacial jade. Its price must have tremendous. There was no doubt in Han Li's mind about whether this glacial jade coffin contained the body that Yuan Yao intended for Yen Li. To the best of Han Li's knowledge, the soulrise technique required several extremely specific conditions. Not only did it require a corpse with the same spiritual roots and age as the soul when it died, but the owner of the corpse must have suffered in the same manner as the soul did when they died. Even their grievances and resentful qi had to be a perfect match. If any of these conditions weren't met, the soulrise technique couldn't be used. As Han Li examined the coffin of glacial jade, Yuan Yao took out a black wood box from her robes with extreme care and placed it on the coffin before taking several steps back. Yuan Yao looked at the sky before turning her head to Han Li. In a sincere tone, she said, "In 4 hours' time, the Een Qi will be at its strongest. That's when I'll begin to use the soulrise technique. The entire process will take 3 days, so during that time, I will have to trouble you to guard me." Han Li nodded and looked around the valley. He frowned, asking, "Apart from the illusion formation, there seems to be nothing else. Won't it be dangerous if a strong enemy were to fully occupy my attention and leave you vulnerable?" Yuan Yao bit her lip and spoke with a hint of helplessness. "I know, but I don't possess any more powerful spell formation tools, and didn't I have much time to prepare? So it's a risk I have to take." Han Li crossed his arms and held his chin in his hand, before saying, "In that case, leave the spell formations to me. I still have a few sets of spell formation tools that hold decent strength. Although they are by no means exceptional, it's still better than leaving you undefended." Since he had already decided to help, he may as well do his best. When Yuan Yao heard him, her eyes shined a light as she said, "Brother Han, you're proficient in the Tao of formation spells. Since that's the case, I will feel much more at ease when I'm undergoing the ritual. Thank you for your troubles." Han Li silently smiled in return and then took off to the skies and examined the valley's surroundings. He slowly descended back onto the island a short moment later as he thought, "Since time is short, I should start putting down the formations right away." With that, Han Li began to wave his arms and produced slivers of consciousness, summoning over a dozen huge ape puppets at his side. He then took out many sets of spell formation tools and handed them to the puppets. Han Li stood there and used his spiritual sense to control the puppets and had them start laying down formations around the valley. Yuan Yao curiously gazed at the puppets' movements for a moment, but then began to hurriedly make her own preparations. The soul rise technique was no trivial affair. To fully employ the technique, it required extremely careful preparations. Additionally, one needed to test the formation on the ground to avoid any mistakes from occurring partway through. Elsewhere on the island, Han Li managed to place down 5 moderately powerful spell formations within 2 hours with the aid of his 8 puppets. Although they wouldn't be able to withstand persistent attacks from a core formation cultivator, they would be more than enough to deal with any foundation establishment cultivators. At the heart of the valley, Yuan Yao finished placing down all of the spirit stones for the spell formation, and struck the crux of the formation with an incantation seal, activating the spell formation. In response, the spell formation began to hum and flicker with a jet-black light. Eerie strands of black chi suddenly began to appear around the formation, converging towards the glacial jade coffin at the center. Yuan Yao revealed satisfaction at the sight and hastily struck the formation with another incantation seal, stopping the spell formation. Yuan Yao walked out of the spell formation and turned to Han Li, while happily saying, "There doesn't seem to be any problems. The spell formation is working as expected." After seeing her cheerful smile, Han Li slowly said, "Fellow Taoist Yuan, have you thought this through clearly? After shattering your core, your path to immortal cultivation will cease. It will be nearly impossible to climb back up to core formation stage." Yuan Yao's smile disappeared, and after a brief moment of silence, she calmly said, "If it ends, then let it end. The only reason I was able to live until now was so I could accomplish this." Yuan Yao then combed a strand of loose hair from her face to the side and emotionlessly said, "Brother Han doesn't know what relationship I had with my senior martial sister. I grew up with her ever since I was small, and for tens of years, we lived together, ate together, and cultivated together in our sect. We may as well have been true sisters. When we killed the Azure Yang sect master, she blocked a retaliatory strike aimed at me and perished as a result. As such, it is only right that I suffer from the soul rise technique for her. So long as senior martial sister's primal soul doesn't perish and she regains her fleshly body, a shattered core is a trivial cost." An odd expression momentarily appeared on Han Li's face. After muttering to himself for a moment, he nodded his head and no longer tried to dissuade her. Yuan Yao returned to the center of the spell formation and sat down in front of the glacial jade coffin while waiting for the optimal time to start. Not a word was spoken until she eventually looked at the skies and slowly stood up. "It's time. Let's start. Regardless of whether or not the soul rise technique succeeds, I will always remember your kindness, Brother Han, and will be forever grateful." Yuan Yao gracefully saluted Han Li before activating the formation beneath her without any reservations. Han Li sighed and slowly walked out of the valley. A moment later, the surrounding yin qi began to flow towards the formation. Even with his current cultivation, he didn't wish to be near such a vast quantity of yin qi. Han Li stopped once he left the valley and turned around. Yin winds began to gather around the spell formation, and a faint layer of black light had begun to cover the area as ghostly wails filled the air. Han Li then expressionlessly sat down outside the valley entrance and began to slowly release his spiritual sense, keeping the entire island and the nearby seas within his sights. As he remained motionless, he frowned and revealed a bitter smile. At that moment, Han Li realized why Yuan Yao had requested him to act as her protector. Her previous description of the Soul Rise technique's external impact during the ritual was a vast understatement. Han Li came back to his senses with something of a headache. The Yin winds had already obstructed most of the valley from view, while sand and stones filled the air as they blew all over. Ghostly sobs reverberated throughout the valley. The heart of the formation was shining with blinding black light and was surrounded with Yin qi so dense that the very sight of it inspired fear. What Han Li found most shocking was the black cloud that had appeared 5 kilometers in the air at some unknown time. It roiled with Yin qi and released startling claps of thunder as it started to take the form of a cone pointed downward at the valley. This was clearly the sign of a heavenly omen. Any cultivators living in the nearby seas were certain to be shocked. After all, this astonishing scene wasn't normally accompanied by a treasure, but by a human performing a heretical act that defied the heavens. Such a scene would arouse a great curiosity in anyone who saw it. Furthermore, who knew whether or not this would provoke a fearsome character? As Han Li inwardly considered this, his expression stirred while he gazed into the distance. 8 streaks of light were approaching the island from the southwest. In an instant, they had stopped 5 kilometers away from the island, revealing a group of male and female cultivators. They were led by an old gray-haired Foundation establishment cultivator, while the rest of them were youths that were only at the 8th layer of qi condensation at most. From their matching blue robes, they appeared to all be from the same sect. The old man in charge gazed at the heavenly omen with a doubtful expression as his expression fluctuated. A 20-year-old female cultivator saw that the old man that was gazing at the island in silence and couldn't help but quickly propose, "Marshal Uncle Zhao, let's quickly see what's happening on the island. Maybe a treasure has emerged." The old man glanced at the woman and rebuked her. "Hui Ling, you are far too rash. Look at the signs. Even if a treasure emerged here, it would be devilish and cursed. Moreover, it is quite possible that an expert is either refining something or employing a devilish technique. If you were to rush in there and cause disturbance, you'd only be seeking death." The woman revealed a trace of dissatisfaction, but didn't dare to further speak. One of the older male disciples glanced at the black clouds above the small island and asked, "Marshal Uncle, what are we waiting around for? Be at ease. With such a large disturbance, it's all but certain for others to be around. Action will only be taken after the situation is fully understood. Remember, our Grand Sun sect has only lasted until now due to the cautious discernment of its inner disciples. Never make any rash decisions. Even with such potentially gargantuan profits before us, we must also consider whether or not we can preserve our lives." The old man lectured the disciples behind him as he stared at the small island. The rest of the young disciples naturally agreed. Not long after the old man spoke, a green and a yellow streak of light approached the island from a different direction. They discovered the old man's party and stopped about 300 meters away from them. The light faded away to reveal a black-robed man that appeared about 40 years of age with a stiff face, and an elegant woman beside him that appeared to be in her late 20s. With a pleasant voice, the woman warmly asked the old man, "So it's the Grand Sun sect's fellow Taoist Zhao. Do you know what is going on at the island? Why has a heavenly omen appeared?" The old man surnamed Zhao seemed to recognize the two and immediately smiled before replying, "So it turned out to be the Mei siblings." This old man was traveling nearby with his sect members when he saw that an astonishing change had occurred on an island in the distance. "As a result, we only just arrived here. You siblings seem to be quite experienced. Do you see anything strange about the heavenly omen?" The woman politely replied, "Brother Zhao must be joking. If you don't know about the heavenly omen, then how are my brother and I supposed to? However, it seems to be intertwined with quite a bit of Yin qi. I suspect that an extremely vicious and evil treasure is being brought into this world." As for the man by her side, he merely nodded in a detached manner. The old man didn't mind how the man behaved. Instead, he lightly coughed and thought to say something else when the melodic sounds of a flute arrived from a distance away. A green streak of light twinkled in the distance and streaked towards them. The woman's expression changed several times after hearing the flute sounds, but her face soon returned to normal. Old man Zhao was initially stunned, but he soon thought of something and took another look at the woman with a baffled expression on his face. As for the man by the woman's side, a trace of anger appeared in his otherwise calm expression. A short moment later, a green speck of light approached them, revealing a young man who was flying through the air as he held onto a flute in front of him. With his handsome appearance and fluttering white robes, he appeared confident and relaxed. The white-clothed man flew before the group of people and loudly spoke to the woman with high spirits. "I would have never guessed that Miss May had already arrived here." A trace of helplessness appeared on her face and she reluctantly replied, "Fellow Taoist Fu, you've also come." She didn't seem particularly happy to see him. The woman's elderly brother spoke with a hoarse, cold voice. "Why are you here? My little sister has already said that she is unwilling to become your Tao companion. Why do you continue to try and associate with her? Do you think that I won't dare to drive you away just because you have a core formation cultivator as a master? Regardless, I am sincerely enraptured with your younger sister. So long as she remains unmarried, I will always pursue her. Fellow Taoist May has captured my utter devotion." The white-clothed man went into a daze as he glanced at the woman surnamed May. When the woman heard this, her cheeks blushed and she turned around, no longer paying him any heed. As for her brother, he revealed a harsh expression. Combined with his monstrous, undead appearance, he appeared particularly frightful. Still, the white-clothed man continued to stare at the woman from behind without paying any attention to anyone else. Old man Zhao rolled his eyes and decided to alleviate the tension by changing the subject to the island. "Cough. There is no need for emotions to cloud your reason. In a short moment, I fear there will be far more fellow Taoists, so if any treasures truly appear on the island, then we had best act quickly. Otherwise, a core formation senior could arrive, and we will be left helpless." The three were slightly shocked upon hearing that. The white-clothed man casually took a look above him and his expression suddenly changed. The heavenly omen has started to change. The old man and the May siblings couldn't help but look up in shock upon hearing him. Sure enough, the incessantly rolling black cloud had started to revolve around a center point, and the huge cloud of yin qi that gathered down below the island had suddenly started to expand, as if a black monster had suddenly emerged. "What is that? Could it be that a treasure has suddenly entered this world?" the woman asked with a face pale from astonishment. A strange expression appeared on her brother's face as he gazed at the island and said, "Let's go take a look regardless. Perhaps an opportunity will appear before us." When the woman heard her brother, she hesitantly said, "But what if it isn't a treasure? What if it is an expert refining a top-grade technique? Can we afford to provoke such an individual?" Her brother impatiently said with a cold voice, "There is nothing in this world without risk, and there is always a level of danger associated with acquiring treasure. Additionally, if there truly is a senior on the island, we will merely ask to be excused with some polite words." Then, without paying any further attention to the others, he stamped on the sword magic tool beneath his feet and flew in the direction of the small island. The woman paused for a moment before rushing after him with a worried expression on her face. The white-robed man revealed some slight hesitation and looked in the direction of the old man. Seeing that the old man had yet to act, a trace of doubt appeared on his face. He frowned and asked, "Fellow Taoist Zhao doesn't want to find out what is happening? You were the first one to propose heading to the island, but you seem to have changed your mind." The old man chuckled and twirled his beard as he calmly said, "This old man merely made a suggestion. I never said I'd be the one to go. Moreover, I've brought a group of juniors with me and I don't want any harm to come their way. If there is truly any treasure, then you three fellow Taoists may have it." "Humph! Brother Zhao's words are quite pleasant to hear, but I suspect you merely wish for us to scout for you." The white-clothed man glared at the old man before staring in the direction of the May siblings and rushing after them with gritted teeth. The old man watched as the white-clothed man flew into the distance, before faintly shaking his head and muttering, "Oh, beautiful women are truly a cause for calamity. Those emotions of yours will only bring you great trouble." When the disciples behind him heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. As the three cultivators flew into the island and directly entered the area underneath the heavenly omen, the old man's spirit shook as he stared at the island in nervous anticipation. However, he suddenly heard a cold voice from behind him. "Well, aren't you smart? You didn't go to brave the danger. Well, even if there was a treasure, just how would you split it with your disciples?" When old man Zhao heard this, his heart was greatly shaken. He and his disciples hurriedly turned around, but they couldn't find even a trace of another person. The old man grew fearful after spotting no one, but he hastily spoke with a hurried tone. "I don't know which senior has graced us with his presence, but I, the grandson Sex Zhao Qiao, pay my respects to you." Without a body in sight, the cold voice fluctuated throughout the air without an obvious point of origin. "The grandson sect? Who is Bu Dienkong to you?" The old man trembled and hurriedly replied, "The sect master is my senior martial uncle. Does senior recognize him?" After a moment's pause, the voice spoke with a warmer tone. I've met him once. I had originally intended on killing you to reduce the irksome presences in the area, but since you are the disciples of my acquaintance's sect, I will spare you. However, if you juniors are foolish enough and dare to move, don't blame for being ruthless. Of course, we absolutely won't inconvenience senior." When the old man heard this, his face grew pale. However, he felt somewhat relieved and was inwardly praising his seniors for maintaining friendly relations. At that moment, the white-clothed man had caught up to the Mei siblings and they had approached the nearby valley. But when they were about to enter, their surroundings trembled and they suddenly found themselves surrounded in a barrier of light. The three simultaneously heard the man's calm voice. "Return. If you continue forward, my hand will be forced." The three Foundation establishment cultivators glanced at each other with bewilderment. The man surnamed Mei was unable to remain calm and loudly asked, "May I ask who this fellow Taoist is and what brings him to this island?" "I will count to 10. If you are unwilling to leave, then your bodies will remain here forever." 10, 9, 8. Han Li ignored his question and bluntly started to count with a cold tone. The faces of the three revealed doubt. From his tone, they couldn't be sure if he were merely bluffing, or if he truly was a core formation cultivator. During their moment of hesitation, Han Li had counted to 5 and more than 10 huge ape puppets appeared within the light barrier with a flash. They were arranged in a semicircle and orderly approached the three cultivators. "Not good. Quickly, leave. Those are high-grade puppets. We aren't capable of fighting them." The woman seemed to recognize the ferocity of the puppets and her face quickly paled. She then grabbed her brother's arm and flew away without any further explanation. The white-clothed man also perceived the fearsomeness of the puppets and felt his breath turn cold before quickly following after them. After seeing the three turn tail, Han Li stopped counting, and the huge ape puppets ceased their pursuit after having only chased them for about 100 meters. After all three had flown off without turning around, the ape puppets returned to the light barrier and disappeared without a trace. Han Li was still sitting down cross-legged at the valley's entrance and slowly opened his eyes, but he appeared completely solemn. In addition to a few low-grade cultivators around the island, he had also noticed the presence of a core formation cultivator. Although the cultivator's speed could be considered amazing, he was laid bare underneath Han Li's spiritual sense. He hoped that by scaring off the three of them, they would inform their fellow Foundation establishment cultivators to flee as well. He had nothing to fear from cultivators of that grade, but he'd rather avoid a needless massacre. However, this was only just the beginning. He reckoned if any real troubles were to come, they would most likely arrive on the final day of the Soulrise Techniques ritual. After all, with this much time remaining, the nearby high-grade cultivators should have already received information. Han Li reckoned that there would be 4 core formation cultivators present on the last day at most. It was almost impossible for a nascent soul cultivator to just so happen to be nearby. This wasn't the outer seas after all. In such a vast expanse of ocean, one would typically only find a few core formation cultivators at most, and at his current cultivation Han Li had nothing to fear from them. Although he didn't wish to attract any attention, if those cultivators were unwilling to back down, he would have no choice but to act ruthlessly. Having come to that conclusion, Han Li's face became expressionless, and he closed his eyes once more. The 3 Foundation establishment cultivators had already returned to where they had set off from, leaving Old Man Zhao quite baffled. The old man probingly asked, "What happened? You 3 fellow Taoists have already explored the island." A trace of fear appeared in the woman's eyes and she shook her head. "We were too late. Another cultivator has already placed down restrictions near the area of the heavenly omen. The cultivator controls a few high-level puppets and spoke with a domineering tone. I reckon he was a core formation cultivator." The old man paused for a moment before saying, "A core formation cultivator? It seems there is more to this heavenly omen than meets the eye. It doesn't seem to have been naturally formed. Could it be that a treasure has truly appeared?" The white-clothed man stroked the flute in his hand and said, "Who knows? But it could be said that we were the first to arrive on the island. I suppose that the core formation cultivator was already on the island before the heavenly omen had occurred, and placed down spell formations beforehand. There appears to be a mystery there." Old Man Zhao muttered to himself for a moment and asked, "What did that core formation cultivator look like? Perhaps we might discover his identity from his appearance." The Mei siblings and the white-clothed man looked at each other in dismay. The old man furrowed his brow and revealed a trace of doubt. "What? Did you not catch sight of his appearance?" When the white-clothed man saw the old man's expression, he recalled the matter from before and his face grew sullen. He said with obvious annoyance, "Humph! If Brother Zhao doubts our words, then he can go look for himself and see whether or not that senior will treat you leniently." "I don't believe he will." The old man chuckled and replied, "Fellow Taoist misunderstands. It was but an impulsive question. Since the island already has a core formation senior on it, then there is no place here for people of our cultivation, regardless of whether or not any treasures truly emerge." The man surnamed Mei curled his lips and indignantly said, "That might not be true. Even if he is a core formation cultivator, if we were to join hands with a dozen fellow Foundation establishment Taoists, perhaps we may be able to match him." The white-clothed man shook his head and said, "Brother Mei must be joking. Not to mention that we don't have that many Foundation establishment cultivators. We don't even know if there is truly a treasure on that island or how valuable that treasure could be. Who would be willing to blindly offend a core formation cultivator over potentially nothing?" When the siblings heard his words, they grimaced and opened their mouths, but they couldn't think of anything to refute him with. As a result, they could only sigh and silently close their mouths. The woman surnamed Mei turned to her side and gently said, "Elder brother, since there is too much uncertainty, we should leave. There is little point in involving ourselves any further." Her brother was clearly hesitating due to the uncertainty. Although he knew that a core formation cultivator had taken action and that it would be impossible to acquire any gains, it also wasn't common to come across a rare treasure appearing in the world. As such, he was reluctant to leave. After all, to vagrant cultivators like him and his sister, this was a very rare opportunity. "Leave? In your dreams. No one is leaving until I give them permission." Before the brother could finish his thoughts, a cold voice suddenly arrived from varying directions. The Mei siblings and the white-clothed man were shocked and immediately grabbed onto their storage pouches as they vigilantly looked all around. However, they were unable to find a single trace of the speaker. With his spiritual sense continuously sweeping his surroundings, the man surnamed Mei asked the old man in a chilling tone, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, what is going on?" The old man bitterly smiled in a helpless manner and said, "Don't ask me. I'm not allowed to leave either." When the other 3 heard this, they instantly pondered over whether or not to believe the old man. However, their musings were interrupted by a flash of yellow light 30 meters away that revealed a white silhouette. White chi was wrapped around the figure, and it appeared blurry like a mirage. When the 3 saw this, they were immediately frightened, and reflexively released their magic tools in front of them as they vigilantly watched the silhouette. The white figure spoke with an icy voice and an irritated tone. "Humph! Could it be that you juniors wish to attack me?" Although the woman surnamed May was incapable of seeing the true appearance of the white silhouette, from his spiritual chi fluctuations, she recognized him to be a core formation cultivator. Her face paled and she tactfully explained, "We don't dare to. It was only that we don't know how we offended Senior and why he won't allow us siblings to depart." "Offend me? No, I was merely don't wish to allow any word of this to spread outside. And until I figure out whether or not a treasure has emerged on the island, no one is allowed to move even a step. Otherwise, I'll end you immediately." The white silhouette spoke with tremendous arrogance. When the three heard this, they were shocked. The white-clothed man took a deep breath and slowly asked, "Since that is the case, then how about Senior go and take a look?" The white silhouette snorted and said, "Relax, I'll leave right now, but before that, give me a detailed explanation of what you saw on the island." When the three heard this, they couldn't help but glance at one another. The woman frowned and calmly said, "Actually, we don't have much to say. We fled after many puppets were unleashed on us. At the time." The woman then gave a detailed narration of what had occurred on the island. After a moment of silence, the white silhouette chuckled and said, "Controlling that many high-grade puppets is beyond what a Foundation establishment cultivator is capable of. It seems you three are somewhat intelligent. Had you delayed, you would have surely died." Soon after, the white silhouette blurred and streaked towards the small island. The others grew elated at having seen a potential opportunity for escape. However, they heard the silhouette's voice slowly speak from a distance. "I've already told you once, if you dare to leave before I have returned, don't blame me if I head off to kill you. I am not a forgiving person." His words gradually grew softer as he grew more distant. With the white light now so far away, they had originally planned on slipping away. But after some consideration of the consequences, no one dared to leave and provoke the core formation cultivator. At nearly the same time, Hanli opened his eyes and wore a sullen expression. Hanli muttered in a seemingly irritated voice, "I thought that he'd come tomorrow. I didn't expect him to be the impatient sort." Han Li's expression then stirred, and he glanced in another direction with a pensive expression. He turned his head to the sky and sighed, "There is yet another one. It seems I'll have to deal with them one at a time. It's impossible for me to just scare core formation cultivators away." With that said, Han Li patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist and released a large cloud of buzzing, black-tainted gold devouring beetles. After revolving once around his head, they condensed into a huge tricolored lance. "Since you're courting death, don't blame me for killing you." Han Li stared at the lance for a moment and shouted, "Go!" The lance then immediately trembled and shot off without a trace. As Han Li gazed in direction of the huge lance, a trace of murderous intent appeared within his eyes. The white silhouette approached the small island and stopped at its edge as the white chi then disappeared to reveal a middle-aged cultivator that appeared bloodlessly pale. He took a look up above at the heavenly omen in the sky and a strange expression flickered within his eyes. He then wrapped his body in white chi once more and blurred his appearance before disappearing in a blur. The white silhouette had used a concealed movement technique, wanting to sneak into the island and investigate. At that moment, over 10 red streaks of light flew over from the other side of the island while escorting a gorgeous flying chariot. The flying chariot was 27 meters long and was manufactured from an unknown type of fragrant wood. It was layered with talisman characters and shined with a white light. The carriage was being pulled by 3 azure demon birds. These ferocious birds were 3 meters long, with 6 eyes and 4 wings. They flew at an extremely quick speed and pulled the chariot to the small island in the blink of an eye. "Stop!" A man's voice ordered from within the chariot as it came to an immediate stop along with the streaks of red light that accompanied it. Soon after, each of the red radiances disappeared to reveal young beautiful women, each wearing light green palace robes. They had their black hair rolled up in a bun and 2 swords on their back. These female foundation establishment cultivators stood at the sides of the chariot and had their heads bowed in solemn expressions. An astonished voice came from the chariot. How strange! How can there be someone using a heretical, heaven-defying technique here? From the yin-chi that's gathered, it seems to be the soul-rise technique rather than the sun-form technique. A young woman's voice soon followed. With such an astonishing heavenly omen, why can't it be the appearance of a wondrous treasure? Although her tone was chilling, it carried an unconcealable sweet allure. The first voice chuckled and spoke with confidence. You think I can't differentiate between a heretical technique and the appearance of a treasure? After a moment of silence, the woman icily snorted and bluntly said, That's just what you say. Perhaps it truly is an omen of a treasure appearing. In any case, I can't tell the difference between the two. You want to know whether or not it's true? Then how about we go take a look? Regardless of whether it's the sun-form technique or the soul-rise technique, they both require a core formation cultivation to perform. Additionally, one's cultivation would greatly suffer after performing such a technique. Even having one's cultivation drop an entire stage is to be expected. I am quite curious to see who is performing this technique. If their cultivation is deep enough, then let's take them in. Our divine div hall is currently lacking a few enforcers. The man appeared exceptionally indulgent to the woman. The woman hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Fine. The beast chariot has flown for nearly a month, and I am feeling somewhat bored. Let's go to the island for some relief. Just a moment. I'll disable the protective barrier. Soon after he said this, the chariot flashed with white light and the radiance slowly faded, revealing the man and woman sitting within. The hemp-robed man appeared to be in his late 20s and had his head held high, giving him an elegant and refined appearance. As a result of an unknown cultivation art, his forehead faintly glowed with golden light. At his side sat a young woman that appeared to be in her late teens. She was dressed in white muslin robes, with skin as smooth as jade, and long black satin-like hair. However, the woman's complexion was deathly pale, giving her the dreamlike appearance of an otherworldly immortal. The young woman leaned against a corner of the chariot and frowned as if she were displeased. But after seeing the light barrier dissolve, her expression stirred as she stood up and left the carriage. The man gently watched the woman and followed her out with a faint smile. The young woman glanced in the direction of the island and wantonly said, Fellow Taoist one, do you think the odds of a ghost mist appearing nearby is high? According to what I know of the most mysterious natural disaster, ghosts' mists have no clear set of patterns. Accustomed to her odd behavior, the man held his arms behind his back and smiled. There are no exact patterns that can be found from ghost mists. However, I have spent quite a bit of effort in gathering data for the ghost mists that have occurred in the last few hundred years and discovered something that was quite interesting. Ghost mists often immediately occur after there is a volcanic eruption nearby. Although this isn't always the case, there is at least a 1/3 correlation. These seas happen to have had 2 volcanic eruptions nearby, so I reckon the odds of a ghost mist appearing are relatively high. When the young woman heard him, her eyes revealed a strange expression. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly asked, Did fellow Taoist one spend such a long time traveling with me to this place in order to see the ghost mist? When ordinary cultivators encounter a ghost mist, they perish. Why would you take the initiative to go searching for a ghost mist? Why shouldn't I? I have no present matters at hand, and wouldn't be better to see whether or not my hypothesis is true. Don't tell me that if a ghost mist truly appears here that I won't be able to flee. The youth surnamed one waved his sleeve with an indifferent expression. When the young woman heard him, she remained silent for a time and pointed to the heavenly omen above the island and calmly asked, Are we going now? It seems the cultivator is in the middle of a crucial period of the ritual. Wouldn't we be bothering them? An arrogant expression appeared on the elegant man's face and he bluntly said, Me a bother? I, Wen Tianren, wish to have a chat with the core formation cultivator. If he dares to be rude to me, then I will kill him. The woman glanced at the youth in silence, but it was true that this man's abilities were vast and profound. Although he had yet to condense a nascent soul, He was peerless among cultivators of the same grade. He was famed as the strongest core formation cultivator in the scattered star seas, and it was likely to truly be the case. The man's expression suddenly stirred, and he glanced at the island in astonishment. What, is something the matter? Although the young woman was curious, she asked with a cold and detached tone. A trace of seriousness appeared on his face as the man observed the island. How interesting. There are 3 core formation cultivators on this island. 2 of them are lacking and are at early core formation, and one of them is using a somewhat impressive concealment technique, but he is still beneath my notice. However, there is a late core formation cultivator present that appears abnormal, and has noticed my spiritual sense sweeping over him. In fact, his spiritual sense may be greater than my own. When the young woman heard this, she was shocked. She had personally witnessed his spiritual sense rivaling that of nascent soul eccentrics, but now he had met a core formation cultivator with an even stronger spiritual sense. This was truly hard for her to believe, causing an odd expression to appear on her face for the first time in a long while. However, the young woman knew that while this man appeared gentle and refined, he was by no means magnanimous. Rather, he was a cunning, sinister, fickle and temperamental man that would kill others at a whim in a display of overwhelming power. Fortunately, the man seemed to view her personality as interesting and hadn't treated her forcefully, much to her relief. Although his expression appeared normal, she reckoned that he was already filled with killing intent. After all, he was incredibly proud of having his spiritual sense match that of a nascent soul eccentric. How could he allow a similar grade cultivator with abilities superior to his continue to exist? The young woman sighed and could only feel a trace of pity towards the cultivator on the island. While this was occurring, there was a piercing whistle that shrieked across a rocky area on the small island several kilometers away from the valley. Afterwards, an extremely huge tricolored lance appeared from the south and passed through the area in an instant. Puff! Light glimmered as the huge lance suddenly struck a mist of white chi. The person inside the chi barrier wavered and revealed a panic-stricken face. He gaped in terror and immediately spat out a violet jade club, but in that same instant the barrier of chi had been broken. Before the white silhouette could do anything with his magic treasure, a hole had already appeared through his body. The corpse filled the air with blood as it fell to the ground, and with a bang, the corpse disappeared into the rocky area below. The lance then transformed back into a swarm of insects that now enveloped a storage pouch and a violet jade club as they returned to the valley with a low buzz. A short moment later, Hanli grabbed the storage pouch and swept his spiritual sense through it. In his other hand, he held the violet club and was fiddling with it absent-mindedly. A short moment later, Hanli put the items away and slowly turned his head to look into the distance with a gloomy expression. Not long after he had released his gold-devouring beetles, he had felt a well-concealed spiritual sense sweep past his body, causing him to nearly jump in fright. It had left an impression very similar to that of a nascent soul eccentric. As a result, he had carefully tracked it back to a group of cultivators that had just appeared. He was shocked after discovering the owner of the fearsome spiritual sense to be an imposing late core formation cultivator with a young appearance. In fact, he didn't seem all that different from Hanli himself. Hanli was dumbstruck. In the instant he had swept his spiritual sense past the cultivator had discovered his prying and used some sort of restriction to forcibly repel his spiritual sense. Hanli grew sullen at suddenly being blocked from further observation. After Hanli's spiritual sense was repelled, he naturally concluded that these arrivals weren't ordinary cultivators. With the sneaky white silhouette easily dealt with by his gold-devouring beetles, Hanli could now focus the entirety of his attention on the newly arrived late core formation cultivator. Hanli turned his gaze back into the valley and saw that the spell formation had become covered in an impenetrable barrier of pitch-black yin chi. He reckoned that Yuan Yao was at a crucial moment of the soul-rise technique. If she were to be disturbed at this point, not only would Yen Li doomed to forever be nothing more than a disembodied soul, but Yen Yao would also receive terrible a backlash and injury. Hanli frowned and turned his head around with a pensive expression. Although he didn't know where this youth had suddenly appeared from, he didn't dare to underestimate him. Of course, Han Li wasn't afraid of him in the slightest either. Confident in his fantastical magic treasures, Han Li viewed no core formation cultivator as a threat. He then pondered about whether or not he should take the initiative to eliminate him. After all, the new arrival appeared to be a rather problematic individual, and if he were to join hands with other cultivators, it could prove extremely troublesome. With a sudden change of expression, Han Li immediately stood up with narrowed eyes. The man had departed the carriage and was now flying towards Han Li with the beautiful young woman in tow. Han Li's expression grew solemn and raised his hands, releasing over 10 of his huge puppets to protect the valley while he was gone. He then stamped his foot without any further hesitation and flew towards the man and woman in a streak of azure light. If he had a confrontation with cultivators near the valley, it could disrupt Yuan Yao's ritual. From how strong the enemy appeared, he reckoned it would take some time to kill him. As such, he could only take the opportunity to approach him and force him to stay away from the valley. The elegant youth didn't fly particularly fast, and after a moment, Han Li met him at the edge of the island. Han Li had already changed his appearance long before assuming the role of protector. As a result, he had no fear of being recognized as the one who had seized the Heaven Void Cauldron. With about 400 meters separating them, Han Li expressionally gazed at the elegant man and the beautiful woman following him. A trace of astonishment flickered within his eyes after he examined them. Although the golden light glowing from his forehead was eye-catching, it merely showed that his cultivation art was somewhat peculiar. However, Han Li couldn't help but look at the astonishingly beautiful woman at his side in awe. For some unknown reason, Han Li felt a trace of familiarity towards her, as if he had seen them somewhere before, especially with her clear eyes. However, Han Li was positive that this was the first time he had seen the gorgeous young woman. Had he seen her before, she definitely would have left an impression. At that moment, both of them were glancing at Han Li, when Tianren held his arms behind his back and a strange expression flickered within his eyes. He then smiled and said, "Might I know your esteemed name? Is the one performing the heaven-defying technique your Tao companion?" When Han Li heard this, he felt his heart tremble. The elegant man obviously knew the origins of the heavenly omen, revealing that he was far more fearsome than he had imagined. "My name isn't anything important. However, I must insist that you fellow Taoists turn back. Since you already know that the heavenly omen isn't a sign of a treasure emerging, then why have you two come to this island?" Han Li emotionlessly asked. The young man indifferently said, "I'm not here for the heavenly omen, but for you. For me." Han Li frowned. This was beyond what he had expected. A trace of hostility appeared on Tianren's elegant face as he icily said, "That's right. If your esteemed self is unwilling to tell me your name, then I won't demand it. However, I do have some knowledge of the core formation cultivators in each sect, and from your unfamiliar appearance, it appears that you are a vagrant cultivator. Since that is the case, I will give you and your Tao companion two choices. You either enter the coalition and become an enforcer of my divine Dove Hall, following all of my commands, or you will die here by my hand. Listen to your orders? Enter your coalition? You're a member of the Starfall Coalition." When Han Li heard him, he was stunned, but soon re-examined the man with gaze of doubt. The young woman said with a neutral tone, "Young Master One is a brilliant student of the Starfall Coalition's Archsaint Six Paths. It wouldn't be considered a disgrace if you were to swear allegiance to him. Additionally, with fellow Taoist cultivation, you will be placed in an important position within the coalition." "You're a disciple of Archsaint Six Paths?" Han Li's expression stirred. Although he knew the man's identity had to be unordinary, he hadn't expected it to be shocking to this degree. When Tianren saw Han Li's shock, his expression remained the same despite a trace of pride appearing in his eyes. He happily enjoyed the amazement he saw from Han Li when he heard of his identity. He didn't feel any shame in using his identity as Archsaint Six Paths disciple, as he considered one's identity to be a resource. However, when Tianren's spirits quickly fell, when Han Li's expression turned into a sneer. Using a derisive tone, Han Li said, "So it turned out to be a young master of the Starfall Coalition. I apologize for my lack of manners. However, I don't possess the slightest intention of entering your esteemed coalition, nor do I have any intention of dying. Rather, I have another proposal. How about I take young Master Wen's life instead? From Wen Tianren's overbearing manner, he clearly understood that this man wasn't benevolent in the slightest. Not only did he feel a trace of killing intent from his spiritual sense, but he faintly felt that the young master planned on killing him regardless of whether or not he surrendered. Since Han Li was going to end up fighting him either way, he saw little reason to bother entertaining him. Others might hold the enormous Starfall alliance in fear, but Han Li held it in little regard. After all, with the Heaven Void Cauldron in his possession, he may as well be a fugitive from everyone in the inner star seas. Good, very good. When Tianren furiously smiled and stared at Han Li with an increasingly icy gaze. In the instant he finished speaking, he spat out a streak of blue light. Just as the blue light left his mouth, it burst with dazzling light and disappeared from sight. Han Li's face grew stern, and he unconsciously waved the jade scepter in his hand, causing a barrier of red and yellow light to instantly cover him. In the moment the barrier appeared, the blue light had struck the light barrier with a muffled thump. Han Li's expression faintly changed after being pushed back 10 meters by the strike. At that moment, he clearly saw that the blue streak was a peculiar all that was several inches long. It crackled with blue light and had talisman characters winding around it. Without any further thought, Han Li flicked his fingers, sending 10 streaks of azure sword chi in the direction of the blue all. Without any further reservations, Han Li slapped his storage pouch and took out his 5 element bands. They immediately shined a rainbow light and hummed. With his other hand, he flung out over 20 flying swords in the direction of Wen Tianren. Wen Tianren didn't appear surprised in the slightest at having his attack blocked. Instead, he calmly pressed his hands together and summoned a small flag. The 4-inch-long flag flickered with purple light and possessed an astonishing spiritual chi. At that same moment, he glanced in front of him to see a swarm of flying swords and revealed an expression of surprise. He didn't dare to be negligent and quickly waved the purple flag in his hand, causing countless purple clouds to be spurred out. They completely enveloped him and hid him from view. A trace of annoyance appeared in Han Li's eyes, as he had wanted to use the 5 element bands to restrain Wen Tianren. Instead, he had the bands combine into one huge ring and protect his body. At that same moment, he formed an incantation gesture with his hands, activating the Sword Shadow Phantasm technique. The 24 azure swords suddenly blurred and multiplied into a swarm of 96 azure streaks, piercing though the azure cloud in an overbearing assault. When the gorgeous young woman saw this from a distance, she revealed astonishment, and her expression paled from shock and disbelief. Soon, a complicated expression flickered across her face. The azure streaks of light were like countless wasps as they continuously pierced through the clouds. However, their countless strikes passed through the cloud as if nothing were there. When Han Li saw this, he unconsciously frowned and his expression turned grim, although he knew that he wouldn't so easily rid himself of Wen Tianren. This person had yet again exceeded his expectations. With that thought, he pointed to his flying swords and had them revolve once more around the azure clouds as they hummed, transforming into 10-meter-long swords that emitted a suffocating pressure. At that same moment, Han Li slapped the spirit beast pouch at his waist. Countless gold-devouring beetles rushed out from Han Li's storage pouch before instantly forming into a huge tricolored cloud. The beetle swarm was about 100 meters wide and emitted an astonishing pressure. A distant yell of fright was heard in response. Han Li's eyes coldly glinted as his gaze fell onto the gorgeous, young woman. The woman was covering her small, delicate mouth while her eyes revealed astonishment. Han Li was surprised when he noticed that her expression seemed to hold an inexplicable hint of joy. Han Li was momentarily distracted by her inexplicable display when 2 massive rumbles erupted and tore his attention back to the battle at hand. He hastily turned his gaze back to the purple clouds in alarm. An ancient copper shield that glowed with white light had left the azure clouds and easily blocked the strikes of his 2 huge swords. Han Li inwardly sighed at this, as he still hadn't taken much time to temper the flying swords. He had relied on the extraordinary quality of materials of the swords to overwhelm the magic treasures of common cultivators. But now that he had reached late core formation stage, the might of his magic treasures had clearly fallen behind those of his peers. Even when merging them together, his flying swords didn't pose much of a threat to cultivators of a similar grade. As these thoughts surged through his mind, he had his two flying swords continue to strike the violet cloud regardless of their efficacy. But the ancient shield was able to block every strike with ease. At that moment, Hanli released a series of low-pitched whistles, causing his gold-devouring beetles to hum for a moment before swarming towards the purple cloud en masse. Although he didn't know what the purple cloud was made of, it would still be consumed by the gold-devouring beetles all the same. Seeing that huge cloud of insects suddenly appear, when Tianren couldn't help but coldly snort in disdain, "Humph! Insect techniques? You're courting death." When Hanli heard this, he immediately felt a surge of joy. If when Tianren treated his gold-devouring beetles as common insects, then when the swarm of beetles arrived at the purple cloud, his death was practically assured. Hanli inwardly sneered, but just as the insect swarm arrived at the purple clouds, when Tianren suddenly shouted, "Go!" an astonishing scene then occurred. A golden light suddenly burst forth from the purple cloud and countless gold threads shot out. The gold threads shot into the swarm of gold-devouring beetles. Then, in the wake of several loud cracks, dead beetles began to fall from the sky like a heavy rain. The gold threads had actually overwhelmed the gold-devouring beetles. The beetles were greatly resistant against the strikes of magic treasures, but against these golden threads, they were completely defenseless. When Hanli saw this, he was overwhelmed by furious alarm. He hastily released a sharp whistle to have his insect swarm immediately return and revolve around him. However, the golden threads weren't about to let the beetles slip away. They shot after the beetles as they escaped, filling the sky with their bodies. Hanli grimaced, and without any further thought, he hastily slapped his storage pouch and took out the ancient flower basket, before tossing it out without hesitation. The flower basket turned into a cloud of white qi in a flash of light and directly approached the gold threads. When the white qi had incorporeally passed through the insect swarm and arrived among the golden threads, he wore a strange expression and quickly formed an incantation gesture with his hands. The white qi immediately began to spin and glow with white radiance. The golden threads were enveloped by the white light and were immediately restrained, slowing them down immensely. The beetle swarm took advantage of that opening to fly back into Hanli's spirit beast pouches. However, Hanli's expression was extremely unsightly at that moment. In that short exchange, he had lost nearly 10,000 of his black-tainted gold-devouring beetles. If he hadn't used the ancient flower basket to respond, he would have suffered devastating losses. Just what kind of magic treasures were these threads for them to contain such fearsome power? He was in complete disbelief as to what had just happened. His gold-devouring beetles were repelled before they could even display their tremendous power. Hanli had momentarily become despondent before he observed the gold threads undergo a transformation while within the white qi. After seeing them gently flicker, they dimmed and revealed their true form. They were thin golden needles and were only about an inch long and had a golden luster. When Hanli saw this, he was truly shocked. When Tianren actually used flying needles, the most difficult magic treasure to refine, and in a number of at least several hundred of them no less. This caused Hanli's blood to run cold. However, Hanli's thoughts stirred as something soon came to mind. At that moment, the lightless golden needles had simultaneously released a dazzling gleam and hurriedly gathered into one spot before condensing into a golden sword in an instant. The golden sword gently trembled before suddenly breaking through the restrictions of the flower basket and shooting in Hanli's direction. Hanli's expression sank, and he took out a sparkling azure talisman from his storage pouch. This was the treasure talisman that Layman Qingyi had given to him at Heaven Void Hall. As the treasures it had been refined from were also flying needles, they should be an equal match. Just as the golden sword rushed towards Hanli, it split into countless golden threads with a bang as they continued forward. Without any further hesitation, Han Li spat a cloud of azure chi onto the talisman. With a flicker of azure light, the talisman instantly transformed into a streak of azure light. As soon as the azure light left Han Li's light barrier, it instantly transformed into an overbearing number of azure threads of light. At first glance, they appeared no different from the golden threads apart from their color. What are those? When Tianren was stunned and spoke with a surprised tone. The golden threads had already arrived at Han Li's side and began to interweave themselves amongst the azure threads, resulting in pulsing balls of light. When Tianren shouted in alarm and coldly asked, "The night azure needles! What relationship do you have with Layman Chingy?" "That's a treasure talisman of his night azure needles. That old ghost has always been annoyingly stingy and treats those needles as if they were as valuable as his own life. Could it be that you are his disciple?" When Han Li heard Tianren shout out the name of the night azure needles, his heart trembled, but he soon regained his calm. It appeared that although the matter of the Heaven Void Cauldron had been leaked, the specific details of what had occurred weren't widely known. Otherwise, he surely would have known his identity upon seeing the needles. With that thought, Han Li had no intention of further speaking and only scoffed. He then circulated all the magic power in his body and took advantage of Tianren's moment of hesitation, pushing back the golden light threads and turning the tide of battle into Han Li's favor. When Tianren's furious voice yelled from within the violet cloud, "You're courting death. Since you're unwilling to explain, I won't bother to show that old ghost Qingyi any face. I will have you personally witness the most formidable devilish cultivation art in the scattered star seas, the devils of 6 apexes. Don't blame me for being ruthless." After that was said, he recalled the golden threads from their confrontation with the night azure needles, having the needles fly back into the purple cloud in an instant. Han Li scowled as the atmosphere suddenly became silent. Without any reservations, he had the azure streaks of light surround the purple cloud and madly pierce into it. However, it ended up with the same result as before. All of the streaks of light pierced through the purple cloud with little effect. A cold air of resolve then emitted from Han Li's face. He immediately recalled the needles and had them return into a talisman before placing them back into his storage pouch. As the night azure needles were extremely powerful, he wasn't going to allow the talisman's power go to waste. Han Li's expression wavered as he continued to look at the tranquil purple cloud. A trace of hesitation could faintly be seen from his face as if he wished to act, but he managed to refrain from acting all the same. In the following instant, the purple cloud suddenly began to roil and summon a gale, agitating the spiritual chi in the nearby several tens of kilometers, which began to pour into the violet cloud like rivers pouring into an ocean. The cloud then began to wildly expand and its color began to turn light gray. Additionally, odd sounds began to blast out from the cloud. They were initially soft before growing deafening in an instant, disturbing the hearts of those who heard it. After witnessing the strange scene, Han Li's hesitation had completely disappeared. He suddenly grabbed his right arm with his left hand and raised it towards the light gray cloud, as his arm began gathering a freezing, malicious chi. As the nearby environmental spiritual chi continued to wildly pour into the light gray cloud, its sounds came to resemble immense thunder, shaking the hearts of all lower-grade cultivators nearby. In stark contrast to the conspicuous movements of the gray cloud, Han Li held out his right arm in complete silence as a faint layer of black chi condensed on it. The black chi pulsed and gradually grew denser, and when it had become as dense as ink, Han Li wore a grim expression on his face. His entire right arm began to quickly swell, becoming over 3 times denser in an instant. There was even a layer of glaring blood light that shined from underneath the enveloping black chi. At that moment, Han Li raised his head to look at Tianren. The gray cloud had begun to release huge rumbles at a greater frequency, and had already expanded to an area of 100 meters. With hostility shining within Han Li's eyes, he suddenly shouted, "Destroy!" His thick arm suddenly shrank and a beam of black and red light shot from his palm. The beam was 10 meters long when it was released and arrived in front of the cloud in the blink of an eye while leaving behind a long strand of light in its wake. Aware that this wasn't something to underestimate, when Tianren had his ancient copper shield untangle itself from its confrontation from the huge swords and arrived in front of the cloud with a flash of brilliance. The beam wasn't blocked in the slightest and passed through the copper shield as if there was nothing there. Its futile attempt to block the beam had turned the shield to dust without the slightest sound. A muffled groan sounded out as the beam passed through the cloud. In an instant, a black crack had appeared within it, and the cloud began to dissolve after it was cleanly split into two. After splitting apart the clouds, the expanse of light traveled 10 meters further before scattering into specks of starlight. At that moment, from one of the clouds, when Tianren howled with rage, "How dare you sever my arm? I'll have your life as payment." Soon after that furious roar, the other cloud disappeared to reveal a severed arm floating in midair. From the cloth that remained on the arm, it appeared to be Wen Tianming's left arm. When Han Li saw this, his eyes narrowed and he instantly recalled the name of a legendary Devil Dao technique, cataclysmic graft. This technique used a limb that had been refined in advance as a substitute to block an attack from reaching their body. With only a single thought, one could have their own limb take the place of any severe harm that came their way. It was particularly effective at handling curse-type heretical techniques. However, it was said that this legendary devilish Dao secret technique could only be refined by nascent soul cultivators. It was beyond Han Li's imagination for Wen Tianren to be able to fully use this technique. As for the fearsome attack that Han Li had just used, it was a secret technique from the profound Yin scriptures called the Yin Devil Execution. It operated in the same manner as the blood spirit drill. They both refined a portion of one's base essence that was folded to contain an immense, unstoppable force that was consumed after a single use. The cultivation of an individual affected how many times the base essence could be folded, signifying its strength, as well as the amount of time it would require to condense. According to legend, when it was condensed to the deepest folds, it could tear through space itself and leave only the void in its path. Of course, who could actually invest that much time and effort into preparing a strike of that degree? Han Li himself was only able to condense the attack to a small degree, and that was after much effort. Having seen his last two attacks remain ineffective, Han Li had guessed that the cloud possessed a miraculous effect of shifting one's position. As a result, he determined that he needed to use the Yin Devil Execution. Although the attack wasn't able to tear through space itself, it had broken through Wen Tianren's evasion technique with great efficacy. Although Wen Tianren may have avoided calamity through the cataclysmic graft, his origin chi must have suffered quite heavily. And from the bloody scent of his severed arm, he couldn't be doing too well. As Han Li inwardly sneered, he heard a rustle and the cloud began to release an expanse of golden light towards his arm before enveloping it. Han Li was startled and revealed a strange expression. Just as he pondered what Wen Tianren was doing, a cold and unnatural whistle roared from the gray cloud. The cloud was then swept away to reveal Wen Tianren's body. A cold expression appeared on Han Li's face as he stared at him. Wen Tianren stared back with obvious resentment. At his side, there were 6 huge malevolent phantoms with horns on each of their heads, tusks emerging from their mouths and scales covering their bodies. With the addition of the devilish chi that coiled around their bodies, it appeared as if devils had truly been brought into this world. Han Li gloomily muttered, "Devils of 6 apexes?" When Tianren coldly snorted and glanced at his severed arm before staring at Han Li with killing intent. "Now you will know the fearsomeness of Archsaint's 6 paths. Although these are only the phantoms of the Archasant, they will be more than enough to deal with a core formation cultivator like you." Ever since when Tianren had attained his current profound cultivation, he had yet to suffer such heavy injury. With the addition of Han Li's remarkably powerful magic treasures, he felt an even greater urge to kill him. When Tianren suddenly held out his arm stump and had a slim, dual-horned phantom behind him spit out a sliver of faint red mist. The mist quickly wrapped around the arm stump a moment later. The mist scattered to reveal a completely restored arm. He then moved his fingers and waved his hand 2 times as if it had completely recovered. When Han Li saw this, he wore an expression of astonishment. When Tianren saw Han Li, a mocking expression appeared on his face. He then clapped his hands together and the phantoms behind them grew slightly taller. Their bodies then began to blur as if they were about to take action. Han Li instantly reacted by raising his hand and pointing at Wen Tianren's head. The two huge azure swords suddenly burst with radiance and chopped at Wen Tianren. However, Wen Tianren merely continued to coldly stare at Han Li and ignored his swords. The tallest and most fiendish of the phantoms behind him flew up and grabbed onto the huge swords in a flash, holding one in each of its hands. Han Li's expression grew solemn and he clutched his hands in an incantation gesture. The huge swords began to glow with azure light as they were grasped in the phantom's hands and struggled as fiercely as they could. The eyes of the phantom then flickered with red light and its grip tightened. It violently spat out gray devil fire from its mouth onto the flying swords and began to roast them. Ha ha! The strength apex devil has grabbed onto your magic treasures. Do you actually believe that they will be able to escape? When Tianren howled with laughter at the sight of the flying swords being roasted. He then pointed at Han Li without hesitation, having his other 5 phantoms blur and disappear. A short moment later, they appeared right outside of Han Li's barrier. When Tianren appeared to believe that his victory was all but certain and prepared to have the phantoms exterminate Han Li. From the strength displayed by the incarnation of the strength apex devil, he was confident that if the 6 phantoms joined hands, even early nascent soul cultivators would find it difficult to deal with them. The 6 apex devils art was truly worthy of being known as the top-ranked devilish art in the scattered starseas. At that moment, Han Li's expression grew cold after seeing the new developments. He then raised his hands and dense bolts of golden lightning flashed out, striking the phantoms nearest to him. When Tianren couldn't believe his eyes. Following 2 cracks of thunder, the phantoms dimmed and wore an expression of bitter suffering before fading away in a pulse of gray light. Ah! When Tianren was shocked and remained in disbelief as if what he just saw were a trick of the eyes. Han Li's hands struck again with lightning, instantly exterminating another 2 of the phantoms in an instant. At that same moment, when Tianren had finally regained his mind, full of regret, he loudly yelled and spat out a ball of silver light while simultaneously ordering his last phantom to flee. Although these apex devil phantoms had been formed from the nearby spiritual chi, a portion of his own body's spiritual power was also incorporated into them. When each of them died, a portion of his cultivation also declined. Although he would be able to regain it later, it would prove disadvantageous while still in combat. But before the ball of silver light reached Han Li, he heard another clap of thunder above him. When Tianren's complexion paled as he hastily raised his head and saw that the strength apex devil had turned to ash. The 2 huge swords had arcs of golden lightning covering them and were chopping straight towards him. When Tianren unconsciously leapt away in a flash of red light and disappeared before the swords could strike him. In the following moment, when Tianren appeared 100 meters away with an ashen complexion as he stared at Han Li. His 2 legs were now ablaze with a crimson flame. Glimmers of azure light could be spotted from within the flames. Han Li was currently unable to control his flying swords to continue their pursuit of Wen Tianren. At that moment, when Tianren's ball of silver light had arrived before him and turned into a huge silver bell and unexpectedly knocked into him. Gazing at the huge bell, Han Li pointed at the ancient flower basket in front of him and had it transform into white chi before shooting to the top of the bell. At that same moment, a muffled clang reverberated throughout the bell. The sound wasn't loud, but with the bell mouth pointed at Han Li, he felt his mind shake from the sound and he nearly collapsed. It was the type of attack most annoying to him, a sound-based attack. Han Li inwardly cursed, but he didn't dare be negligently react. With a flash of white light, the flower basket returned to its original form as a flower basket. Soon, it started revolved and spouted out a white radiance that enveloped the silver bell, attempting to draw it in. Of course, the silver bell naturally wasn't going to just obediently submit. It shined with a blinding silver light and incessantly rang. But because it was surrounded in layers of white chi, the attacks were dulled. While Han Li still felt uncomfortable from the attacks, he was able to stay standing. At that moment, Han Li paid no more attention to the 2 ancient treasures above him and turned his gaze to the man across from him. Divine Devilbane Lightning. You possess a magic treasure made of golden lightning bamboo. Apart from the legendary Divine Devilbane Lightning that specialized in subduing evil and devilish arts, when Tianren knew of no other lightning with such heaven-defying power that was capable of eliminating his apex devil incarnations in an instant. The appearance of golden lightning bamboo had caused a bloodbath when it had last appeared in the past, but now it had appeared before him, refined into a magic treasure no less. This realization shocked Wen Tianren to the core. Han Li's expression faintly changed after hearing Wen Tianren call out the name of the lightning, but Han Li sneered before wiping his face of emotion. He merely controlled the flower basket above him and intended to restrain the silver bell before doing anything else. When Tianren naturally knew that he had guessed correctly after seeing Han Li's reaction, and his face grew pale. Regardless of whether or not he was the disciple of the number one figure of the Devil Dao, after realizing that he now faced an unordinary cultivator along with the fearsomeness of the Divine Devilbane Lightning, he became filled with trepidation. After seeing his apex devil struck down by the Divine Devilbane Lightning without the slightest resistance, he realized that the legends of the lightning's effectiveness against devilish techniques were completely true. So long as Han Li possessed this lighting, he would be incapable of using a vast majority of his Devil Dao techniques. When Tianren took a deep breath and glanced at Han Li's expressionless figure, when Tianren's face became incredibly gloomy and his heart became uneasy, at the faint realization that Han Li would inevitably become a nemesis. Not only were his magic treasures and cultivation equal to his own, but the Divine Devilbane Lightning could restrain a vast majority of his techniques. This was intolerable. When Tianren glanced at Han Li and hardened his resolve. No matter how dire the cost, you will not be leaving this island alive. Only with the golden lightning bamboo treasure in my hands will I finally feel at ease. At that moment, the gorgeous young woman that stood in the distance had been left dumbstruck by the series of exchanges in the battle. When the young woman had seen Han Li control the gold-devouring beetles, she had already guessed his true identity. Much to her shock, it was truly difficult for her to believe that in only a few tens of years, Han Li's cultivation had climbed to late core formation from early core formation. But after she recalled that the legendary Heaven Void Cauldron was in Han Li's possession, she grew somewhat calmer. Before this point, the young woman wasn't very confident that Han Li would win the battle. She believed that he would only last a while at most before being defeated, and didn't expect that Han Li would hold the advantage. Han Li's faint golden lightning in particular had left the woman at a loss for words. When she saw it destroy Wen Tianren's phantoms, her core was shaken. Divine Devilbane Lightning. She had recognized the gold lightning before Wen Tianren had. She was the one who had originally given Han Li the stalk of 1,000-year-old heaven lightning bamboo. But now, it had already become 10,000-year-old golden lightning bamboo. The woman could only guess that Han Li had somehow acquired other heavenly lightning bamboo during his travels. This gorgeous young woman was obviously Fairy Violet Spirit who had last seen Han Li at the Heaven Void Hall. This woman's appearance had greatly changed, and she seemed to be unwillingly traveling together with Wen Tianren. There seemed to be quite the story behind her current circumstances. As of current, Fairy Violet Spirit was gritting her teeth as she watched the scene in the distance, faintly feeling that the battle was about to resume. Seeing that the silver bell was about to be captured by Han Li's flower basket, Wen Tianren's expression stirred and the golden radiance on his forehead suddenly grew brighter. Soon, it had extended and condensed into a small, exquisite horn. It shined with golden luster and was covered in profound talisman characters. Not only did it lack any devilish qi, but it was actually filled with an extremely pure spiritual qi. After seeing this horn, Han Li's eyes narrowed and his heart trembled. He instantly pointed to his two azure swords in the distance and had their sword arts dissolve. The huge azure swords hummed, and one of the swords split into 24 swords with the other sword dissolving into light. Han Li then employed the Sword Shadow Phantasm technique and had them form 3 identical copies of light as they returned back to Han Li's side. They then continuously revolved around Han Li to form a protective barrier around him. When Tianren turned a blind eye to Han Li's actions and calmly said, "Good, very good. I didn't expect that you'd pressure me to this degree." I originally believed that apart from those old nascent soul monsters that there would be no enemies who were a match for me, but it seems I was arrogant and narrow-minded. It's good that I encountered you here. In fact, it can even be considered fortunate. Else, it would have become far more troublesome for me to kill you once you entered nascent soul stage. With the golden horn appearing on his forehead, he appeared completely confident, and all signs of his previous panic had disappeared without a trace. Without showing any emotion on his face, Han Li swept his spiritual sense past Wen Tianren, discovering that apart from the strange horn, there were no other obvious changes to his body. Han Li frowned and a trace of suspicion bloomed in his heart, causing him to become even more vigilant. However, he unconsciously felt that Wen Tianren's previous words were only a bluff, and that the golden horn was only some sort of trick. But before Han Li could dispel his doubts, Wen Tianren spread out his arms and successively shot out 8 balls of golden flames from his sleeves. These resplendent golden flames were fist-sized and began to quickly revolve around him. Upon seeing that Wen Tianren had released some kind of item, Han Li took a deep breath before becoming gloomy and feeling vexed. He clearly understood that while he possessed a number of magic treasures that few could match, Wen Tianren was likely to be one of those few exceptions. After all, he was a young master of the Starfall Coalition and a disciple of the top figure of the Devil Dao. It should have proven quite easy for him to acquire extraordinary magic treasures. Since he couldn't continue to battle by relying on his magic treasures, he needed another method that could either trap or kill his opponent. Unknown to Han Li, Wen Tianren was thinking along similar lines at that moment. As he faced Han Li's many powerful techniques, he felt a sense of trepidation. As a result, he ceased using any magic treasures and had decided to use his last resort, the 8 balls of golden flame. At that moment, the flames disappeared to reveal ancient palm-sized, octagonal mirrors that appeared to be made of pure gold. Their surfaces appeared as smooth as water and were glistening with golden light. Their backs were completely wrinkled and uneven, appearing quite unsightly. When Han Li saw this, a strange expression appeared within his eyes, and he faintly felt as if he had heard of these ancient mirrors before, but he couldn't quite come up with a name. The woman behind Wen Tianren abruptly yelled in shock, "The golden mirrors of 8 gates!" Han Li was startled and glanced at the beautiful woman. She was gazing at the golden mirrors in alarm and covered her mouth with her hand. The gold mirrors of 8 gates? After some thought, Han Li felt as if that name was quite familiar. But when he suddenly recalled the origins of the mirrors, he felt his heart drop and he suddenly felt out of breath. When Tianren deeply glanced at Fairy Violet's spirit before turning his gaze back to Han Li and icily saying, "Since my companion has already shouted out the name of these mirrors, then surely you must know how vicious they are. Now you can die without regret." The golden horn on his forehead began to flicker with a golden radiance, and a slim golden light suddenly shot out it, shooting towards one of the nearby mirrors. The ray of light then continued to be reflected off of the other mirrors, each time growing slightly thicker. By the time it had struck all 8 mirrors, it was as thick as a small bottle. When Han Li saw the light beam increasing in size with every reflection, he furrowed his brow as he stared at Wen Tianren's every movement. His hand tightly grasped onto the red-yellow jade scepter, and a silver light flickered from his back, followed by the appearance of 2 silver wings. The golden mirrors of 8 gates. How does he possibly have such a heaven-defying treasure? Han Li couldn't help but bitterly smiled. When he recalled the origins of the treasure, his first thoughts were that he couldn't withstand a strike of this magic treasure no matter what. From the description of its power in legend, he'd have to be deranged to even think of attempting something so foolish. The golden mirrors of 8 gates was a peak-grade magic treasure that had eliminated an entire generation of Star Palace masters. It was once the possession of a cultivator with immense and profound abilities who had once shaken the scattered star seas for several hundred years. This lone cultivator had been able to withstand the entirety of the Star Palace's forces without being at a disadvantage. At the time, this cultivator had truly been the top figure in the scattered star seas. Of course, the main reason for the fame of the vagrant of the heavenly mirrors was his profound cultivation that eclipsed everyone else in the scattered star seas. His magic treasure, the golden mirrors of 8 gates, was widely known as the top-ranked offensive magic treasure, even at the time of his existence. There had been countless cultivators that had fallen to the mirrors, including at least 6 nascent soul cultivators, emphasizing the fearsomeness of this magic treasure. Of course, Wen Tianren's mirrors were merely replicas of the golden mirrors. At Wen Tianren's current cultivation, it would be impossible for him to control such a mighty magic treasure. Had he attempted to take that legendary magic treasure into his body, Wen Tianren himself feared his body would rupture from its overwhelming power. Likewise, if Han Li truly believed that this were the original item, he would have immediately slipped away without the slightest intention of fighting back. Even with this not being the case, Han Li didn't have the slightest intention of receiving any of its attacks. After all, the original's reputation was far too frightful. He had even prepared the thunderstorm wings to evade its attacks should the need arise. With the complete confidence Han Li held in the abilities of the thunderstorm wings, he was able to avoid panic despite the nervousness within his heart. At that moment, the golden light had already reflected off the final mirror and grown into a head-sized golden orb of light. It floated in front of Wen Tianren and continuously pulsed as if it were about to burst. Without any hesitation, Wen Tianren waved to the light orb, which immediately flew into his palm. Wen Tianren grabbed onto the light orb and turned to look at Han Li. An odd expression fluttered within his eyes when he saw the wings on Han Li's back, but it soon disappeared. At that moment, Fairy Violet Spirit glanced at Wen Tianren's golden horn and then turned her gaze to the wings on Han Li's back. She felt her mouth turn dry as a complicated expression appeared on her face. The coming battle was about to greatly widen her horizons, and was something that had reached far beyond what common cultivators were capable of. Both parties had now taken out their last resorts in what was clearly a battle of life or death. Even the intensity of the atmosphere made it hard for her to breathe. She could only silently watch on, in the hopes that her preferred cultivator won the upcoming battle. When Tianren made the first move, he brought the golden light orb to his chest and slapped his other hand onto it, causing the orb of light to collapse and shoot out countless thumb-sized balls of light. Contrary to Han Li's expectation, the balls of light entered the octagonal mirrors. The mirrors immediately began to glow and trembled before releasing 8 dense beams of golden light. In the same moment that the beams of light shot out from the mirrors, they had already arrived in front of Han Li with an imperceptible speed. Han Li's expression distorted at the sight. The outermost layer of his sword mirages had instantly disappeared upon contact with the beams of light. Even the true bamboo cloudswarm swords were knocked away with sparks of azure light. They weren't able to put up even the slightest resistance upon making contact with the light beams. The combined 5-element bands flashed with rainbow light and blocked the beams for only a moment before releasing a wail and a violet flash of light before collapsing into fragments. Han Li was overwhelmed with shock and felt pain at their loss. The 5-element bands weren't of much use against higher-grade cultivators, but they had always been successful when handling cultivators of a similar grade. Their loss was truly a pity. After the incredibly incisive golden lights had shattered the bands, they were about to strike the final barrier of red-yellow light produced by the Jade Scepter. Han Li let out a sigh as thunder roared from his back. With a slight flap, he disappeared from sight, and the 8 streaks of light missed their target. A short moment later, Han Li reappeared 100 meters away. With yet another roar of thunder, he disappeared yet again. When Tianren was startled upon seeing this, but his expression soon changed after something came to mind. His legs were aflame with scarlet flame as he flew off, instantly arriving at a nearby location. In the instant he moved, Han Li appeared at Wen Tianren's original location with an azure sword streak flickering from his hand. Han Li revealed shock, but he soon disappeared once more in a flash of silver light, leaving thunder in his wake. This time Wen Tianren didn't move. Instead, he shot out another streak of golden light from his horn and had his mirrors fly upward and point down. Once the golden light entered the mirrors, they began to hum and transform into countless beams of light, filling the air around him. At that moment, Han Li reappeared about 30 meters behind Wen Tianren, and the beams of light instantly converged onto Han Li, rigidly trapping him. Han Li's expression vastly changed and he hurriedly flapped his wings. But underneath the golden light, he was completely incapable of movement. Han Li then waved his hands without any further thoughts and spat out 2 flying swords towards the golden light surrounding him, and ordered them to violently chop it. The golden light was completely unaffected and began to close in on him. Han Li's heart sank and he hurriedly opened his mouth, shooting out a dense bolt of golden lightning. The golden light slightly flickered for a moment, but they didn't sustain any damage. At that moment, the golden light had become interwoven with his red-yellow light barrier. The barrier started to sway as if it were about to be penetrated by the golden light. Han Li's face paled as he suddenly waved his jade scepter and madly poured spiritual power into it. The yellow-red light barrier shimmered with light and its color soon became an illustrious silver, repelling the golden light with its complete strength. When Tianren saw this, he revealed surprise, but soon a trace of hostility appeared within his eyes. He formed an incantation gesture with his hands and his small mirrors suddenly pointed at the top of Han Li's head. The golden light converged above Han Li and started to turn into balls of golden flames. When Tianren became completely solemn, his hands unceasingly formed various complex incantation gestures, and he began to mutter an incantation. He soon opened his mouth and spat out several balls of pure blood essence. Each mouthful of blood left him slightly more pale. When each of the balls of blood essence entered the golden flames, his complexion had turned deathly pale and blood could no longer be seen from his face. However, the 8 golden flames had instantly flared with immense light, increasing their pressure several-fold. When Tianren coldly glanced at Han Li and eerily said, "You are worthy enough to die from the divine golden flames. With your cultivation, it'd be quite remarkable for you to last most of an hour." Without any further hesitation, he pointed to the 8 golden flames that were above Han Li, and had them drop down from above him. Han Li was immediately submerged in the golden flames. When Tianren's figure blurred and appeared above the golden flames in a cross-legged meditation position. Afterwards, he began to form extremely strange incantation gestures, and released a faint gold thread from his horn into the flames. At the same moment as Han Li was enveloped in flames, when Tianren slowly closed his eyes. Beyond expectation, Han Li remained calm and stared at the golden flames surrounding him with a solemn expression. After the golden flames had appeared, he began to circulate the spiritual power within his body at 6 times the normal speed in order to sustain the silver light barrier. Otherwise, it would have dispersed underneath the flames. It appeared that when Tianren wished to use the golden flames to exhaust Han Li's spiritual power and turn him to ash, he would have taken a moment to inspect just how powerful the Jade Scepter shield were if he didn't fear that the golden flames would take his life. The divine golden flames were truly unordinary. Although they weren't as powerful as the celestial ice flames, let alone the sacred Azura flames, they were still on the same level as Zenith Yin's corpse fire. Han Li was inwardly analyzing exactly how powerful the golden flames were. Were it a common late core formation cultivator, they wouldn't be able to withstand the golden flames for even a quarter of an hour. However, Han Li was anything but common. At that moment, he stared at the golden flames surrounding him with a frown and slapped his storage pouch, taking out a small bottle. Han Li glanced at the small bottle and let out a sigh. It was the myriad-year spirit milk he had just acquired, and it already appeared that he wouldn't be able to last much longer without it. It was quite the cruel joke. Had he not acquired the spirit milk from Yuan Yao, he would have found himself in a dead end. But at the same time, were it not for the spirit milk, he wouldn't have encountered Wen Tianren, a disciple of Archsaint Six Paths, and be in this situation. Han Li felt extremely conflicted about how this situation had developed. According to current situation, he was currently losing, but with the half bottle of myriad-year spirit milk, he felt completely secure. Regardless of the golden light that trapped him or the golden flames that scorched around him, Wen Tianren was incapable of persevering without paying a heavy cost. If Wen Tianren wanted to compete in a battle of endurance, then victory assured for Han Li. Wen Tianren's own actions were about to doom him. With that thought in mind, A sneer momentarily appeared on Han Li's face before he sat down inside the light barrier, preparing his counterattack once when Tianren had exhausted himself. Consequentially, a baffling scene transpired. The air that had recently been filled with rolls of thunder and flashes of dazzling light had suddenly turned serene and peaceful. When Tianren and Han Li were both sitting down, forming their own incantation gestures in silence. However, the 10-meter-tall golden flames continued to burn. When Fairy Violet Spirit saw this, her luminous eyes shifted and she inwardly sighed. From what she saw, Han Li was bound to be defeated as he was trapped within the golden flames. Although Han Li currently had a silver light barrier around him, she believed it would only provide temporary protection at most. She stood there while wearing a complicated expression, but she had no intention of stepping forward. It appeared she didn't intend to take any action until the battle between the two of them was concluded. At that moment, the Mei siblings, Old Man Zhao and the other low-grade cultivators were grouped together about 50 kilometers away from the island. Although they were too far away to see Han Li's battle with Wen Tianren, they were able to see the brilliant flashes of light in the distance and hear the deafening explosions. This alone had left them greatly alarmed. They had mistakenly believed that this was caused by a battle between the core formation cultivator on the island and the white silhouette. As such, they hadn't dared to leave, but now that all signs of fighting had disappeared, they were all left in dismay. They didn't know who was victorious or if something unexpected had occurred. Since they still didn't dare to rashly depart, they could only force themselves to stay put. On the other side of the island, the beautiful female cultivators that had been escorting the carriage were also whispering to each other with apprehension. Although they were all the personal maids of Wen Tianren, they were no different than true concubines and were treated favorably by him. On that note, if something were to happen to Wen Tianren, their fates were already sealed once they returned. However, because Wen Tianren had given them orders to remain at the carriage when he approached the island, these concubines didn't dare to rashly take action. Time slowly passed while the confrontation continued. Day eventually turned to night and night turned to early morning. Nearly an entire day passed in complete silence as if yesterday's battle had never even occurred. At that moment, both groups of cultivators on either side of the island were impatient and filled with doubt as other cultivators were beginning to appear nearby. After an entire day of having the heavenly omen above the island, word spread that a peculiar treasure had appeared on this small island. Naturally, cultivators began to appear nearby. A vast majority of these cultivators were at foundation establishment stage, but there were also a few overly confident chi condensation cultivators mixed in. These people began to arrive at the island from every direction. When they grew near, they discovered Old Man Zhao's group along with the female cultivators around the carriage. Those who met Old Man Zhao and the Mei siblings were better off. As Old Man Zhao and the Mei siblings were quite well connected, many cultivators came to them to find out what had happened. After these cultivators heard that core formation cultivators had already entered the island, they apprehensively muttered to themselves and gathered near the old man's party, holding no foolish thoughts of rushing the island. As for the cultivators on the other side of the island that chose to speak to the beautiful female cultivators next to the carriage, the female cultivator in charge had taken out a banner of the Starfall Coalition without any reservations and immediately threatened them. Each of these cultivators immediately turned tail with pale faces. Since the Starfall Coalition cultivators were participating in whatever was happening on the island, nothing good would come about from staying around. After more time had passed, two core formation cultivators eventually arrived. They were traveling together, and one of them was the Deputy Island Lord of Bright Emperor Island. These two arrived on the side with Wen Tianren's maids, and naturally questioned them with baffled expressions. Because the two were core formation cultivators, the female cultivators didn't dare to slight them. The female cultivator in charge casually mentioned Wen Tianren's name to them as she answered. The two core formation cultivators were shocked upon hearing his name. While Bright Emperor Island was considered neutral, they didn't dare to provoke the overbearing power of either the top figure of the Devil Dao or the Starfall Coalition. After casually mumbling some sort of excuse, the two immediately flew back from where they came. What a joke! Although they didn't even know whether or not a treasure existed on this island, since a disciple of Archsaint Six Paths had arrived, They naturally had no thoughts of involving themselves. Since the young master had yet to return after approaching the island, if something had truly happened to him and they became involved, then they'd just be heading to their deaths. Although a small portion of cultivators were scared away by the Starfall Coalition's reputation, about 40 cultivators had gathered around the island from other directions. When they weren't able to detect any core formation cultivators nearby, they rushed in. These cultivators harbored sinister designs of their own and weren't about to leave the island of their own accord. They planned to take advantage of the current chaos for their own benefit. As the black cloud above the island continued to swirl, it had already spread out to cover the entirety of the small island, blocking all the light from shining onto the island. A dark green beam of light suddenly shot up from the island towards the clouds. At that moment, the clouds furiously roiled for a moment, then began to slowly descend and remained about 400 meters above the island before becoming serene. The emergence of these pitch-black clouds had given the impression that a tempest was about to approach. The heavenly omens transformations shook the hearts of the cultivators nearby. However, a few of the more quick-witted ones felt delight as they believed the green beam of light to be the sign for the emergence of a treasure. These cultivators were suddenly overwhelmed with greed and glanced at each other for a moment before flying towards the island in groups of 10. They believed that, with so many Foundation establishment cultivators joining hands, even a core formation cultivator wouldn't be able to make light of them. As for the portion of cultivators that hadn't joined, they were extremely calm and examined the others' actions with detached gazes. Since there were others willing to scout the path ahead, they were happy to sit back and watch before taking action. At that same time, when Tianren's maids were no longer capable of just waiting and approached the island with the carriage in tow. Unbeknownst to all these people was that deep within the oceans near the small island, a strange black light started to shine after an appearance of a slim black crevice. Soon after, countless threads of pitch-black chi emerged from the crevice, forming into a mist. This pitch-black mist was only about 10 meters wide at the start, but it quickly began to expand. In only a short moment, it had already spread to an area of 500 meters and continued to grow. Not only could ghostly wails be faintly heard from within the fog, but there were unceasing flashes of bizarre black lightning. Even more strange was how the nearby sea creatures were drawn into the black mist like moths to the flame. An instant later, all life in the nearby seas had already been swept clean, but nevertheless, the black mist continued to expand as if it were unsated. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, it eventually began to emerge from the ocean's surface, allowing it to be clearly seen by those present. When everyone saw this, they became numb with fear. From the looks of it, the mist would soon spread across the small island. Everyone on the island, including Han Li, were at a loss as they watched its progress. Inside the silver light barrier, Han Li raised his head and took a drop of spirit milk before glancing down at the small bottle with a pensive expression. It was the morning of the next day and he had now taken his 5th drop of spirit milk. But the golden light outside the light barrier still didn't show the slightest sign of weakening. The flames, however, had begun to shrink. It seemed when Tianren wouldn't be able to sustain them for much longer, and Han Li would be able to escape fairly soon. With that in mind, Han Li's hand flashed with white light, and he calmly placed the bottle back into his storage pouch. He then glanced at the clouds in the sky and unconsciously frowned. He had clearly seen the beam of green light shooting into the skies from the direction of the valley that seemed to have been caused by Yuan Yao's spell ritual. Although he didn't know what had specifically happened, based on the black clouds lowering down, it appeared that the soul-rise technique had yet to finish. As quickly as these thoughts appeared in Han Li's mind, he buried them. He couldn't afford to be concerned with anything else until after he escaped the prison of golden light. After taking a deep breath, he felt his magic treasures begin to surge with excitement. At that same moment, the silver wings could faintly be seen once more from his back. Floating above the golden flames, when Tianren no longer appeared as proud as when he had initially trapped Han Li. Instead, his face had begun to pale and a layer of faint black chi had started to form. The golden horn on his forehead also appeared to be an inch shorter than the day before. When Tianren gloomily scowled, but his heart brimmed with furious alarm as a faint trace of dread began to take hold. When he had taunted Han Li that he would only be able to withstand the flames for an hour at most, he had been exaggerating. Knowing precisely how powerful the divine golden flames were, he had honestly believed that it would have been difficult for Han Li to persevere for even half an hour. As such, he had been willing to expend a bit of his origin chi to eliminate Han Li and prevent him from becoming an even greater problem in the future. But an hour later, Han Li still showed no signs of wavering, somewhat surprising when Tianren. When it had reached 2 hours, when Tianren was alarmed to find that Han Li had yet to turn to ash. After 4 hours, when Tianren had started to feel trepidation after seeing how Han Li still endured, he faintly felt that he had made a mistake, as Han Li hadn't shown any fear at the prospect of contesting his magic power with Tianren's own. It was clear that Han Li either possessed some kind of item that allowed him to quickly replenish his magic power, or had some other mysterious ability. According to what he knew, the only item that could allow this kind of replenishment of magic power was the extremely rare myriad-year spirit milk. Could it be that Han Li truly possessed some? When Tianren quickly found his guesses to be true. However, he had reached the point where he could no longer afford to stop. With a majority of his apex devil incarnations already eliminated and his unrestrained use of the golden mirrors of 8 gates, he had greatly exhausted his cultivation. If he were to let Han Li go, it wasn't likely for him to win. However, when Tianren was aware that given how rare the myriad spirit milk was, ordinary cultivators couldn't possibly possess all that much. As a result, he had resolved himself to continue to exhaust his true essence and continue his attempt to roast Han Li in the divine golden flames. The current damage to his true essence would take at least 30 years of secluded cultivation to repair. With each passing moment, when Tianren's complexion grew slightly paler, while the silver light barrier appeared as dense as ever, when Tianren wouldn't be able to persist for much longer. He didn't know how much spirit milk Han Li had left, and he was still stuck in a deadlock. As he desperately searched for a method to break through his plight, something eventually came to mind. When Tianren pursed his dry lips and coldly commanded, "Violet Spirit, go over to where he came from and capture his Dao companion. That person should be at a crucial moment in the ritual and should be incapable of resisting you." His originally refined appearance was now completely gone, revealing a trace of sinister malice. When Fairy Violet Spirit heard this, her expression changed. This battle was truly beyond the scope of reason. She had originally believed that Han Li wouldn't be able to persist for long, but he had remained unscathed throughout the entire night. Instead, when Tianren was now in a difficult situation, much to her surprise, after hearing his command, she was startled for a moment before realizing his intentions. This young master of the Starfall Coalition intended to use the woman conducting the ritual to force Han Li into submitting. Since Han Li had agreed to act as her protector, their friendship should run deep. However, being forced to use this shameful method only further illustrated that the disciple of Archsaint Six Paths had truly reached his absolute limit. Fairy Violet Spirit quickly recovered her ice-cold expression and silently remained in place. A cold glint ran through Tianren's eyes and he sinisterly said, "What? Could it be that you believe that because of how damaged my cultivation is that I cannot take your life? Or is it that you've always wanted to defect from the coalition ever since you were forced to join? Don't forget that the Starfall Coalition rules over half of the scattered star seas, and you are only an early core formation cultivator, so where could you possibly run? Obediently follow my orders, and I will turn a blind eye to your disloyal inaction." Fairy Violet Spirit's expression changed several times before her eyes wandered onto the golden flames, indecision lingering in her heart. During her moment of indecisiveness, streaks of light began to fly over from the distance. As they grew nearer, Fairy Violet Spirit and Tianren recognized them to be the female cultivators and their carriage. When Tianren saw this, he was greatly elated while Fairy Violet Spirit could only bitterly laugh in her mind. These Foundation establishment women hadn't been of any use at the start, but now they would be of pivotal importance. Before Fairy Violet Spirit could wryly smile, she spotted their panicked expressions as they approached Tianren the moment they arrived. They looked at the current scene in astonishment and then quickly saluted Tianren. They appeared extremely restless, but still remained silent. When Tianren's appearance was harsh and a hostile expression appeared on his face. He coldly chuckled and thought to say something when his face contorted in bewilderment upon looking into the distance. When the others saw this, they were baffled and curiously turned their heads to look. "What in the world is that?" one of them shouted out upon seeing it. They all saw wisps of black quickly emerge from the ocean at a frightening speed, leaving them all at a loss for words. "The ghost mist." After a moment, one of the women shouted out in terror and immediately flew deeper into the island. At that moment, the others had clearly seen the black wisps. A pitch-black fog had emerged from the sea and was rushing towards them as if it were alive. Suddenly, the rest of the Foundation establishment cultivators present had been shocked senseless and fled in complete panic. When Tianren and Fairy Violet Spirit were both aghast at the sudden developments. Fairy Violet Spirit then stomped down and streaked away while enveloped in red light. When Tianren nervously stared at the golden flames, unsure of what to do, after a cold glint appeared in his eyes, he gritted his teeth and spat a mouthful of blood essence into the flames, instantly causing them to intensify. Afterwards, he flew into the distance in a flash of golden light while his many maids closely followed after him. An inconceivable event then occurred before them as the cultivators closest to the ghost mist fell onto the island like downed birds. This occurred with all cultivators that had drawn too close to the ghost mist. They suddenly lost their bearings in mid-flight and dropped down with deathly pale complexions. Even their magic tools had been completely deprived of their spiritual nature. As for Fairy Violet Spirit and Wen Tianming, they were only able to fly for a short amount of time and barely reached the other edge of the island before their lights had disappeared and they fell into the ocean. At the time, the golden flames that had remained in the distance wavered for a moment before fizzling out. The 8 small mirrors had also returned to their original forms, revealing the silver barrier of light within. Just as the light barrier was revealed, it dispersed into specks of starlight, revealing Han Li wearing an astonished expression. He had already seen what had happened with the others, but before he could overcome his shock and come up with a countermeasure, he felt the magic power in his body become restricted and he fell from the sky like an ordinary mortal. Shock was clear in Han Li's eyes as he fell towards the rocks 100 meters below him. He abruptly twisted his body and bent his waist at a strange angle before kicking his feet out behind him. This caused him to shoot towards a large tree nearby before steadily coming to stand on one of its branches. Han Li's head was lined with cold sweat after his near fall. Fortunately, the shifting smoke steps didn't require any spiritual power to use. Otherwise, he would have just met his end by falling to his death. If a core formation cultivator were to actually die by falling, they'd become a laughingstock. Of course, many of the nearby Foundation establishment cultivators weren't as fortunate as Han Li and were certain to have suffered. When Han Li finally regained his bearings, he heard a series of clangs from the distance. He quickly turned his head in that direction with a changed expression. Sure enough, the clangs came from the 2 sets of bamboo cloudswarm swords that he hadn't taken into his body. Not far to their side were the 8-sided mirrors, the ancient flower basket, and the small silver bell. At the moment, they were all completely devoid of life as if their spiritual nature had disappeared. Han Li's heart trembled and he hastily tried to release a thread of spiritual sense to inspect the treasures. However, his heart immediately grew cold. No matter how hard he tried, his immensely powerful spiritual sense now remained motionless within his body. Han Li's blood ran cold as both his magic power and spiritual sense were now incapable of being used. He was now no different than an ordinary mortal. Let alone his magic abilities, his storage pouch and his spirit beast pouches were now useless as well. He turned around and paled upon seeing that the overflowing black mist had already filled the nearby skies. With his current speed as a mortal, there would be no chance of him outrunning the ghost mist. After reflecting on the current situation with a gloomy expression, he gritted his teeth and his body blurred. He then appeared beside the lifeless treasures and frantically gathered them all into his arms. Because he currently had no way of using his storage pouch, he could only hold the items close to his chest. Fortunately, they weren't too large, otherwise Han Li would have been incapable of carrying all of them. At the same time that Han Li was gathering up the treasures, the endless black fog suddenly descended onto the small island. Han Li felt an immense attractive force coming in the direction of the mist, and before he even realized what was happening, he was already being sucked in. Han Li was overwhelmed by shock and shifted his body several times, hoping to use his shifting smoke steps to escape, but it proved completely ineffective. A moment later, he had been absorbed into the pitch-black mist and found himself among several flashes of black lightning that instantly wrapped around his body. With several muffled booms, Han Li flickered with black light and disappeared without a trace into the fog. Han Li heard a torrent of countless, strange sounds pour into his mind as the entire world around him blurred and was replaced with absolute darkness. He felt his body suddenly come to a stop and then fell onto some kind of ground with a muffled thump. The ground was soft and thick, leaving him without the slightest injury, relieving Han Li of his most pressing worry. He took the opportunity to glance around and found only an expanse of darkness, but he did manage to smell a strong, fishy scent. Han Li wordlessly ran his hands over his body to find it sticky and wet with several things poking into him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that he was lying on a pile of live, squirming fish and prawn. Han Li frowned and slowly tried to stand up when his head suddenly broke out in pain. At that same time, he felt his limbs turn soft and he became overwhelmed with a sense of vertigo. Han Li inwardly cursed. Without any magic power protecting his body, he was being subjected to the full aftermath of teleportation. It was likely that he wouldn't be able to stand up for quite a while. Since this was the case, Han Li emotionlessly lied down on the pile of fish and prawn, saving his strength until he could move his limbs once more. But right then, yet another ball of black lightning appeared about 10 meters above him. That faint flash of light allowed Han Li to see strange pointed rocks about 30 meters above him, and he was able to make out that this place seemed to be an underground cave. As for the strange lightning, there seemed to be something within it. Han Li's heart stirred as he gazed at it. After wildly flashing several more times, it disappeared and dropped a pitch-black object straight onto Han Li. Han Li was startled and wanted to move out of the way, but his body was powerless. He could only watch on as the object fell onto him. As a result, a soft woman's body fell onto Han Li with a muffled grunt. It seemed she had also been teleported there. The woman was clearly rattled, and not only did she not realize that Han Li was beneath her, she also crawled on him, grabbing onto Han Li's hair. Han Li smirked and let out a faint breath of pain. Ha! The woman now realized that there was another person beneath her, an unfamiliar man. She cried out in alarm and hastily tried to stand, but her body swayed several times before she weakly fell back down. As a result, she ended up falling onto Han Li once again, with her upper body resting on Han Li's stomach. From her look of fright, she seemed to be somewhat young. "Who are you?" the woman asked with a trembling voice. Her heavy, thumping heart could be clearly heard in the silent darkness. The woman's voice was quite pleasant, but since he didn't know the woman and couldn't clearly make out her appearance, Han Li jokingly replied, "Just some guy." "Humph." A trace of resentment appeared within her eyes as she fiercely glared at Han Li. But because her limbs were in pain, she could only raise her neck and turn her head towards Han Li just a bit, as this action didn't seem to take much effort. However, her pleasant fragrance did reach Han Li's nose, arousing a strange feeling in him. With the addition of her soft, ample body pressing against him, a certain area was unconsciously aroused. "What are you doing?" The woman immediately felt the change in Han Li's body, and she fiercely glared at him with a shameful expression. However, Han Li saw this action to be quite adorable. Han Li bitterly laughed and said, "It isn't something that I can control. I have lost my magic power and spiritual sense. While I would like to control my body with my cultivation and calm down my little lord, I've returned to become an ordinary man. I am helpless to do anything about the reaction." The woman snorted. Although she didn't say anything, she seemed to have heard him. Fortunately, she couldn't move just like Han Li and could do nothing about it, despite her angry humiliation. The darkness became silent once more, broken only by the breaths of the two. Han Li felt this experience to be completely unprecedented. There were countless fish and prawn flailing about underneath him, and an unfamiliar, fragrant woman laying on top of him. This situation couldn't be described as anything but absurd. The woman suddenly broke the silence and asked, "Were you among the fellow cultivators that entered the island?" "Seems likely, right?" When Han Li heard her, he immediately recalled the dozens of cultivators that had rushed to the small island. It seemed like this woman was one of them. Doubt flickered within her eyes and she snorted before suspiciously asking, "What is that supposed to mean?" Han Li smiled and thought to brush off her question with a vague response when disorderly footsteps suddenly sounded as several torches soon appeared in the distance and floated nearby. There appeared to be shadows that were faintly visible beneath the flickering torchlight. Han Li's heart trembled. There seemed to be people here, and they didn't appear to be the other cultivators that had been devoured by the ghost mist. An instant later, the torches had drawn close to them. Han Li's eyes narrowed, and he was able to clearly see the black silhouettes behind the flames. They were 5 exceptionally large men that were each at least a whole head taller than Han Li, and appeared to be about 40 years of age. They wore green robes and held a sword-like weapon in their hands with huge leather bags on their backs and were hastily traveling forward in large strides. When Han Li saw them, his heart was shaken by fear. As he was guessing the identity of these men, a strand of black hair swept past his face. The woman had turned her head to gaze at them as well, and seemed to be ill at ease from her trembling. Han Li furrowed his brow and began to move his fingers as a trace of strength had returned. It appeared that he was recovering his strength rather quickly. A moment after Han Li realized he was regaining control of his body, the torches had grown closer to them, allowing him to see with greater clarity. The nearby surroundings had been brightened enough to reveal large piles of fish and prawn everywhere. Han Li and the woman happened to be on one of the comparatively larger piles. The areas further away from them were still pitch black and couldn't be seen, but the cave appeared exceptionally spacious as no walls could be seen. When the men carrying torches were about 100 meters away from Han Li, they stopped and quickly placed their bags onto the ground. With the exception of one person that vigilantly stood guard, the rest of them began to wildly stuff the fish and prawn into their bags. Han Li was surprised to see this while woman on top of him couldn't help but gasp in surprise. But the men hadn't heard her because of how soft her voice was. Han Li unconsciously turned his gaze to the woman and discovered in the faint glow of red light that the woman had a beautiful face. The woman immediately noticed Han Li's gaze and seemed to blush. She turned away, and her face was once again hidden in the darkness. However, her bashful eyes still glinted in the darkness. Han Li couldn't help but find her actions humorous. This woman was somewhat odd. When they had yet to see each other's appearance, she was outspoken, direct, and even a bit unruly. Now that he could see her, the initial harshness has disappeared and she immediately grew timid and bashful. In that instant, they heard a cry of alarm in the distance. The man on guard suddenly turned around and harshly whispered, "Not good! Scatter! The fire-scale beast is about to arrive." Suddenly, the men that were gathering the fish immediately tossed the bags onto their backs and madly scrabbled in another direction. All that was left behind were the flickering torches illuminating the darkness. At that moment, several hisses could be heard from within the darkness as if something had discovered the men. Several quick thumps then sounded out. Several fire-red, meter-long silhouettes leapt from the darkness and quickly disappeared with a blur. For an instant, Han Li was able to clearly see the appearances of the fire-scale beasts. The beasts had a sinister appearance with red scales and a mouthful of razor-sharp fangs. In the blink of an eye, silence once again covered the cave. Han Li let out a long breath of relief as it seemed that the strange beasts hadn't discovered the two of them, providing a silver lining for an otherwise dismal situation. Not long after the beasts disappeared, Han Li could weakly form a fist with both hands. Soon he finally recovered control over his body and could move well enough to hold onto the woman and slowly stand up. While being held in his arms, the woman whispered with a blush, Release me. I will recover soon enough." Han Li glanced at the woman and indifferently said, "If you don't mind squirming around with the fish on the ground, I'll let you go." When the woman heard this, she lowered her head and glanced at the squirming fish on the ground with a trace of hesitation. In the end, she chose to remain silent. At that moment, Han Li jumped off the pile of fish with the woman in his grasp and walked in the direction of the abandoned torches. Although he didn't know what or where this forsaken place was, it would prove rather troublesome if they didn't have any light. Han Li crouched down and picked up a torch and wore a pensive expression after glancing around. A short moment later, the blushing woman whispered, "Please release me. I can move now." When Han Li heard this, he silently relaxed his arm and the woman gracefully landed on her feet. After quickly patting down her clothes, she also picked up a torch and examined their surroundings. After a moment, Han Li suddenly headed off in the direction that the group of men had arrived from. When the woman saw this, she was alarmed and hastily asked, "Where are you going?" Han Li replied without turning his head, "I'm not going to wait here for the beasts to return. It would be better to find somewhere safe for now." When the woman heard this, she wore an expression of fright and quickly followed after Han Li. Han Li remained silent when he heard this and continued on his way. After only walking a few steps, Han Li stopped and used the torch to illuminate the ground, revealing the men's footprints. The woman was caught off guard and nearly ran into Han Li. She was left slightly bewildered and whispered, "What's wrong?" Han Li didn't answer her. Instead, he crouched down and brought a handful of sand to his nose. He revealed an odd expression after taking a sniff. "There's a dense smell of blood. This isn't a good sign." Han Li expressionlessly said this before continuing to follow the men's footsteps. The woman was startled by what he said and quickly followed after Han Li. After the time it took to finish a meal, they eventually spotted a glitter of blue light in the distance. Han Li narrowed his eyes at the sight and quickened his steps. He soon discovered that the sparkling blue light marked an exit from this black expanse. Although it was only about 3 meters wide, it was more than enough for a person to pass through. When the two saw this, they quickly walked through it with roused spirits. In the instant they arrived at the opening, a white light flashed before Han Li and 8 flawless swords quickly appeared against his neck. A hoarse voice coldly said, "Who are you? Where are Ahu and the others? Are you new arrivals?" Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing that he was surrounded by over 20 young men and women, each of whom held a strange sparkling white blade, and wore the same strange green robes as the men from before. They were all gazing at Han Li with differing expressions. As for the beautiful woman following him, she had been surrounded as well and didn't dare to move. Han Li rubbed his nose and wryly smiled. "I imagine that we are what you consider to be new arrivals. Do outsiders often appear here?" When the middle-aged man heard Han Li, his expression relaxed but his voice still remained cold. "I would have guessed it if you hadn't said anything, as your strange clothes are something only outsiders would wear. However, it's quite fortunate for you to encounter us. After all, a majority of outsiders meet their ends in the stomach of the Umbra beasts without ever realizing what was happening." He then waved his hand and the youths withdrew their swords. Han Li rubbed his neck and glanced at the weapons with a trace of astonishment. When those blades were touching his neck, he felt an astonishing burning sensation as if they were all made of scorching hot iron. It was a truly weird experience. Han Li then swept his gaze around and discovered that they were in front of a small stone mountain. It appeared that they had just left the heart of the stone mountain. When he gazed into the distance, there was an endless yellow desert. He then raised his head to the sky and felt an even greater shock. He saw pitch-black clouds covering the sky. They appeared endless and continuously arced with deep blue lightning, causing the sky to shine with a faint blue light. It was all stranger than anything Han Li had imagined. Before Han Li finished observing his surroundings, the lean middle-aged man frowned and asked, "Did you encounter anyone when you arrived?" "They would be my companions." Han Li immediately answered without hesitation. "I saw a group of men, however. They were chased down by a few beasts. They ran off in another direction." The lean man grew nervous and he unconsciously tightened his grasp on the blade. "Beasts? What kind?" I heard those men call them fire-scale beasts. The lean man relaxed and calmly said, Fire-scale beasts? That's good. Ahu and the others should have no problem dealing with them. But just to be sure, Fanli, bring a group of people inside and help them. Then take them through the nearest alternative exit. A towering dark man wordlessly brought a group of people into the cave. The lean man turned his head toward Han Li and the woman and indifferently said, I'm not sure whether I should say your luck is good or bad. You actually ran into an eruption of spirit-extinguishing chi. This causes far more tears in space to appear, and even experts are incapable of escaping them. But as a result, the umber beasts that normally lay inside the mountain hollow had left. Otherwise, you would have immediately be torn apart upon falling inside. When Han Li heard this, his heart sank, but his expression remained unchanged. I hope you'll forgive me for being so bold, but could your esteemed self tell us exactly where we are? From your tone, it seems this place is quite dangerous. The lean man examined the two's clothing and saw that they didn't seem to be ordinary people and wryly smiled. Dangerous? Hee, that's about right. Regardless of whatever identities or statuses you may have held on the outside, here in the Umber realm, you're just people that need to struggle to survive. If you can't move or make yourself useful, you will end up as Umber beast food. Han Li frowned and wanted to ask more questions, but the lean man impatiently waved his hand. We're pressed for time. The explanations will have to wait until after we return to the village. In just a moment, the Umber beasts will return to their nests, and we'll have to quickly block this secret entrance so that we can use it again in the future. After he said this, he turned to the people behind him and started harshly giving them commands. The men and women began to grab nearby stones and started to hurriedly stack them tightly against the hole. The lean man gazed at the clouds in the sky and his face darkened. Let's go. If everything goes smoothly, Ahu and the others will meet us on the way. But if we dawdle, the winds will appear and we won't be able to return. After saying this, he turned around and left as the rest of people closely followed after him without a word. None of them ever called out to Han Li or the woman. When Han Li saw this, an odd expression flickered through his eyes as he began to ponder over the current situation. The beautiful woman beside Han Li watched as the group grew distant. Seeing that Han Li appeared pensive, she couldn't help but worriedly ask, should we follow them? Without any magic power, she had turned into a frail and bewildered mortal. Since Han Li appeared calm this entire time, she had instinctively begun to rely on him. Han Li raised his head and calmly said, There's no reason not to, so let's go take a look at their so-called village. Perhaps we'll think of something once we're there and are able to recover our magic power. He then headed in the direction the others had gone with large strides. The woman let out a breath of relief and followed after him. Ah yes, I still don't know your name. My surname is Han. I am a vagrant cultivator. I am Mei Ning. I was together with my brother when we were sucked into the ghost mist. But now he isn't here. A trace of worry appeared on her face when she mentioned her brother. Han Li calmly said, That's to be expected. The black lightning appears to have the power of random teleportation. Your brother must have teleported elsewhere. Otherwise, why would only the two of us teleport there despite the many cultivators around the island? If you search for him, you'll find him eventually. When the woman heard this, she felt relieved and her curiosity towards Han Li was piqued. His appearance was rather unfamiliar and she was certain that she had never seen him before. She tentatively guessed that he was a cultivator that had approached the island from a different direction. She thought to ask more questions of Han Li, but she hesitated after realizing that they didn't have a particularly close relationship, and ended up keeping silent. As the two hurried after the group of green-robed people, she pondered about the pros and cons of inquiring about him further. Although they didn't have any magic power, cultivators possessed bodies of purified essence that were far more capable than those of ordinary mortals. Seeing that the two were able to follow after them without difficulty, a strange expression appeared in the lean man's eyes, but instead of saying anything, he lowered his head and sped up. The others behind him quickened their pace in response. Han Li was somewhat surprised to see that these people were far more vigorous than ordinary mortals. Although their bodies didn't seem to hold a superior level of inner strength, they clearly cultivated some shallow martial arts. It seemed that martial arts would prove quite useful here. Nevertheless, Han Li still had misgivings from the ghost mist that had previously occurred. From the records he had looked through, although the ghost fog was frightful, it had never been as disastrous as what had just occurred. There wasn't even an opportunity for anyone to escape. Before he had even touched the ghost mist, the entirety of his magic power had already been sealed. It had been truly terrifying. If each appearance of the ghost mist was that disastrous, then even nascent soul cultivators wouldn't be able to escape it. But in the previous appearances of the ghost mist, there were many cultivators who were able to escape from it, even low-grade cultivators had. However, Han Li felt somewhat suspicious about what the lean man had referred to as the so-called spirit-extinguishing qi. From its name, it was certain to have something to do with why his spiritual sense and magic power were currently restricted. They were truly unlucky to have encountered such a particularly dreadful ghost mist that had managed to capture everyone present. He reckoned that those that survived the teleportation would be found scattered across the other corners of this land. Just as Han Li thought this, the lean man suddenly stopped and turned his head in a different direction while the rest of his party had followed suit. Far off into the desert, a yellow dragon could be seen rushing towards them through surging clouds of sand. "It's Hu and the others," one of the youths shouted in delight as the others became excited. The lean man nodded his head and revealed a trace of relief, but his smile soon froze when he heard a series of sharp roars from the yellow dragon. The lean man furiously yelled with a distorted expression, "Everyone, quickly go and help them. They are being pursued by umber beasts." He took out the long white blade at his waist and led the charge forward. The rest of the party came to a sudden realization, and each of them brandished their blades as they followed suit. Han Li stood in place and merely stared at the yellow dragon in the distance with an odd expression. The lean man's party had just reached the yellow dragon when it abruptly stopped and roared before bursting into clouds of yellow mist. The party loudly yelled as they entered the dense smoke, and shouts of all pitches and tones were intertwined. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, their voices eventually quieted down. After a short moment, a series of cheers came from within the yellow mist, and the men and women all emerged with their bodies splattered with beast blood. It was difficult to tell if any of them had sustained any injuries, but each of them wore a smile of pleasant surprise. When they returned, they were joined by the burly men that Han Li had seen within the mountain. They were still carrying the huge bags on their back. When they spotted Han Li and Mei Ning, they appeared somewhat confused, but after the lean man whispered something to them, their expression brightened and paid them no further mind. The group quickly marched on with the new arrivals. 2 hours later, they had reached an expanse of pitch-black stone that interrupted the desolate sandscape. Just like the desert from before, Han Li was unable to see the end of this expanse of black stone. However, the black stones were all strangely shaped, and their deep shade of black left Han Li with an eerie feeling of discomfort. But when the others saw this place, they let out long breaths of relief and wore relaxed expressions. At that moment, the clouds in the sky had begun to restlessly move about, and the blue flashes of lightning had become more frequent. Occasionally, they would directly strike an area nearby, causing a pit to appear among the stones. Han Li and Mei Ning were startled by the sudden turn of events, but the others seemed accustomed to it. They simply walked into the stony areas with quick strides. The lean man then shouted, "Everyone, quicken your pace. The village is about to close their doors. Let's avoid being trapped outside." Afterwards, the group of people dashed forward and ran with all their might. Han Li and Mei Ning glanced at each other. Although they didn't know what was going on, they didn't dare to fall behind. Following their lead, they made several turns throughout the expanse of stone before suddenly arriving at an open area. The spacious area had lofty stone walls that were as black as could be. Not only were these stone walls all carved out of massive boulders that were at least 3 meters wide and 10 meters tall, but they extended out for several kilometers. Additionally, about every 10 meters along the walls, a sharp spike of hardwood struck out from the wall, making for a sinister appearance. Currently, The group of people were heading in the direction of an imposing wooden gate with over 10 men with white pikes standing guard on either side. When these guards saw the lean man's party approach, they loudly yelled at them with excitement. With a huge rumble, the gate slowly opened, allowing them inside.